Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 Weather Day.
And good afternoon, everyone. Nick Weig with you here at the Alert Desk. We are coming on the air as we do have active severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect for portions of the viewing area. This is what we're concerned about being the beginning of a somewhat prolonged severe weather event in eastern Nebraska and western Iowa. Let's go ahead and take you now live to First Alert Radar for the very latest. And we do have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect in our area. A new warning issued just north of our area. You will see those running on the bottom of your screen there. Dodge County severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 12:45. This is for ping pong ball sized hail. I believe that's about 1.5 inches in diameter. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Thurston County. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the storm that is approaching Scribner rather quickly here. And there you see that line that has slowly developed over the last couple of hours. We're going to go ahead and switch this over to hail mode. And it is detecting a hail core in there. Nothing sizable quite yet, but certainly a hail core embedded in that severe thunderstorm as it continues to push off to the northeast. We'll go back now to live radar and get the rest of the information up here for you. Severe thunderstorm warning, as we said, in effect until 12:45. This does include the communities of Scribner, Snyder, Ewing, and Webster. Again, a small chance for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but the primary threat right now is for that large hail, upwards of 1.5 inch in diameter, or ping pong ball sized. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. The storm is moving to the northeast at just 30 miles an hour. So this is a lot slower than some of the strong storms we've dealt with earlier this season. But right now moving rather slowly through the area at 30 miles per hour. All right, let's go ahead and zoom out and give you the other latest information. A tornado watch is now in effect. This tornado watch was just issued moments ago for a large portion of our viewing area. This tornado watch will be in effect until 7 o'clock tonight. This does include the Omaha metro area, Bellevue, Council Bluffs, Fort Dodge, Fremont, Lincoln, and Sioux City. A very large tornado watch in effect. And the concern tonight is that these storms will continue to develop, have the potential, especially in these early hours, of developing into possibly rotating supercells or embedded supercells as they continue to push slowly off to the northeast. And one of the signs we're going to be looking for is when they begin to move a little bit more easterly. That could be a sign of something amiss in any of these cells that get their act together. We do expect this line to become more explosive as we move through the afternoon, eventually shifting this over to primarily a wind event as it pushes into Iowa. But again, it's going to be in our area for some time. Again, that severe thunderstorm watch is now in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. There you see the last hour and the lightning being produced by this. It's a very narrow line of showers and thunderstorms. So far, I do not believe we've received any reports. No, we have not received any reports of any wind or hail coming from these cells just yet, but clearly the potential is there. We'll go back now to live First Alert Radar, get you the latest scans that we have. I want to check out this storm just exiting our area north of the Omaha metro area. And this one has certainly a more pronounced hail core in it, in between Winnebago and Homer. This one detecting hail upwards of about 0.6 of an inch or more. Now, that's not severe. That's about pea to marble-sized hail. But certainly, as these storms continue to develop, and likely in these early hours, unless they really get going, they're going to be kind of pulsing, strengthening and weakening, and that's pretty common when we see hail-producing storms as they traverse through the area. As they kind of build up in intensity, they produce that large hail, the hail falls to the ground, and then they just kind of recycle or regenerate as they move on to the northeast. Again, there you see the severe thunderstorm warning scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Right now, this is all radar indicated. No reports of large hail or damaging winds from these storms as they're passing through Dodge County, as well as just south of Sioux City now, approaching I-29 in western Iowa. Here's another look at that loop so far, and we'll go ahead and zoom in a little bit on this to give you a better look. This line really got going around 10 o'clock this morning, and has just slowly built and over time as it's moved into slightly more unstable air. Uh, this boundary that is pushing through our area is going to move rather slowly this afternoon. Certainly not a speedster, but it will pick up in motion later this afternoon as it's passing, especially through western Iowa. And that is when the concern will begin to grow for a more widespread wind event, especially in our Iowa counties later this afternoon and evening. We do still have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Thurston County. This is until 12:45. Again, this is for 60 miles per hour and 1-inch diameter hail. We don't have any reports of hail from that one either. And as you can see here on the loop, this one is beginning to exit the warned area. So Winnebago getting the thrust of it right now. Thurston proper, you are in the clear from this line now. And as this continues to push off to the northeast again at about 30 miles per hour, just about to cross the Missouri River. We'll take you back out live now to First Alert Radar as we keep an eye on these two cells, one exiting our area, one impacting the Scribner area, making its way closer to the Tacoma area, just north of Fremont. And right now, the Weather Service appears to be primarily concerned with the prospect of some large hail embedded in these storms. We are streaming to you on our 24/7 weather channel, as well as our streaming site, and also on our social media channels, TikTok, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. If you have any questions about the storms today, feel free to share them on our Facebook page or also on our YouTube feed, and we will certainly try and answer any questions you might have as best as we can. Camden asks, what about Omaha? Camden, thanks for joining us on YouTube. Yeah, Omaha is pretty much right in the heart of this tornado watch that is now in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. And again, there is a chance of an isolated tornado, but I think the greater threat is in these early hours over a more widespread area. Could be some strong gusty winds and some large hail. Right now, these warnings are primarily being issued for hail, and I don't believe that we've seen really any indication of rotation embedded in these storms. Just going to take a quick look at that here, but I don't believe that's a problem right now. It is not. But these will continue to build up in intensity as they push through our area, and rather slowly too. And then once we get later into the afternoon hours, kind of that peak heating time as it approaches the Omaha area, we could see more explosive development. And especially in the early stages of those storms, certainly a tornado cannot be ruled out. The conditions are certainly there, and that's why the Storm Prediction Center issued the tornado watch. But we're obviously keeping an eye out for more widespread impacts from wind and large hail. Sean, over on Facebook, thanks for joining us, Sean. Yeah, Fremont is in the line of fire. Storms are to your west right now. There are no warned storms that are headed for Fremont right now, but we'll go ahead and zoom in on that area here for you as I switch my mice. So there is a strong thunderstorm that would be passing close to, if not over, Fremont here within the next hour. Right now, that is not a warned storm, but if we throw this in motion here, you can see that these storms are tending to pop up rather quickly, gain in intensity. So certainly capable of producing a hail core, not producing any severe weather right now, but the potential is still there from this line of thunderstorms over the next hour or so. Joe on Facebook is asking, hail or tornado chances in Bennington? If so, what time? Well, that again, that's let's go ahead and put this up here. This is the tornado watch that's now in effect until 7 o'clock. And that is when we are pretty hopeful that this will all be behind us once we get into the 7 o'clock hour tonight. But as you can see, this line stretching from Sioux City down through Scribner back towards David City, just entering that tornado watch area. And so the potential is there. We could see additional development either along this line or elsewhere. And so we're going to have to keep an eye on whether or not this is going to impact the Bennington area. But again, this is something we're going to be dealing with for several hours because these are not going to be fast-moving storms. We don't expect them to be widespread wind producers until much later tonight east of the Omaha metro area. And so the best advice is to just stay weather aware. We'll be streaming here all afternoon as this severe weather event plays out. Katie on Facebook is asking, when is this supposed to hit Omaha? Well, as we said, the tornado watch does remain in effect until 7 o'clock. And what I want to stress here is, as we zoom out a little bit, and you can see as these storms are moving off to the northeast and you look southwest to Omaha, you're really not seeing much down there. That is likely to change. In fact, you do see just east of the York area some new cells starting to develop. And we're going to kind of see that throughout the afternoon, just continual redevelopment along and near this line of showers and thunderstorms. And so I would say Omaha, the primary threat probably won't be until after 2 o'clock, maybe 3 o'clock. And that's also a concern too, because as we get into the busier rush hour, as kids are getting out of school, this could be a problem. So obviously area districts will keep an eye on that. If they have to hold the kids for a little while, they'll do that in order to keep them safe. But right now there is no immediate threat to the metro area, but we do expect the potential for severe weather in the metro area over the next 2 to 4 hours. Nick on Facebook is asking about leaving work early to beat the storms. If so, what time? Well, that depends on where you are. And right now, I'm not sure if that's really something you need to worry about. This is still in the very early stages, and we don't know what's going to happen. What we can tell you is that the conditions are favorable for severe thunderstorm development and the possibility of some isolated tornadoes. We don't expect a major tornado outbreak. We don't expect any widespread incident of that, but it is a potential. And for the Omaha area, again, 2 to 4 o'clock is beginning to look like the window right now, give or take about 30 minutes. And then the further east you go and the further south you go, that's going to become later. So you see the line here, not very diagonal, but stretching from southwest to northeast. And so as the storms are moving to the northeast, the actual boundary is moving to the east. And so we're kind of seeing that dance where the individual storms are moving one way, but the line itself is just kind of pushing the other way. And so it's going to take a little longer to get to, say, the Omaha area than it is to the Tacoma area for that reason. So depending on where you are, but really the 2 to 4 o'clock time frame looks to be kind of the prime time for the Omaha area. And of course, that can always change. Storms can change direction. They can change speeds all the time. But that seems to be what is the main concern right now. I have just learned that we do have several of you joining us on TikTok. Thanks for joining us. We will try to get to your questions every once in a while here, but obviously as things get busier, we're not going to be able to get to everyone's questions. We'll just try and answer them the best we can. I will still check them if I don't address them directly, so I hope I'll get to all of your all of your questions either directly or indirectly as the afternoon goes on. For now, though, let's switch back to live First Alert radar and just recap what we're dealing with. Primarily in our area, the concern remains in Dodge County, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect. As you see there on the, well, it's not up right now, but on the bottom of your screen, you'll see that that is in effect for about another 15 minutes. We also have that severe thunderstorm warning for Woodbury and Dakota counties in northeast Nebraska that is in effect for another 30 minutes. The primary threat from these storms is going to be initially large hail. We have seen some radar indications of the potential of large hail. I don't believe we received any reports. We have not. And we'll go ahead and see what we can find in any of these storms. And there you see by Scribner, we'll try and zoom in on that a bit. There you see a developing hail core south of Scribner. So people in the greater Scribner area, if you have any sensitive items, it's now or never to get those protected from any potential hail. I'm going to go ahead and put a tracker on this. And we are getting hail indications close to 1 inch in diameter inside this developing hail core. So as it continues to intensify, I think 1 inch diameter hail is the primary threat for the Scribner area, Highway 275 as well, and anybody traveling along that roadway. And as you see there, there is a potential for some large hail to begin falling. Will Elkhorn get hit? Was asked over on TikTok. Yeah, the entire Omaha metro area, tornado watch until 7 o'clock, probably closer to the 2 to 4 time frame, maybe a little later for the, well, you're kind of on the western side of the metro. So I think 2 to 4 is kind of a safe bet right now as kind of the prime time for the potential of severe weather in the Elkhorn area. Tornado chances also being asked about. Officially, I believe it's at 5%. And what we mean by that is the Storm Prediction Center gives percentages. And so they basically say 5% chance of a tornado within a 25-mile radius. And so, you know, statistically, it's a very low chance, but, you know, you get a couple of tornadoes and it becomes very real for the people in that path. So the tornado threat is on the lower side. I don't think we're going to see a widespread tornado outbreak, but certainly the conditions are favorable for some isolated tornadoes, especially in the early hours of this severe thunderstorm outbreak across the area. All right, we're going to keep an eye on that hail core. There you see it is kind of eased off a little bit, but strengthened slightly as it approached Scribner. Hopefully we'll get some reports now that it's approaching a larger area of what is happening inside that storm system. Over on TikTok, somebody asking, what's the potential peak winds? Right now, in these early hours, winds I don't think are going to be the primary concern, but certainly 60 to 75 mile an hour gusts inside a severe thunderstorm is possible. The wind threat is going to increase as we move into the late afternoon, early evening hours, and by then it'll be out of Nebraska, but our western Iowa counties will likely see a higher threat for more widespread damaging winds. But still, strong winds, large hail, isolated tornado remain possible over the next 6.5 hours across our area as this storm system pushes through. All right, let me see if we've got any cameras in that area. We'll see if we can get a closer look at this storm. All right, let's see what we can find here as we head up towards Scribner. May have a camera just east of this storm. We'll see if we can get it up here. Sometimes the cameras don't like to cooperate, but we'll give it a shot here. Right now we're not getting an image from that camera, although it's still trying to load. Okay, I think we got something here, so we are going to take a live look at this. Okay, this is a live look from Highway 275 east of Scribner. We're seeing just some rain falling on the roadway there. I know we can't get a good look at the sky. We don't really have a way of controlling the camera, and obviously these are focused on roadways. But the one nice thing is when they're pointed at the roads with some of these storms, it gives us an easier chance to see if they are actually producing hail. So we'll keep an eye on this as it moves through the area, but I think the main hail core is going to move east of this camera near Scribner. But we will keep an eye on that here in case anything changes in that area. All right, back out live now to First Alert Radar as we are continuing to track this severe thunderstorm warning for Dodge County until 12:45. There you see it on the bottom of your screen, set to expire in about 8.5 minutes. We also have a thunderstorm warning to our north up in Woodbury and Dakota counties in Nebraska and Iowa. That one in effect until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Again, we'll put this in motion. You can see it's just a very narrow line developing, but as we mentioned earlier, we are seeing additional development. This will be eventually a concern for the metro area. We are seeing additional development down to the south between David City, Wahoo, and Seward. That is the stuff that we're going to keep an eye out for as we move through these afternoon hours and how that develops as it approaches the Omaha metro area. As we zoom back out here, you see the two warnings that are now in effect, and then that's about it. We just have this one line, and we do expect most of the thunderstorms to be generally in this area. We don't expect any much in the way of strong thunderstorms as this pushes out of the area behind it, as some very dry and cooler air is going to be pushing in behind this. But right now, we are just monitoring this as it's just beginning to slowly intensify and has produced a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings. We do, again, still have that tornado watch in effect until 7 o'clock this evening, as you see, covering most of the First Alert 6 viewing area. This does include Tacoma, Fremont, Wahoo, Lincoln, Beatrice, as well as Blair, the Omaha metro area, Plattsmouth, Nebraska City, all the way down to Falls City, and then all of our western Iowa counties, including Shenandoah, Red Oak, Atlantic, Harlan, Denison, and Carroll. Here's a wider look now, and you see that this is the main focus for now. We do expect this line to push well to our south, and more severe thunderstorms expected to develop in the Kansas area later this evening as this continues to develop into a larger system. But right now, it's already happening. This is a relatively early hour for severe weather, but it does happen, and it is firing up rather quickly now across right in the central of the First Alert 6 viewing area. Somebody over on TikTok asking if they're going to be teeing off in Bellevue for their golf game at 4 o'clock. Well, that is significantly iffy. I think that's the best way to put it. So right now, the greater Omaha metro area, we're really going to be keeping an eye on that 2 to 4 p.m. time frame. Obviously, it could go later than that. Yeah, I know some of you are asking about Council Bluffs as well. Yes, we are talking about that same time as a potential for this to continue in the metro area between 2 and 4 o'clock, maybe a little later. It just depends on how things develop here over the next couple of hours. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. This is not affecting the Tacoma area, but it will shortly. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Bart, Cumming, and Dodge counties until 1:30 this afternoon. Primary threat will be the potential for some strong damaging wind gusts upwards of 60 miles per hour, as well as the potential for hail up to the size of a nickel, or about 1 inch in diameter. So severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 1:30 this afternoon for portions of Burt, Cumming, and Dodge counties. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at this cell as it's just pushing into that area. This is going to succeed the warning that is set to expire here in about 5 minutes. And there you see the area where we have the strongest chance of seeing some large hail. We're going to take a closer look at that. And yeah, that is certainly a very pronounced hail core exiting the Scribner area. I'm very curious if we're going to get any reports from that area of any hail that has fallen. So let's go ahead and put identifier on this, and the strongest portion of this hail core right now measuring at about 1.3 inches in diameter. Now that is the hail that the radar is detecting aloft. That is not saying that that's the size of hail hitting the ground, but it is a very strong indicator that at least some hail is falling in that area just east of Scribner right now, and this is right on a path for Yuling, next in line for this hail core that has triggered the new severe thunderstorm warning. So there you see the warning there on the bottom of your screen, severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Burt, Cumming, and Dodge counties until 1:30 this afternoon. So about another 48 minutes. And we do have a much stronger hail core than we saw just a few minutes ago. And we did mention that strengthening and weakening, and that is what we're seeing, is that is pushing off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. So a relatively slow moving storm. But that is the primary concern that we're continuing to see. I don't believe we've really seen much in the way of any strong wind gusts just yet in these storms, but they still have that potential of producing some gusts in excess of 70 miles per hour. Yeah, we are getting some indications of some strong wind gusts. No real any detectable signs of rotation, I would say, but there's some strong wind gusts there along the leading edge. That we'll have to keep an eye out for. So if you're in the Yuling area right now along Highway 77, you're probably seeing some stronger wind gusts on the leading edge of this, and plenty of lightning. But the concern is going to be that hail core that is just minutes away from your area again, and that is what has prompted this severe thunderstorm warning for that area. All right, let's zoom back out here so you can get a better look at what we're looking at here. And one thing we're going to be keeping an eye out for as I zoom back in here close to the metro area is we're seeing at least the attempt of some thunderstorms. Whoops, that is not what I wanted to do. All right, let's go back in here towards the metro area, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Definitely have some questions about some of these storms that are popping up ahead of the line. That is certainly an area where we would be concerned for if we get some of these storms to become a little bit more isolated and kind of moving on their own. Those are certainly the ones that are the most explosive. But you see that development southwest of Wahoo, as well as west of Blair. Nothing to be concerned about right now, but certainly something to keep a close watch on, as the ingredients in the atmosphere right now are really conducive for explosive thunderstorm development throughout the afternoon hours as this line pushes through the area. Here's another look at those thunderstorm warnings now in effect in portions of Nebraska and Iowa right now. As this line continues to develop and push off to the northeast at 30 miles per hour, there is the tornado watch now in effect until 7 o'clock this evening, as our Dodge County warning is now set to expire in 30 seconds. And then here's a wider view, and you see that line developing just from Sioux City all the way back to southwest of Lincoln. It's just going to continue to develop. And so even though it doesn't look that busy between Omaha and Lincoln right now, that is likely to change over the next couple of hours. So anyone planning to travel on Interstate 80 in the area, this will be an impact later this afternoon as these storms push off to the northeast at 30 miles per hour and continue to redevelop as the entire line slides west to east through our area. Over on TikTok, one of our viewers said that they did get some hail in Scribner, but, quote, nothing crazy. Well, hopefully that is good news. Hopefully the hail wasn't large enough to do any damage and didn't fall in any large amounts. That would certainly be good news, because there's nothing worse than knowing something is going to come and ding and dent up your car and property, and there's really nothing you can do about it. So hopefully that is some good news, but that hail core does remain a threat, and that is why we do have that new severe thunderstorm warning for Burt coming in Dodge counties until 1:30 this afternoon. Let's go ahead and take another look at that storm as it's pushing through our area right now. And still getting a pretty pronounced hail core embedded in that. As we zoom in a little closer on it right now. Certainly getting some pretty heavy rainfall rates in the bulk of that storm. The question, though, is are we going to see any of that large hail? Still detecting well over 1.25 inches in diameter hail aloft, and so that is especially as it's approaching the Yuling area and likely over that area now. Certainly 1-inch diameter hail could be reaching the ground as it pushes into that area. We're going to go ahead and throw this into a loop and just show you some of the intense lightning that's also being associated with these severe thunderstorms, really blocking out most of the radar returns with all of the flashes of lightning. And in that one cell, right now we're seeing well over 50 strikes within the last 30 minutes or so. And those are just the strikes hitting the ground. So a very potent storm system. Obviously, a lot of lightning is a good indicator of a lot of instability and turbulence. And so certainly a lot of continued development could happen along that line. As we move further south, we see thunderstorms now beginning to develop southwest of Wahoo. I still think the way that this is moving and as slowly as the line is sliding through the area, these may still pass north of the metro area, but it really doesn't matter. Once this line gets here, wherever we are in this training line of thunderstorms, there will likely be a storm in the metro area that will certainly be at least a strong thunderstorm, but the question of how strong or severe it may be, we will find out when it gets closer. But because they're moving off to the northeast as the entire line is sliding to the east, even though it may look like it's relatively close to the metro area, it's going to take some time to get here. And so I still think that 2 to 4 time frame is when we're really going to be paying attention to our area for potential severe weather in the metro. Gina, over on Facebook, we are not in the metro area. We're in northwest Missouri. What about us? Yeah, right now everything is fine, but the potential is there. Now, because of where you are, if you're joining us from Maryville, Rockport, that area, you do have a tornado watch in effect until 7 o'clock this evening, and this line is going to continue to develop, continue to expand. And we do expect a good potential for strong to severe thunderstorms in your area, but it's going to be more towards the tail end of this watch. So likely closer to the 5 to 7 o'clock time frame, maybe even later if this thing doesn't speed up. But this is going to be kind of a long duration event because a lot of instability in the air, and the overall system really isn't moving that fast. And so that is going to continue to keep this line of showers and thunderstorms in our area throughout the afternoon hours, maybe even past dinner time. And unfortunately, that means the drive home, the trip home from school could certainly be impacted in the metro area. But if you're joining us from Northwest Missouri, and thank you for joining us, by the way, you've got more time. I think this will be much closer to dinner time for you, maybe even later. It really just depends on the overall movement of this line of showers and thunderstorms and how quickly it gets through the area. Are we expecting hail in Plattsmouth? Asked Sarah on Facebook. There is a potential for that. I think right now, so far, that has been the primary threat from these storms in these early hours. We're not seeing any strong signs of rotation or anything like that. Not any strong indications of damaging wind gusts, although they do still remain possible. But we are seeing some pretty sizable hail cores, and so that has been the primary concern right now. I know a lot of people are asking about the time frame from Omaha. I still think 2 to 4 is looking like the primary time for this to come through. That could slide, but obviously that's going to be a problem for schools and just people getting off work and trying to get home. And again, all modes of severe weather are possible, but so far right now, the primary threat has been large hail. We could see a growing wind threat as we move through the afternoon hours, and there will still be that threat for an isolated tornado, but we don't expect a major tornado outbreak by any means today, but that potential is there, and that's why the tornado watch has been issued. Certainly, just because there's a tornado watch doesn't mean it's the primary threat, and we will likely see far more wind and hail reports than we do tornado reports. And so you just really have to prepare for everything, because I know tornadoes seem the scariest, but I can speak from experience. Strong damaging winds can be just as powerful, and hail can do much more widespread damage if it gets large enough. And so you really need to prepare for all modes of severe weather this afternoon. Let's get a look at that hail core as it's over the Ewing area right now, and that is not a good sign. Still showing the potential of 1 inch, certainly 1 inch diameter hail. Decent chance that that is falling somewhere near Ewing right now. I'm going to see if we've got any cameras up there. I don't believe we do. Again, if you're just joining us, we are checking to see if we've got any traffic cameras in the area of this hail core now over the Ewing area. Certainly has the potential of producing some 1 inch diameter hail right now, as there is a very potent hail core aloft. Now you see that 1.3 inch hail report by the radar. That is the hail aloft. That is not the hail hitting the ground. I just want to stress that for people who may just be joining us. But right now, I don't believe we have any cameras in that area. We're still checking to see. We do have one in the Oakland area, which is part of the severe thunderstorm warning, but it looks like the hail core is just going to miss them. And we'll see if we can get that camera up for you, because that one is at least showing some of the thunderstorms falling in that area. So we'll take you there live here in just a moment. Okay, let's go live out there right now. There you see This is from the Nebraska Department of Transportation near the intersection of highways 32 and 77, just south of Oakland. You can see the heavy rain falling. It doesn't appear to be any hail, plenty of lightning, and just making it a little more difficult to travel through the area. But right now, not really seeing any indication of large hail. I'm trying to look at a bigger image of this, and it's really hard to tell, but I don't believe there is any hail falling in that area, and that we'll have to keep an eye out for that because that is near our hail cores. It's pushing off to the north and east. But again, this is a live picture just south of Oakland at the intersection of highways 32 and 77, where heavy rain is certainly falling. Doesn't look like they're experiencing any strong wind gusts in that area, but they do have a rather potent hail core just to their south, and so that is what we're keeping an eye out for as it is just passing south of this area, and we were checking to see if maybe any of this was falling as hail, but so far I can't really make out any hailstones are falling unless it's a very, very small hail that wouldn't be causing any damage to the cars and trucks you see there on the roadway. All right, we're going to keep an eye on this for just a little bit longer, as that is just passing, just south of where our live picture is right now. The bulk of the hail core is right along Highway 77 right now, south of Oakland. Anyone traveling in that area between Oakland and Ewing, that a potential damaging hail core is over that area right now, pushing to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. There you see, looks like some traffic beginning to slow down. Not sure if they're seeing any hail, but we're not seeing any on the camera here. But again, this is on the north side of that hail core. You see that semi there slowing down, and looks like he's pulling over. Not sure if it's just because of the heavy rainfall or if there is hail falling. We can't get a good look at the roadway from this vantage, but hopefully if any hail is falling in this area right now, it's on the small side. But you do see as those trucks are moving through the lower portions of the roadway that they are kicking up a lot of water. So that is another thing you're going to have to watch out for because of the heavy rainfall rates. If you're out traveling in this, certainly watch out for any standing water that may be over some low-lying roadways this afternoon. All right, let's go back now to First Alert Radar to get an update on this storm system. And yeah, I have to really back that out, don't I? There we go. So this is our severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect. Now pushing northeast of Ewing, south of Oakland, right along the Highway 77 corridor. Could have seen some hail there just a short time ago. And now approaching the Highway 32 corridor southeast of Oakland, heading towards Tacoma. Now, this particular hail core will hopefully pass north of Tacoma, but we're keeping a close eye on it as you see that other cell developing southeast of Ewing, and it's possible that one may also carry a hail potential as well. Right now, radar is detecting this as one large hail core. I'm going to take another look at that, though. Yeah, one large hail core. So this could be some widespread small hail, possibly up to an inch in diameter. But as you see there, some of the traffic is beginning to slow down as we're seeing a lot of ponding on that roadway between Highway 32 and Highway 77. This is actually Highway 77, which goes north and south through that area. But we can also see off in the distance, if you see over to your right. Let me put this back up here for you. On the right side of the screen, as we're still getting some lightning there, we are seeing some of the clearing on the back side of this. And now we see them moving the camera away from that. So hopefully you saw that there quickly. But still not seeing any indication of any large hail falling. So that's the good news. Just a lot of heavy rain as we were looking at the Highway 77 area at that roundabout with Highway 32 south of Oakland. Here's another look at that hail core near that area that we've been watching, and this is the area most at risk right now for large hail to fall. Right now, just passing over Ewing. If there's anybody joining us from that area, please let us know in our YouTube chat or our Facebook comments if you've seen anything in that area. But we are going to keep a close eye on that. Is the next in line is going to be the Craig area, the greater Oakland area, and hopefully this will pass north of Tacoma. But that is the hail core that is responsible for this severe thunderstorm warning that remains in effect here until 1:30 this afternoon. All right, let's take a wider look at this line and take a look at its development. We do have a new warning that has been issued for those cells that we were keeping an eye on. So we're going to go down there now and get a closer look at that. These have been the rapidly developing thunderstorms that we've been keeping an eye on. There you see the cell over Valparaiso that has prompted this new severe thunderstorm warning. And this severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect until 1:45 this afternoon for Saunders County. Saunders County, this does include Meade, Stocking, Valparaiso, and Wahoo. The primary threat right now is for the potential of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and large hail upwards of 1 inch in diameter, or about the width of a quarter. Again, this severe thunderstorm warning for Saunders County for the potential of 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This storm is moving to the northeast a little bit faster now at about 35 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and really zoom in on this and get a closer look at what's prompted this warning as we zoom in on the Valparaiso area. And first, we're going to take a look at the hail. And certainly a developing hail core there to be concerned about. Could be producing some small hail on the north side of Valparaiso. And then also, we certainly want to take a look at some of the wind in this area. Also getting some indications of some strong wind gusts along the leading edge of this severe thunderstorm. So something to keep an eye out for as this moves further to the north towards the Weston and Wahoo areas over the next 30 to 40 minutes. Going to take another look here. This is some of our velocity scans, and not really sure that that's very indicative of rotation. This is kind of on the leading edge of the storm, so I'd be a little hesitant, although it is kind of in the area where we would begin to see a little bit of rotation. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that because the possibility of an isolated tornado or two remains for the afternoon. That's why we are in a tornado watch until 7 o'clock this afternoon, and so we will be keeping an eye on that. But again, the primary threat right now for this severe thunderstorm is for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and hail upwards of 1 inch in diameter. Here's a look at that tornado watch now in effect until 7 o'clock for much of the area. This does include the Omaha metro area, as we do expect this line of showers and thunderstorms to approach the metro over the next 2 to 3 hours this afternoon. Here's a wider look at everything going on right now as this line has continued to develop to the west of the metro. We're now seeing additional development along I-80 west of Lincoln, and we're going to continue to see that development throughout the afternoon along this line as these storms continue to threaten with large hail and strong damaging winds. No official reports from the Weather Service yet of any large hail actually falling or any strong wind gusts, but again, that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. The reports sometimes do come in delayed, but we'll be monitoring that to see if any of these storms have confirmed severe weather reported with them. Let's go back up now to our severe thunderstorm warning for the area northeast of Ewing now. This is had a very sizable hail core on it for some time now. And again, still remains rather on the strong side, so certainly the potential of some large hail possibly reaching 1 inch in diameter. These radar indications are for the hail aloft. This is not an indication of the hail that's reaching the surface, but the potential certainly is there between Ewing, Oakland, and then west of Tacoma for some large hail potentially falling. Joe over on Facebook says, I live in Scribner. We had hail already go through the area. Yeah, Joe, I wonder how big that was because there was a pretty sizable hail core over that area as it passed over. But hopefully you didn't have any damage in that area. We really don't want to see any damage from today's severe weather. We just want to have it pass through and provide some much needed rain and just enjoy some quieter weather for a little bit over much of the area this weekend. Let's zoom out here and we will check out our other severe thunderstorm warning for Saunders County. This is with a relatively new cell. As you see there, if we go back just about 30 minutes, well, about an hour, that cell wasn't even there. We saw it kind of flare up over Valparaiso, now kind of weakening a bit. And this is kind of the pattern that we've seen all afternoon with these storms kind of pulsing up and down as they're developing these hail cores. But as is the case with the severe thunderstorm warning in the northern part of our area, that hail core has maintained its intensity for some time now. It's just hopefully not produced any large hail causing any damage. Let's zoom back out here. Again, no official severe weather reports from any of this. So we have had some of you mention that there has been some hail that fell in Scribner, but so far we haven't heard that any of it was large and we haven't heard that any of it is causing any damage. So that's the good news so far as we continue to track this line of severe thunderstorms through the area. So as you see, we do still have these two severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for our area. Saunders County, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning until 1:45 this afternoon. And then our other severe thunderstorm warning way up to the north by Tekamah, I believe that is until 1:30 this afternoon. Yes, it is for Burt and Dodge County now, just Burton and Dodge County. Severe thunderstorm warning until 1:30. And right on cue, that severe thunderstorm warning has been replaced by a new severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 1:45 for this area. Let's get you the info here. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Burt County until 1:45 this afternoon. This does include the communities of Craig, Oakland, and Tekamah. Severe thunderstorm warning now until 1:45. Again, the primary threats, the potential for some gusty winds upwards of 60 miles per hour, as well as upwards of 1-inch diameter hail. Now, we haven't heard any official reports. Some of our viewers have said that they did receive hail in Scribner earlier, but no indications that it reached severe limits or was capable of causing any damage. But again, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Burt County until 1:45 this afternoon. Let's go ahead and put our hail detector back on this cell, and there you see that hail core has maintained its intensity for some time now as it is now passing over Highway 32 east of Oakland, west of Tekamah, and will eventually be approaching the Highway 75 area as this pushes to the northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and see if we've got a camera in that area. Again, we really appreciate having these looks from the Nebraska Department of Transportation with their traffic cameras. They're not perfect, but they give us a look, especially in some of these more rural areas, at what's going on. I can tell you right now in Oakland, it doesn't appear that much is going on as it has passed that area. Next in line is going to be Tekamah. Hopefully, they'll be missing out on the hail core, but still a potential for some gusty winds and large hail in that area. So that is the next section that we're going to be keeping an eye out for as these storms continue to push off to the north and east at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. All right, let's go ahead and take you out live now. This is a look at Highway 75 in the Tacoma area. There you see, I'm going to go ahead and guess this is looking off to the north or west because this the sky there in the background certainly looks dark. So this is likely looking off to the north and west of Tacoma as a severe thunderstorm will be approaching this area here within the next 30 minutes. So we'll be keeping an eye out on this camera to see how conditions deteriorate there later as this severe thunderstorm moves closer to that area. Right now, though, let's go back now live to First Alert Radar. There you see that cell that has prompted another severe thunderstorm warning for an ongoing hail core right now between Tacoma and Oakland, pushing off to the northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. As we zoom back out here, we do have another severe thunderstorm warning further to the south as this line continues to develop to the south and west. We will zoom in on that one here for you as it's approaching the Wahoo area. And not looking as potent as it did a little while ago. Hopefully that is going to lessen the threat for any large hail, but and actually we don't really see the hail core that we saw just a few minutes ago. So that is certainly good news, but I do want to stress, as we've seen throughout the afternoon, these storms can weaken and then regenerate over and over again. There's a lot of instability in the atmosphere. There's a lot of potential energy for these storms. So just because it's weakening now doesn't mean that the threat is over. And so that severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect until 1:45 this afternoon. Now, next in line is yet another cell has begun to develop. You see down here by Seward, we have a small but potent storm that has developed in that area. And so we will certainly be keeping an eye out on that area as this continues to push off to the north and east. Sliding back up here north towards Wahoo and Fremont, we have these two cells. This one severe thunderstorm warned west of Wahoo, and there you see the warning has been trimmed up a little bit as it continues to push off to the north and east. And now we have our new severe thunderstorm warning that does include the Tacoma area for a storm that does have a history of at least producing hail. We don't know if it's produced any large hail. Paris over on Facebook, I have an outdoor wedding to go to today. Please let this pass us. Well, it will pass us eventually, Paris. If you're in the metro area and it's an evening wedding, fingers crossed that we should clear out by then. But we do still have the potential for all modes of severe weather until 7 o'clock this evening. So if it's an evening event in the metro area, you might be okay. But I hope anybody who plans an outdoor wedding this time of year in Nebraska or Iowa certainly has a backup plan in place if they want to keep that date. All right, let's see how our hail core is doing up here. And a little weaker than before, but still capable of producing some hail. As you see that hail core now right between Oakland and Tacoma along Highway 32. I'm going to head a little further south. And we do see some smaller hail cores developing in the storms to the south of this. We're going to have to keep an eye on that as, again, these storms continue to kind of pulse up and down. Janie over on YouTube joining us, asking what time will it hit western Omaha? Well, Janie, we have been talking about that. The threat still exists for the metro area. Tornado watch remains in effect until 8 o'clock this evening, or excuse me, 7 o'clock this evening. But we're really looking at a window of probably between 2 and 4 this afternoon for the metro area. Hopefully by 5 o'clock we can get it out of the metro area, and evening plans won't be greatly impacted. I know a lot of people are out and about on a Thursday evening. If your plans are a little later in the evening past dinner time, hopefully the threat will be done by then. But again, we do still have that tornado watch right now in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. And hopefully after that, here in the Omaha metro area, this will have passed us by. Brooke over on Facebook asking about Missouri Valley. Yeah, Missouri Valley also under this tornado watch, maybe a little bit later, but I think still that 2 to 4 time frame looks pretty good. And as we're getting closer to that 2 o'clock time, I almost want to stretch that to the 3 to 5 o'clock time frame. As we're watching these storms slide to the northeast at 30 to 35 miles per hour, and the greater line very slowly moving to the east. And so this line is going to be with us for quite a while, as its forward progress through the area has been very, very slow. But right now, those are the two problem areas that we're keeping an eye out for in the Takema area and then down in the Wahoo area. The cell that prompted the thunderstorm warning for Wahoo has weakened some, but certainly redevelopment can happen at any moment. You see another cell beginning to develop east of Wahoo, just producing some light to moderate showers right now, and then another cell developing east of Seward that we'll keep an eye out for as it continues to push off to the northeast at 30 to 35 miles per hour. Somebody over on YouTube asking about the Sioux City area. Yeah, the thunderstorms have already passed through the Sioux City area, and hopefully that will be it for you guys. I believe you are on the western edge. I'm not getting this to load for some reason. There we go. Yeah, Sioux City is really on the fringe of this tornado watch, and I think the threat is all but over there. Because this, where you see the tornado watch right now, this was really built based on where the storms were about an hour or so ago. So slowly but surely, we're going to see some counties lifted from this as the threat passes. But the problem is, again, this is not moving very quickly to the east. But for the Sioux City area, much further north, I think you guys are relatively in the clear for the severe weather now as the main line has pushed through. Cara over on Facebook is asking likelihood of the storm weakening around 4 p.m. Omaha area. I don't want to say that there's a likelihood of that. Obviously, anything can happen when it comes to showers and thunderstorms, but right now the threat does still remain strong for strong to severe thunderstorms in the metro area between 2 and 4 o'clock, maybe 5 o'clock, as these storms continue to push off to the east. And we've just seen some hail-producing storms. That is the extent of the severity that we've seen so far. No official reports of large hail or damaging winds, but certainly these thunderstorms are capable of doing that. There also is an isolated risk for a tornado. We can't rule that out either. But so far, it seems the focus has been on large hail. And as these storms continually develop, and they're developing along a line with one another, it can be a little more difficult for a tornado to develop. And ultimately, as this pushes past our area, we do expect the line to accelerate in western Iowa and become more of a wind threat than a hail threat or a tornado threat. But all modes of severe weather remain possible. Right now, though, the primary threat that we've seen from these thunderstorms has been large hail. We did get a couple of you letting us know that there was some hail that fell in Scribner, and that's the only report we've received. No official word of any severe hail, though, from the National Weather Service. So hopefully everyone that's seen these thunderstorms so far, we've gotten no reports of damage, and that's the best news we can get, because we can't prevent the thunderstorms, but we'd really like to prevent any damage from happening. Over on TikTok, somebody asking us about Fairbury. I believe Fairbury is likely in the clear now. Yeah, I don't think Fairbury is going to have any problems right now. There could still be some showers and thunderstorms as this line is developing to the south and west, but right now we're not really seeing anything in that area, and I believe that the instability has pushed largely east of Fairbury. So I think Fairbury is going to be okay. Could still see some isolated showers, but the severe threat there is extremely low. Right now, the focus is on our 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in our area that remain in effect here until 1:30 and 1:45. And let's go ahead and zoom in on Takema and see if we're getting anything. While I'm getting the radar set up, let's go ahead and take a look at our live camera there from the Nebraska Department of Transportation. There you see right now where this camera is located, which I believe is just north of Takema. Not seeing any indication of any severe weather, just still those dark skies. So let's go ahead and zoom in on that, and we're going to pull the radar back up here for you to see. As we're back out here live now on First Alert Radar, there you see severe thunderstorm warning does continue. Strong thunderstorm is approaching the Takema area right now. There's 2 areas of potential hail cores that we're keeping an eye on here. But that hail core has finally weakened. That's the good news. So hopefully this will prevent any damage from hail in the Herman and Takema areas. But again, as we have seen all afternoon, these hail cores can very quickly redevelop. So we'll be keeping an eye on that here over the next hour or so with this particular storm. But the severe thunderstorm warning does continue for this area, and you should be on the lookout for any possible large hail, and strong damaging winds do remain possible with this storm. Again, we're not really seeing any indications of rotation. We are under a tornado watch, but right now, no indications of imminent tornado anywhere in our viewing area. But that is something we're going to continue to closely watch as this system continues to push through at about 30 to 35 miles per hour to the northeast. But the greater line is really sliding slower from west to east through our area. Danny, over on Facebook, quarter-size hail right now south of Craig, Nebraska. Quarter-sized hail south of Craig, Nebraska. Thank you for that report, Danny. Yeah, let me see if... You know, that report would check out, because as often is the case is we see, there you see Craig there on the upper part of the radar image. And I'm gonna roll this back because I have a hunch that you may have seen that large hail from a weakening hail core. So just bear with me here. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to zoom out that much, so we're going to zoom way back in here. There we go. All right, let's go over to the Craig area right now. So there you see Craig and County Road 21, Highway 32, I believe that is. And I want to put our hail detection system on here. And there you see that much weakened hail core, but if we rock the radar back, there you see that where we had that strong hail core, and right as it came over Craig, it just kind of vanished. Now that's good news, but for people in Craig, as we just heard, what that is that hail core collapsing, and as it collapses, all of that hail comes down to the ground, and it appears that that is what happened in Craig. So Danny, thank you so much for that report. And we will certainly pass that along to the National Weather Service. So this was the image as that hail core passed over Craig, and then unfortunately for people in Craig, it just dumped that hail and disappeared. So hopefully, and Danny, you can let us know. Hopefully, there was no major damage from that. Quarter-sized hail can certainly do damage to and cause some dings and dents to anything left outside. So hopefully, you were managed to avoid that this afternoon. Drew over on YouTube said, heard something in the background about losing power. Yeah, we do have scanners here in the newsroom that you're going to hear in the background. That's not necessarily associated with anything going on right now. We don't have any reports of any widespread power outage, but of course there is a lot of lightning with these storms, and they can produce isolated outages just from damaging equipment. But no, I don't believe anything on the scanner was connected with the storms happening right now. There you see our severe thunderstorm warning for the Wahoo area has been canceled. That's some good news there. Severe thunderstorm warning has now been canceled. And right now, this is the only warning that we have in our viewing area. We do have some other warnings to the north, but right now this is the only warning in our area for Burt County until 1:45 this afternoon. And we've been keeping an eye on some of the cameras up there. It looks like the camera over in, I believe this is in Takema. Yes, it is. Let's go ahead and take a look at that real quick. Just looking at it, looks like they've moved the camera over to the roadway to see if there's any hail in that area, but we're not seeing any fall in this particular area. In fact, not seeing any rain falling at all. But again, this is a live look from near Takema along Highway 75. But right now, the storm is just approaching Highway 75, so we're going to keep an eye on this roadway as the camera is now zoomed in on the road. So if there is any hail that's still falling, we should see it. But the hopeful news is that hail core was beginning to weaken. Of course, it can always regenerate. We've seen that many times today. And in fact, we are getting some indications of that right now. And I'm going to switch over back to live first alert radar to give you a look at that. And we'll move the image up here for you. There you see that hail core still existing. It weakened quite a bit. Now it looks like it's strengthening up again. And again, this is what happens. It dropped all that hail over the Craig area and then weakened considerably. And now it's building back up. It's developing more hail. And so unfortunately, that area of Highway 75 between Herman and Takema and points to the north are next in line for the potential of some large hail. And that is what we're going to be keeping an eye out for here over the next several minutes. So severe thunderstorm now approaching the Takema area. Let's switch back over to the Nebraska Department of Transportation camera along Highway 75. The rain has just started there as the severe thunderstorm is now approaching Highway 75 in Takema. And we're going to be watching this camera here for the next several minutes to see if we do see any hail fall from this severe thunderstorm. But the rain has begun in Takema, and we will keep an eye on that, as that is next in line for any potential of large hail, as long as the camera can stay running. I assure you that is not traffic stopping on the roadway. But we are getting some rainfall, and we will monitor that for any changes. There you see the rain picking up again. And we will keep an eye on this as that hail core is getting stronger, unfortunately. Let's go back now live to First Alert Radar, and there you go. That hail core has completely regenerated in a matter of 10 minutes or so. And again, getting indications of 1-inch diameter hail aloft. That does not mean 1-inch diameter hail is falling right now, but it is, radar is indicating it is producing 1-inch hailstones, and those could ultimately fall to the ground. Again, in the Takema area, you need to be seeking shelter right now, and you need to, time is essentially running out to get your items outside protected from any possible hail. But this is the time to do it because that severe thunderstorm is coming down on you right now. And again, it has completely regenerated its hail core in a matter of minutes. And that is what we are monitoring right now. Let me see if I can get both of these on the screen for you. I'm going to try and get that set up for you here. So just stand by a moment. Okay, let's go ahead and switch over. There we go. So I'm going to go ahead and leave the camera up here of Highway 75 in Tacoma. And in the small box there, you can continue to see the radar scan there. And we'll try and keep that as zoomed in as we can so it's easy to see on your phone or television. But we are getting a much stronger hail core now being detected in that thunderstorm as it is approaching the Tacoma area. So we're keeping an eye on the roadway here to see if we can actually watch that hail as it approaches the area, if it does reach the ground, and there's no guarantee that it is. But right now, getting indications of upwards of 1.3 inch diameter hail in this storm system. And so certainly, and that is a loft, that's not hitting the ground, but large enough to keep an eye out for 1 inch diameter hail reaching the ground. So that is why the severe thunderstorm warning does continue for Burt County for about another 14 minutes, where it has produced a large hail, according to one of our viewers in Craig a few minutes ago, a quarter-sized hail. This is now moving to the northeast at 25 miles per hour. So again, quarter-sized hail, according to one of our viewers, and the radar seems to kind of back up that report. So now that hail core has completely regenerated and is approaching the Tacoma area right now. And that is what you see live from Nebraska Department of Transportation, Highway 75 in Tacoma, that storm is now on top of them. And that hail core should be approaching them any moment now. There you see some wind gusts as the rain continues to come down at a faster rate. So we're gonna keep with this here for a minute and see what this storm does as it passes through the Tacoma area. Again, we're keeping an eye out on this severe thunderstorm warning cell, and there you see the rain really coming down, reducing visibility. This is the point where we would see if any of this is falling as hail. And I know it's really hard to make out now that we're not really focused on the road anymore. But again, there you see that heavy rain falling. There could be some small hail embedded in that. It's just hard to make out on the image right now. Nikki over on Facebook asks, are these storms heading northeast? Yeah, Nikki, these storms have been moving northeast anywhere from 25 to 35 miles per hour this afternoon, and they continue to redevelop. So, it might look like all of this is going to pass north of the metro area, and that's true, but we are monitoring additional development that continues to occur as the entire line is sliding to the east this afternoon. So tornado watch does continue until 7 o'clock this afternoon for most of the First Alert 6 viewing area and all of the Omaha metro area as we push through these afternoon hours. Again, we're keeping an eye on Highway 75 now in Tacoma as a large hail core is passing through that area. right now, radar, as you can, oh no, you can't see. I apologize. I got to put that back up for you. Right now, there we go. Radar is showing that hail core knocking on the door of Takema. Now, these hail scans tend to be a little bit behind, so it's very likely that hail core is over Takema right now. And so that is why we're watching this DOT cam to see if any of that is falling as hail on the ground. The camera, of course, is only in one position, so just because we don't see hail there doesn't mean there isn't hail in other parts of Takema. And if any of you are joining us from Takema, please let us know what you see there as it passes over your area. But this is a severe thunderstorm warning cell. It does have a history of producing quarter-sized hail. And looks like we may have lost our image there, so we're going to go back to radar now and see if we can't fix that. Looks like it's trying to come back. Obviously, thunderstorms can create issues with signal as they pass over the area, so we'll see if we can get that back here in just a moment. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Let me get this off the screen here for you so we can talk about that. New severe thunderstorm warning, essentially replacing the warning that has been in effect for Burt County. There you see. We will get that information here for you. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Burt, Harrison, and Monona counties until 2:15 this afternoon. This does include Mapleton, Pisgah, Takema, and Ute. This is for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 1-inch diameter hail. This storm does have a history of producing large hail. Again, right now it is over the Takema area. We were hoping to see if we could detect any of the hail from the traffic cameras, but we've lost our signal, likely due to the thunderstorm passing over that area, unfortunately. But this is a new severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 2:15 for Burt, Harrison, and Monona counties. You see it there scrolling on the bottom of your screen, so in effect for another 39 minutes. Okay, we continue to monitor this severe thunderstorm warning over Burt, Harrison, and Monona counties right now. And just wanted to get getting some photos from our viewers, and we do appreciate those. If you go to our website, right there on the home page, you should be able to pull down a menu that says submit a photo. There you can submit any pictures of the storm that you may have. And we now have a tornado warning issued with this storm as it is approaching the Little Sioux area. Tornado warning now in effect for this same storm that's now exiting the Takema area. Tornado warning is in effect. This just ramped up here a moment ago. This does include Burt, Harrison, and Monona counties until 2:15 this afternoon. Right now, we're going to go ahead and switch over to the velocity scan as we want to see what's going on inside this storm. But this, yeah, there you see it right there. That is where we are seeing some rotation right along the Missouri River as it approaches the Little Sioux area. This is kind of in a little bit of a notch area where we would expect to see rotation develop. So again, this is east of Takema, right over the Missouri River right now, heading right for the Little Sioux and Pisgah areas in western Iowa. This is a tornado warning for a radar indicated tornado, or a radar indication of a developing tornado, I should say, excuse me. So that is the area of concern right now as we continue to watch these storms push off to the northeast at 15 to 25 miles per hour, or excuse me, 25 to 35 miles per hour. Okay, there is the tornado warning now scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Again, in effect until 2:15 this afternoon. This severe thunderstorm is producing an indication that a tornado could develop in this area near the Little Sioux area. The tornado was located west of Little Sioux. Let me just confirm the rest of that information here. Yeah, this is a radar indication of a tornado. So there is no confirmed tornado on the ground right now, but it is important for people in this tornado warning to treat it as if a tornado is on the ground, because according to radar, one could develop at any moment. So we are going to be monitoring these scans now very closely, as this is just crossing the Missouri River and approaching I-29 at the Little Sioux area right now. And you see here on radar that notch. That is the area of concern. And this is, at least on reflectivity, where we're most concerned about a tornado developing, right in this area here. And as we switch over to our wind detector, you can see what we mean. There's growing signs of organized rotation in this storm system right now that we're going to have to keep an eye out for. We're just going to take a quick look at our debris tracker, and nothing strongly indicating that there is a tornado producing debris right now, but it's a pretty messy signature in that area. So right now we're just going to keep an eye on the winds in this area. That does appear to be a somewhat broad rotation area, but we are quite a distance away from the radar site, so that may be playing a role in that as well. We're going to be working to see if we can find any cameras in that area and get an idea of what's going on now that it's passing over into the Iowa part of our viewing area, at least in that area, up to the north. So we are working to get some cameras up in that area. I'm going to make this a little bit smaller so you can see the radar. But this is the area that we're watching right now for a possible developing tornado. This is not a tornado on the ground right now. This is radar indication that a tornado could be on the ground, or that a tornado could develop at any moment. Okay, looks like we've got a camera in that area. I'm going to try and get this up as quickly as I can. Okay, let's going to try and get this up as quick as I can. This is a live look from I-29 in the Little Sioux area. Just a still image, unfortunately, is all we're going to get from this camera, I believe. But there you see the dark clouds in the distance as this storm system is passing through that area. I'm going to try and see if I can. There should be video on this. Let me see if we can get that going here. No, we do not have any camera or no video from this camera, but we do have some pictures. So you can see this is just from an array of cameras in that area that take still images of I-29. This one is looking south along I-29 at the Little Sioux River area. And there you see to the east, but as you look to the north and to the northwest, go back down here. This is the best image we've seen from this camera. Again, we were only getting still images from this camera, but you can see the darkened skies and a possible area of a cloud base. But this is a very, very blurry photo. But again, this is the area now under a tornado warning right now. Unfortunately, the camera is only a still camera and only producing still images that are unfortunately a little bit blurry right now. So we'll keep an eye on that, but unfortunately no live pictures from that area right now. So let's go ahead and go back to live first alert radar as we continue to monitor this strong thunderstorm. In a moment, we're going to take you to meteorologist Matt Serwe and the rest of the First Alert 6 team as they are going to have more information on this tornado-warned storm. And we will take you there now.
6 Weather Day.
Good afternoon. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe here in the First Alert 6 Weather Center. I'm with Emily Roller as well. We're breaking in because we have a tornado warning that is getting very close to the Little Sioux, Iowa area. And I want to zoom in because just in the last about 5 minutes or so, you can see just north of Little Sioux, it's developed this hook. And that's concerning. And it's strengthened really quickly just in the last about 5 minutes or so. And you can see how we have radar winds kind of going in like that and out like that. That's our area of rotation. And this is just north of Little Sioux. So I want to tell you, I know this area, especially after the Boy Scout camp tornado, there's probably a lot of people that are very hypersensitive to this type of environment. So remember, if you are in Little Sioux, this is the time to get to the lowest floor of whatever building you're in. Make sure you get inside. If you have a basement, awesome. Put as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. This is still a radar indicated tornado, but when you have this type of a hook going very close to a city and that hook is intensifying. Let's take a look at that latest radar stand. Still waiting to get radar data there, but this is just on the northwest side of Little Sioux. This is well north of Omaha. If you're watching us in Omaha, you know we're under a tornado watch. Our storms are still developing off to the southwest. I want to take some time because there are some people in the far northern parts of our viewing area that might be very concerned with how this storm is looking. Again, so far, we're talking about radar indicated rotation. I'm just checking the National Weather Service chat. They've been very communicative out in Valley. If you're in the Takema area, again, Takema's right here west of the storm. You're in the clear. I heard that sirens were going off in Takema. This is not a Takema issue. This is especially from Little Sioux off to the north. So again, if you're in the Little Sioux area, if you are, let me put the warning information on here. If you are anywhere in Monona and Harrison County in this warning, around the Little Sioux area, make sure you're inside. Make sure you're in your tornado shelter. If you're in Little Sioux, it's right now and probably for the next 5 or 10 minutes where you have to be inside. The National Weather Service has had a lot of communication from spotters with this storm as it moved through Burke County and into parts of Harrison and Monona County. Far northern Harrison, southern Monona County, right on in the Little Sioux area. There's Easton Trail, Austin Avenue. Again, this is north of Little Sioux proper. If I kind of recenter this here, you can see where we have this hook. If there is a tornado with this, it would be right about here, just north of Little Sioux. Let's take a look at if we can see any type of debris. Now, remember, this is really far away from the radar site in Valley, so we might not be getting the cleanest scan. Anywhere where we have those drops, the yellow, that's where maybe the radar is hitting things that are different shapes, different sizes, not all rain. So if I kind of circle where we have just a little bit of a drop, maybe right here, again right here, I turn on the radar, almost in that same area. So that's why the Weather Service is being very proactive with this warning. Again, a tornado warning is in effect for far northern Monona, southern Harrison County, far northern Harrison, southern Monona counties until 2:15. But it is really, the reason why I'm cutting in here is because this hook is getting very close to the Little Sioux area. And if you're in the Little Sioux area, you know you are you're very aware of what tornadoes can do. So that's why I want to jump in, just kind of give everyone a lay of the land in far northern parts of our viewing area. If I zoom out just a little more, you can see it's north of Mondamon, south of Ottawa, but this is going to keep moving off to the northwest. If I put a track on this through the warning, you can see, again, this is exactly why I'm cutting in here. Little Sioux Boy Scout Ranch, 201. So that is about 10 minutes away from a very strong area of rotation getting to a very important place in tornado history. So you got about 10 minutes if you're in that area. City of Moorhead, 217, City of Soldier there, far edge of the warning at 2:29. So these are the times where you need to be in your tornado shelter. We just got a new scan in. Zoom in here. And again, keep hitting this. Little Sioux is why I'm breaking in. There's the rotation. Yeah, and this is looking a lot more put together just on the north side of Little Sioux. So let's zoom in even more here. See what the Weather Service is saying. No more. I'm not seeing any additional reports, but let me tell you, this is a very strong couplet right here, just north of Little Sioux, and this is going to keep moving off to the north and east. So if you know someone who lives north of Little Sioux, northeast of Little Sioux, strongly recommend you give them a call, give them a text real quick, and let them know that there is a storm that could be producing a tornado here. Let's zoom out.
And Matt, I just want to
go ahead, Emily.
Pop in and say, while we focus on this storm, of course, this is the more dangerous storm. We do have a metro warning that just was issued.
Oh, thank you.
This is a severe thunderstorm warning. If we want to pull up weather 2, I do have that warning text pulled up. Are we able to take that full screen in the back? Here we go. This is going to run until 2:30 p.m. This is a hail and wind concern. So we're going to take a look at this real quickly and get back to that tornado warned storm, of course. But as we get some of the hail data coming in, you'll notice a hail core here. This is just getting ready to push into northwestern Douglas County, up to 1-inch hail potential indicated by radar. So I do want to give you that heads up. We are tracking this. That storm, everything's kind of moving northeast in a line there, and that'll continue to roll through the area for the next half hour or so, depending on how long it holds together. Looks like that should say just off to the north of Elkhorn, but Valley going to be impacted also right now just north of Bennington. But we'll watch this as it continues to gradually move east.
Thank you very much, Emily. Again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Surwey, Meteorologist Emily Roller is here. Also, we're probably getting into a very busy stretch here over the next few hours with this line as it moves into eastern Nebraska and eventually western Iowa. Here's the big picture. You can see that one severe thunderstorm warning that Emily was just mentioning in the northwest metro. That goes until 2:30 for parts of Dodge, Douglas, Saunders, and Washington counties. And as she just said, that's mainly for hail moving into the northwest part of the metro. But the reason why I jumped in first, I'm going to be keeping a close eye on this storm. This is the tornado warning for far northern Harrison, southern Monona County. So in the next probably 10 to 15 minutes, we'll be jumping back and forth between these two storms because I know a lot of people in the metro might have gotten some alerts on their phone. This is the more concerning storm right now. And you can see how we have that rotation. If I go back, and that's gotten even stronger. That's concerning. In Little Sioux, I hope you were paying attention. You got the warning somewhere on your phone. Maybe you heard sirens off in the distance because Takema was sounding the sirens. Remember, Takema, you're in the clear, but this is Little Sioux toward Pisgah. If you have friends and family around Little Sioux or Pisgah, again, text them, call them, let them know, hey, there's a tornado warning, and you got to get to your tornado safe spot. If you're in this area, remember, get inside. If you have a basement, great. Lowest floor of whatever building you're in, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. and stay away from windows. We're streaming on the First Alert 6 app. You can always take us along with you there, and as long as you have a TV signal, we'll be on here as well. Here's the latest radar scan. We're not seeing the bright reds and the bright greens, but we're still seeing this rotation, again, just to the northeast of Little Sioux, the northwest of Pisgah. I zoom in here. Let's try to pick up a couple more roads. Again, it's right along Easton Trail. There's the Monona-Harrison County line. So it's really Easton Trail between Little Sioux and Pisgah. That's where we have this rotation. Still very rural areas, but moving away from one population center, kind of getting close to a next. So we want to give you that first alert to the potential for a tornado. Still not seeing any reports on Weather Service chat. Fantastic. Let's hope we keep it that way. But this is probably the most impressive looking storm we've seen so far. In addition, wow, look at that hail core. Potential for maybe 1.5-inch sized hail. And that's going to be going more toward the Moorhead area into southern Monona County. So kind of multifaceted storm here with the tornado potential on the south side toward Little Sioux and Pisgah. But then on the north side of this tornado warning, zoom out a little bit more, you can see the severe thunderstorm warning extends farther into Monona County. That's where we have the potential to see that hail. I want to take a look at the 1 hour rain rates too. Those will pop in. Let's get some information here. Here, Blencoe, 1.5 inches in an hour, 1 inch an hour. So this is going to be putting down some pretty significant rainfall as well. Once again, if you're just joining us, we have that severe thunderstorm warning in the Omaha Metro, but we also have a tornado warning, and this one's been a little more concerning here for the last 5 or 10 minutes, right on the Harrison-Monona County line, just to the northeast of Little Sioux. That goes until 2:15. So if you are in Pisgah, Soldier, Moorhead, you need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. Little Sioux, you are in the clear. If you are in the city of Little Sioux, that rotation has now moved off to your north and east, but it's still going to be a concern toward Highway 183, getting very close to Pisgah. So I want you to take this seriously. It's not looking as strong on radar. This radar scan is just about a couple minutes old, but we still have the red and green next to each other right there. That's where we have the radar indicated rotation, and that's going to keep moving off to the northwest. So that's this storm. Again, let's bop back to the Omaha Metro. We do have this severe thunderstorm warning just moving kind of over valley. Let's see. Storms, reading the National Weather Service chat. Yeah, they're saying limiting tornado potential with these, which is great. We don't need tornado potential in the metro right now, but there are concerns for at least a little bit of hail. Let's get that in here. It's just crossing over Highway 275 or just about there. There's Reichmuth Road north of Valley. That's where we have the potential to see this hail. That is about, oh, let me grab that one more time. Again, Reichmuth, Highway 275, just north of Valley, that hail over 1 inch. So that's enough that it can do damage. We're not talking significant hail with this as it moves through parts of drifting off to the northwest. It's going to form into a big line here. And that's good. This is a kind of a unique shape for a warning with these storms. But we're going to see kind of a line forming here and just kind of drift into parts of the Omaha Metro.
If you'd like to look at the hail loop, I have that pulled up on Weather 2.
Yeah, let's do that, Emily, because I'm kind of curious how that hail loop's been behaving as it moves into northwest parts of the metro.
This is a 30-minute loop.
Okay, so you can see that hail moving northeast through this warning, this really, really long warning that goes until 2. Come on, let's get that up there. It goes until 2:30. So
go back to Weather 1 on cam.
Yeah, so this is going to be the severe thunderstorm warning goes until 2:30 for that hail core that Emily just showed you. And if I move this, if I show you where this is going to be going, I'm going to focus on that one hail core as it moves toward the Blair area. So this is going to be that hail core that could be producing over 1-inch hail in the Northwest Metro. Going to be more toward the Kennard area by about 227, and then so south side of Blair by about 240. So that's the 1-inch hail potential with this storm in the metro. Another area that they're watching down to the southwest toward Wahoo. That's really not looking too strong. There was one storm that kind of blossomed over Saunders County just about a half hour ago and then fizzled out very fast. This is kind of what's left with this as it moves over parts of the Northwest Metro. This is very similar to where we had a severe thunderstorm that produced some hail about this time last week as it moved off to the northwest. So let's go back to that northern storm that we still have the tornado warning with. Right along the Monona-Harrison County line. No confirmed reports of a tornado with this, but the rotation, I bring back the wind speeds here, it's getting a little more broad. Great news there. We don't want to see that tight red and green couplet like we had before, and that rotation was really strong near the Little Sioux area. So that's fantastic news that this storm is kind of weakening as it moves off to the north and east. However, you always want to take these tornado warnings seriously. So if you are in this tornado warning, if you're near the Moorhead area in southern Monona County, you still need to be in your tornado safe spot until this storm is past you. Let's remind a couple areas. Remember, Little Sioux, you are in the clear. I'm going to move this over here again, see if we can get Pisgah, which is about right here. That rotation is also off to your north. So if you're in the Pisgah area, you're also in the clear. This is going to be more toward the Moorhead area, right along Highway 183, where we have that tornado potential as we go through the next 15 minutes or so. Let's put some more arrival times on there with the most intense part of that I'd say the best rotating part of the storm, I would say. So 218, that's where that rotation is going to be near Moorhead. 237 in the Soldier area. So Moorhead, you got about 10 to 15 minutes to get into your tornado safe spot. Soldier area, you got about another 25 to 30 minutes. That's what we're looking at here as that storm continues to move off to the north. As a reminder, Takema did have the sirens going. If you are in Takema, you're completely in the clear. You're not even seeing any rain. The rotation is past Little Sioux. That's fantastic news there. But we are still watching this line. You can see, I put it into motion, how the storms initially developed in northeast Nebraska, continue to move off to the north and east as well. But this trailing line, this is what to watch in the Omaha Metro, in southeast Nebraska and southwest Iowa as we go through the remainder of the afternoon. We do have the tornado watch. Again, this is a tornado watch. Conditions are favorable for tornadoes in this area through 7 o'clock this evening. So this is when you need to be weather aware in eastern Nebraska and western Iowa. If you're in the Omaha Metro specifically, it's going to be within the next probably 2 or 3 hours where we watch that line form off to our southwest and it pushes east. So it's going to be when potentially the kids are coming home from school, potentially during the evening drive, where you have to pay attention and you have to make sure you have a way to get severe weather information. As a reminder, First Alert 6 weather app, as warnings are issued, you can get those notifications right on your phone, and the First Alert 6 streaming app, if you see that warning, switch over to the other app. We'll have live coverage here with any storms that go through the metro. All right, they tightened that severe thunderstorm warning up a little bit in the metro area, so let's zoom into that.
And we have some hail reports coming out of the Arlington area, just small hail, pea-size hail, about 5 miles southeast. But that's not where the main hail core was just yet. So
no, that hail core is about to move over. So 5 miles southeast. Let's see if I can stick on reports. Do we have that there? No, it hasn't populated there yet. So 5 miles southeast of Arlington is about right here. And that radar scan just showed up in the last minute or so. So that report, where we got that report, they could even be seeing some larger hail right now. The potential's there for up to 1-inch sized hail, and this is going to continue to move toward the Kennard area, south of Arlington, more toward Highway 30,
yes,
and then up toward the Blair area. Again, here are those arrival times for that severe thunderstorm warning in the metro, in the far northwest parts of the metro, to be absolutely clear. So Kennard, it'll be by about 2:30, give or take. That's where the hail core will be over you. And then the south side of Blair, it's going to be getting in right around 2:45. That's what we're looking at with this storm in the northwest parts of the metro.
And we do have that up on the city cam, a view of the storm itself if we want to look in that direction.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you can kind of see a little bit of a lowering there, almost like a shelf cloud. You got a little bit of scud on the south side of that. And you see the darker cloud near the tree line. I know a lot of people will get kind of nervous when they see something like that. That's not showing any signs of rotation at this point. And trust me, we got a lot of eyes on this storm as it moves into parts of the metro. We would tell you, we would get reports if we were seeing any of those low clouds starting to rotate. We just don't have that. We don't have that look in the storm in the northwest parts of the metro. This is kind of just pulsing up, producing hail, and it moves off to the north and east. Different story off to our north. Again, I want to remind people that are in this area, and you see it scrolling at the bottom of your screen. We do have the tornado warning now pretty much in Monona County, heading up toward Moorhead and Soldier. That goes until 2:15. And still radar indicated, and you can also see, that's another thing to watch as we go through this afternoon. Hail potential with this storm, 1.5 inches, so about $half sized hail, somewhere between a $half and maybe a ping pong ball there. We do have the potential that any of these storms could produce some pretty big hail, especially the individual storms within this bigger line. This is the first tornado warning we've had. Let's get the wind back on there. It really isn't looking as strong as it did before. Great news, but as a reminder, if you're in the Moorhead area, if you're in Soldier, you're under this tornado warning until 2:15. That's when you need to be in the basement. That's the only active tornado warning right now on this entire line that's moving through eastern Nebraska and into western Iowa. There's the metro storm. And again, they really kind of cleaned up this warning. It did go all the way back through Saunders County, but you see, there's something going on in Saunders County where they've tried to have storms that develop in that part of the county, but then they fizzle out immediately. So there's some local stable air over Saunders County. Good news for them, but we still have plenty of energy out ahead of this where we could still see stronger thunderstorms form as we go into this afternoon. On my drive in, I was coming in from Fremont right around 12:30 to 1 o'clock. Lots of sun popping out here in parts of southeast Nebraska, and that's just going to fuel thunderstorms. Temperatures are in the low to mid 80s out ahead of that, and they're just going to keep warming up as we see the clouds dissipate. Dew points are in the 60s, and that's why we have that potential for severe weather as we go through this afternoon. So I'll tell you, I want to just kind of go through the warnings one more time because it looks like this warning is about to move out of Douglas County, and we haven't had too many reports of that. Yeah, it looks like they just reissued for the warning farther to the north, so I'll get to that in just a second. So we do have this severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 2:30 for parts of the Omaha metro. It's really extreme northern Douglas County and then into southern Washington County. This is mainly going to be up toward Highway 30, Kennard, toward Blair, where 1-inch hail is possible. 60-mile-an-hour winds also possible with that, but we haven't had too many reports of wind damage here. And then farther to the north, we also have this tornado warning that goes until 2:15, but they just reissued as a severe thunderstorm warning, and there's a lot of boxes in here. So the tornado warning still is good, but it looks like the National Weather Service is kind of tipping the hand here. And yeah, you can see that we don't have much in the way of rotation like we had earlier, where we had those reds and greens really close to each other, the bright colors. That's out of here. But if you're still in the Moorhead area, you always respect the tornado warning. If you're around Moorhead in southern Monona County, make sure you are staying in your tornado safe spot until that storm has cleared. But they did reissue for a severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see if I can pick that one here. Right along the Monona-Harrison County line. And it's being warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And I wonder if that's a product of the storm kind of weakening, kind of collapsing on itself, pushing the stronger winds out ahead of that. So let's take all this out of here. Let's zoom out. Let's kind of look at this storm in completely here. You see, we're losing that hail core, we're losing the rotation, two good things that you want to hear if you're in Monona County, and this is going to keep moving likely north and west of the Denison area. But if you're in Denison, keep a close eye on this storm, make sure you're staying weather aware over the next probably about hour or so. Severe thunderstorm warning in the metro. Again, starting to move toward the out of Douglas County and toward southern Washington County here. Still have that potential, that blue dot there, right over the Elkhorn River, just kind of north of Elk City. So this is, there's Pawnee, Highway 36, Highway 31, crossing over into Washington County. I just made this drive on Monday, right over the Elk City area in the Elkhorn River. That's where we have about 1 inch hail, and I'm guessing, I got to do this. Again, there's Highway 36 at Rellers Park right there. Come on, let's get the hail on there. Yeah, 1.1 inch hail, so just barely severe hail with this storm that's moving out of Douglas County and into far southern Washington County. National Weather Service just put through that there was a tornado reported north of Little Sioux. Via the report came through the 911 center there in Harrison County. So that's why we broke in about 20 minutes ago with that hook that developed very close to Little Sioux. Thankfully, that rotation has gone away. In the Omaha metro, you might hear some rumbles of thunder. Let's put lightning on this. Yeah, lots of lightning with this storm as it continues to push off to the north and east. So yeah, you're probably hearing the rumbles of thunder. You can see the dark clouds in the distance, but that hail potential is specifically just south of Kennard, crossing out of Douglas County into southern Washington County. So that's where we stand this afternoon. I'll kind of wrap things up here. I still want to stay with this tornado warning for a little bit. And I know if you're in the Omaha metro, you're like, I don't care about what's happening out there. These people do. So we have to do the service and make sure that they're staying safe. Near Moorhead, near Soldier, that's where we still have this tornado warning. And this did have a report of a tornado with it. The National Weather Service in Valley just putting that report through when it was back toward the Little Sioux area. You can see back down to the southwest here toward Little Sioux. And we've lost the rotation with that, the really strong rotation. If I kind of put this on a loop here, you can see how we have the red and green nice and bright. Oh, pardon me. Still getting used to the touch screen a little bit. So I have to remember not to touch that if I have it on a loop. There's the red and the green near Little Sioux. That's where we had the strongest rotation and the report of a tornado, but we lose a lot of the green as it moved toward the Moorhead area. So I have a feeling the National Weather Service is going to be dropping this warning, or at least the tornado warning sometime soon. Yeah, that looks pretty. Yeah, you don't see the hook like we had before. Even the hail core is starting to fizzle out there. So I'm going to kind of wrap things up here for at least this coverage, but I'll leave you with this. Here's that line of thunderstorms that's pushing into eastern Nebraska and western Iowa. That tornado warning technically goes for 4 more minutes in southern Monona County, but the rotation has really decreased on radar. That severe thunderstorm warning in the northwest Omaha metro. If you're toward Kennard, if you're toward Blair, that storm's going to be over you within the next 10 to 25 minutes. Blair closer to about the 2:30, 2:40 time frame. That's where you could see 1 inch hail, but we're still watching this line develop southwest of Lincoln. These are the storms that we're going to be watching for the bulk of the Omaha metro as we go through the remainder of the afternoon. And the reason why we're concerned, there's a tornado watch until 7 o'clock tonight. So remember, I'll be here. Meteorologist Emily Roller will be here. We have news coming up at 3, 4, 5, and 6. We'll cut in as needed. And remember, you can always get the latest updates on the First Alert 6 weather app. And when we jump into coverage, you can switch over to the First Alert streaming app, and we'll keep you safe as we go through this afternoon. For now, though, let's send you back to regular programming.
Okay, that was Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe from the Weather Center reporting on that tornado warning. Reportedly, there was a tornado near Little Sioux. No word on any injuries or any damage from that, but we will certainly be keeping an eye on that. But for now, we do have new information on the severe weather happening out there right now. Okay, there is that new severe thunderstorm warning that Matt just issued. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Harrison and Monona counties until 2:45 this afternoon. This does include Schleswig, Denison, and Buck Grove. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Harrison and Monona counties until 2:45 this afternoon. This is eventually going to replace the tornado warning that was in effect. We'll take a quick look at that, and as you see over the Moorhead area, not getting any strong indications of any rotation at this time, but certainly we are keeping an eye on that as well. There was a report of a tornado, there was a report of a tornado in the Little Sioux area earlier, which prompted this tornado warning. But again, no reports of any damage or injuries from that, which is the best news we can have right now. So that is the new severe thunderstorm warning. We're also monitoring additional thunderstorms developing to the south. But first, let's start with the severe thunderstorm warning for some of the northwestern portions of the metro area up west of Bennington. Severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect for this area for the potential of some large hail and strong damaging winds. This does include Blair, Kennard, Washington counties until 2:30 this afternoon. It does not include Douglas County. That portion of the warning has been canceled. So that is the latest severe thunderstorm warnings that we have right now. We are continuing to monitor additional development southwest of the metro that will eventually make its way through here. I've been saying between the 2 to 4 o'clock time frame. It's still looking like around that time, may stretch a little bit longer as well, as we're watching these new thunderstorms beginning to develop to the south as expected. And we will continue to monitor those as they push through the area. Let's go ahead and zoom in on that area. There you see the tornado warning has been canceled. So that tornado warning now fortunately no longer in effect. Let's take a look at some of the storms to our south and west here, stretching from Elkhorn south of the severe thunderstorm warning, and now new cells developing west and north of the Lincoln area. And we'll put this in motion here so you can see the general direction of this. Storms are pushing off to the northeast, but they continue to develop eastward. And that is what we're going to be keeping an eye out for. There you see these new cells popping up, and this is what we've seen. These cells pop up, they produce a hail threat, and then they eventually weaken. The concern is, like we just saw up near Little Sioux, is that on the southeastern portion of these storms, rotation can develop, and the conditions are favorable for rotating supercells, and we could see an isolated tornado from some of these storms, and reportedly there was a tornado in the Little Sioux area, but again, no reports of any damage or injuries there. So that is the only reported tornado at this time. We've received reports from viewers of large hail from these storms earlier. We do have, let me get this report in. We did get a report of a 68 mile an hour wind gust as this passed over Tacoma. 68 mile an hour wind gust as the storm, which later produced a possible tornado, was over the Tacoma area. And now we're starting to pay attention to these storms to our south and west that are eventually going to be pushing more easterly and impacting the metro area. And this could impact the metro area for some time because of the fact that the storms themselves are moving to the northeast, but the line of storms is pushing eastward very, very slowly. So we are approaching that time. You probably heard a fair amount of thunder in the metro area as that severe thunderstorm passed just west of the area. And now we are monitoring these additional storms that are developing to our south and west. We'll go ahead and zoom out here and show you more cells developing south of Lincoln as well. We will be keeping an eye out on those. And we will monitor this motion as it moves off to the northeast at anywhere between 25 and 35 miles per hour. All right, let's take a look at our severe thunderstorm warning south of Blair now and take a closer look at this one. We'll switch now to the live mode and take a look at what we have over Kennard right now. There is still a sizable hail core in there, so we will continue to keep an eye out for that. We'll see if we can get a camera up there. sure we can find a camera in that area. Okay, we do not have access to a camera in that area, but we are monitoring another camera further north up near Blair, where this cell will eventually reach. So going to keep a close eye on this, as getting some indications of some rather large hail in this right now. 1.5 inch diameter hail reported on the north, or aloft in this storm, I should say. 1.5 inch diameter hail. That is certainly large enough to produce some damage. Okay. We will get to that image in just a moment. And we were just showing this to you a moment ago, and now it has gone severe. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect south of Wahoo. This just issued seconds ago for Lancaster, Sarpy, and Saunders counties until 2:45 this afternoon. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Lancaster, Sarpy, and Saunders County until 2:45 this afternoon. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch diameter hail, the primary threats. And we will take a look now at what we are seeing inside this cell, likely a developing hail core inside. And there you see, we do have a small hail core developing that could be capable of producing some large hail. So we will be keeping an eye on that here through the next 45 minutes or so. Right now, though, really want to focus on this storm approaching the, passing through the Kennard area in Blair, because this certainly has the looks of something that could produce a rather large hailstone. 1.5 inch diameter hail reported aloft in this storm from the radar. The concern now is what is the size of hail that is reaching the ground. We're going to get a camera here from the Blair areas. This is hopefully going to miss them to the south, but it is going to be close as this storm continues to push off to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. All right, let's take a live look up there at what's going on in the Blair area right now. There it is. There is the live DOT camera in the Blair area. And you can see some heavy rain falling as traffic is still moving along fine, but there is a approaching hail core that they are going to have to be aware of as this continues to push off to the northeast into the Blair area. Okay, we are going to put this in a split here for you. There we go. So there you see, that is not 144th and Dodge. I apologize for that. I thought I fixed that. There we go. Okay, so this is Highway 30 up in the Blair area. As you can see, a good thunderstorm happening there as they are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and more to come. We have another severe thunderstorm warning, and this still includes the Blair area. This is for that cell we were just showing you live on the DOT camera. This new severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 3:15 this afternoon for Harrison, Pottawatomie, and Washington counties. This includes the communities of Blair, Logan, Missouri Valley, and Woodbine. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but this one is warning of 2-inch diameter hail. So this is not just a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of very large hail, about the size of an egg, 2-inch diameter hail. And this was, according to the warning, this was observed at 2:22. Severe thunderstorm was located 3 miles southwest of Modale or 4 miles northeast of Blair, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Law enforcement reporting golf ball-sized hail reported near Arlington. So this is a much more serious situation now, as there is confirmed large hail falling with this new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. You see it there on the bottom of your screen, Harrison, Pottawatomie, and Washington counties. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for the potential of 2-inch diameter hail. All right, we're going to go ahead and back the radar out here again and take you live to Highway 30 in the Blair area where that storm is approaching. We're going to be keeping an eye on this camera for any indications of large hail that may be falling. One of our viewers joining us, actually several viewers now on our YouTube page reporting pea-sized hail in Blair already, pea-sized hail falling in Blair. So we thank everyone for those reports. They really help us out as this severe thunderstorm approaching does have the potential of producing some rather large hail. We're also keeping an eye on the potential for any tornadic development. We're not really seeing any indications of that at this time. But again, that can quickly change with these storms as they are rapidly developing. This is a bit of an older scan, but there you see that hail core as it was approaching the Blair area. But pea-sized hail, several reports of pea-sized hail falling in Blair right now as this severe thunderstorm is now passing through that area. So we're going to keep this image up here right now and just keep an eye on what is happening up in Blair. Let's go ahead and we'll take the radar image off here for just a moment and get a closer look at this. There you see the heavy rain falling, no indications yet of any hail, any large hail, I should say, falling. It's really hard for us to make out any small hail that's falling just because of the camera being zoomed out. And these are Nebraska DOT cameras, so unfortunately we don't have control over them, but we're grateful for the pictures that they're able to provide. There you see the heavy rain falling as the bulk of that storm is passing to the south of Blair, but that hail core, as many of you have told us, has reached the Blair area with at least pea-sized hail. Jules on YouTube saying that she's getting quarter-sized hail in Blair. Thank you for that report. Unfortunately, that is very possible. Hopefully, no damage from these storms as this storm is rolling through the Blair area. Now, Bob over on YouTube does say it's getting bigger there too. Bob, I know you mentioned pea-sized hail earlier, so just keep an eye on it and let us know how big it gets. And anyone in the Blair area that's watching us, if you get any photos of this hail that's falling right now, you can send it to us. The best way to do that is if you have the First Alert 6 app, you can go in there and you can submit photos. You can also go to our website and you can click on Submit a Photo under the menu, or you can also go to, let me check here. So if you go to our website and right at the top of the page, you will see the little hamburger menu under our logo, and there you will find submit photos and videos. That is the best way to send us your photos with as much information as you can provide. This is the best way to share photos with us, and we really appreciate anybody that can help us. Camden over on YouTube asks if kids are going to stay at school in Omaha. We have not heard that they are holding students at this time, but it looks like we're going to be getting an update from our weather team in the studio, so we will take you to them live right now.
South of Blair, and it's kind of getting over Blair right now, heading toward Missouri Valley. This severe thunderstorm warning goes until 3:15. It includes parts of Harrison, Potawatomi, extreme northeast Potawatomi County, and Washington County as well, eastern Washington County. So that's the most concerning storm that we have right now. And the hail, I'm going to put this on a loop over the last half hour, and I want to show you why we kind of jumped in here. The hail with this looked incredible just about 15 minutes ago. Watch that purple core there, right southeast of Arlington, kind of toward Kennard, now getting into the south side of Blair. That purple was likely the report of 2-inch hail. They had a report of golf ball size hail just outside the Arlington area. But right now, it's the south side of Blair heading toward Missouri Valley that has that hail moving with it. It's moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. So it's in Blair right now, south side of Blair. It should be in Modale by 2:52. It should be in Logan by about 3:11 there, crossing over into northwest parts of northwest Iowa. If I go back down to the southwest, we do have more storms getting into the southwest parts of the metro, and we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that does include far western parts of Sarpy County, and this is for 1-inch hail. You can see that storm southern Saunders County getting toward the Sarpy-Douglas County line right along the Platte River. This goes until 2:45. 1-inch hail with this one, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Let's take a look at the hail. Doesn't look like too much, maybe a little bit of hail kind of getting outside of that warning there, getting into southwest parts of Elkhorn. Let's keep going down to the southwest because we have more storms. Again, this is going to be one to watch as it moves off to the north and east toward the Omaha metro. You see the storm is kind of sitting by itself in the Lincoln area. Put that on a loop, and you can kind of see just in the last half hour or so, it's really started to strengthen. And that's what we're going to see. We're going to keep seeing these storms really strengthen now along this line as it moves into some very warm, very sunny, and very humid air across southeast Nebraska and southwest Iowa. So chances are we're going to be staying with you here for a little bit as these storms push across the Omaha metro. Right now, all these storms are just being warned for hail. If I give you a big picture of the viewing area, you can see, basically draw a line from Denison, Blair, south of Wahoo near Lincoln, and even down toward the Fairbury area. That's where this line is really starting to erupt, and that's why we have the tornado watch that goes until 7 o'clock tonight. Really, it's going to be the next 2 or 3 hours that's really go time in the Omaha metro. Looks like they just issued a new warning there. Yep, right. Just connect the dots with the severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's zoom in here, and this includes Douglas County and Washington County. So this is going to be going over the Elkhorn area, going over Bennington, and this goes until severe thunderstorm warning for parts of the Omaha metro, mostly Douglas and southern Washington County until 3:15. Notice 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds with that. So let's do some investigating. Let's turn on the hail first. I just showed you this hail core kind of moving over the Platte River. Zoom in a little bit more. So this is right over Highway 92 and almost to Dodge. So really south of Dodge, south of 275, that's where we have this hail core. And we have the hail potential there just about severe. So this will be going toward the Elkhorn area. Let's put a track on it. I want to see, let me bring this back up. Let me see how fast these storms are moving.
25.
25, thank you, Emily. 25 miles an hour off to the north and east. So here are the arrival times. Again, this is for 1-inch hail in the Omaha metro, far western parts of the metro at the moment. but it'll be near Waterloo by 2:43, Elkhorn by 2:47, so that's in about another 15 minutes, Bennington by 3:03, Irvington at 3:10, and again, south of Blair, just about 3:13. That's what we're looking at there with this storm as it moves across the metro. Let's put it on a loop. You can kind of see everything kind of trailing off to the north and east, and more storms are firing back up towards Saunders County. So if you're in the Omaha metro, chances are over the next 2 hours of Douglas County here within the next hour or two. But it's this storm that we are going to be watching coming out of Lancaster County that is likely going to be the one that moves across the core of Douglas and Sarpy counties. So we have that severe thunderstorm warning, again, for parts of the Omaha metro that goes until 3:15. 1-inch hail possible with this storm, and it's really going to be moving over mainly western parts of the metro. I mentioned the cities Elkhorn, Bennington, Irvington, south side of Blair. So that's where we're going to see this hail core moving over. I see people clicking around on the sky cams in West Omaha. Lots of dark clouds moving in. And just kind of let's set the stage of what we can expect this afternoon. We have that tornado watch that goes until 7 o'clock. We've already had one report of a tornado near Little Sioux within the last 45 minutes. That's the only one. We've seen a lot of hail reports with these. Let me see if I can put the hail reports, see if those start to pop up. Yeah, especially with this storm that we had. There's the tornado report. Let's do this. There's the tornado report around Little Sioux. And then we have the hail report. Let's do that. There's the hail report. Finally popped up on me. The hail report, eventually. No, you're not going to do it? Thanks. Appreciate that. There we go. Just about ping pong ball size hail near the Kennard area, reported by law enforcement. And that is the storm that's moving toward Blair right now. So let's get that off of there. Let's take a look at that storm that's going through Blair. This is the one that really has the most intense hail possibility right now. You can see just went through Blair, heading toward Modale, Missouri Valley, I-29 in parts of Harrison County. Oof, not a good drive coming up here within the next 20 minutes or so. We still have that blue hail. If there's any good news I have, it's that we're really seeing it kind of shy toward the south side of Blair, north of Fort Calhoun, hopefully splitting the biggest population centers. But that's going to be going right over the Missouri River Valley and toward I-29, Modale, Missouri Valley within the next half hour. Zoom out here, all these storms kind of moving off to the northwest at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. This one's going at about 30. So let's get some arrival times for that hail as it moves off to the north and east. 30 miles an hour with that one. So it's going to be getting toward Modale and Missouri Valley, kind of at that same threshold there on I-29. That's going to be about 250. Again, this is for about 1 to 1.5 inch size hail based on radar. Calhoun, again, not Fort Calhoun, Calhoun at 301 and 311 toward the Logan area. Let's go back to the north and east. Keep investigating this line a little bit more. This is the storm that had at least a tornado warning with it, and we still have the severe thunderstorm warning that goes for Crawford County now. Still 1-inch hail with that. It goes until 3:15. 60-mile-an-hour winds there. All right, there's a new tornado warning that just popped up, so let's get to that real quick. There's the tornado warning. This is on the edge of the viewing area, but I do at least want to mention it. This tornado warning coming out of Jefferson County into Gage County. This tornado warning goes until 3:15. And some good news here, radar indicated, but these storms are moving into an environment where they could easily spin up really quickly. So if you know someone kind of lives between Fairbury and Beatrice, shoot them a text, give them a call, let them know that the tornado warning has been issued. It goes until 3:15. And in addition, that has golf ball sized hail with it. That's going to be kind of on the north side of that. So hopefully that hail core will stay north and west of the Beatrice area. But there's the rotation. This is the one that the National Weather Service in Valley has issued this tornado warning for. And it continues. Get some information on this storm real quick, and I'll put a track on it. This storm continues to move off. Come on now. to move off to the north and east at 35 miles an hour. So that one's a little bit quicker. Let me put a track on this one. Again, this is the southern parts of the viewing area, but nevertheless, a place that we have to keep an eye on. So this rotation, northeast at 35 miles an hour, getting outside of the warning, but again, this is for that tornado warning in parts of Jefferson and Gage County. Harbine 249, Ellis 259, Beatrice, there's the time, 3:12. So if you know someone in the Beatrice area, they have about a half hour to get to their tornado safe space. If you are watching us from parts of Gage County, watching the stream, yes, this could be impacting school pickup time, maybe some after school activities. So make sure you're staying informed with the weather. We'll keep giving you updates here as we continue to monitor this warning down to the south. But there are plenty of new warnings. Emily, was there a new warning that just came in that I missed?
I just was going to say I have the camera pulled up in Waterloo,
okay,
where we do have some of the larger hail potential showing up on radar. And it was pointed where we could see some cars that were stopped underneath an overpass, and you really don't want to do that in these situations. It is not safe for other drivers on the road. There's no reason for you to be stopped there. This is kind of a recipe for an accident when you do something like that. I understand you don't want to get hail damage on your car, but looking outside right now in Waterloo, what we're seeing is a lot of heavy rain. Looked like I could see maybe some small hail on the ground, but nothing super large at that point. So keeping an eye on that. But again, of course, if you are going to be out traveling in this, be safe. You do not want to stop under these overpasses. It can be hard to have other cars stop in a timely manner behind you, especially when they're not expecting it, because we do have wet roads.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that, Emily. And here is the hail potential with this. You can see Skyline Drive, right over the Elkhorn River there, and kind of just north of Dodge, getting up toward the Maple area. So it's the northwest part of Elkhorn. I'll zoom in here just a little bit more and pick up a few streets that this is going to be going toward. So again, there's 180th, 192nd, 204th. So 204th north of Dodge toward Maple. That's where we have the potential to see at least some hail. The Weather Service issued this for 1-inch sized hail. Radar with this, you can see some of the pink showing up kind of north of there. So this is going to be more toward the north side of Elkhorn, heading toward Ida, Military, and eventually the Bennington area. No signs of rotation with this storm. Let's take a look at the radar velocity. Yeah, this is all kind of linear there. The reason why they issued this warning is because of that hail potential, and it's kind of dwindling at the moment. But nevertheless, you could see pea-sized, dime-sized, maybe quarter-sized hailstones coming up here, going through Elkhorn and Bennington within the next 15 minutes or so. And Emily had a good reminder. We're getting into the peak afternoon commute here in Omaha. If you're watching us and you see that a storm is going to be moving toward where you work, where you're picking the kids up from school, where you're going to be driving, it's just a good idea to hunker down. If you don't need to be on the roads when these pass through, I'm not saying that's right now. It is right now if you're in Elkhorn and Bennington. But if you are planning on being on the roads in the next hour or two in the Omaha Metro, yeah, you don't want to be driving near one of these storms. So that's why stay with us here at 6. We'll let you know as we start to see these storms move in, the areas that you kind of want to avoid. As of right now, severe thunderstorm warning over parts of Douglas County. This goes until 3:15, and this is that storm. I'll put this down here. This is the storm that's kind of over the north side of Elkhorn right now, heading toward Bennington. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and yeah, no additional. That's always good when we start seeing these storms move over populated areas. We're not getting a lot of hail reports out of this one. That's fantastic. Emily?
If you want to look at timing in kind of a different perspective, I kind of timed out the progress of this line of storms over the last hour as it moves east. So this isn't for any individual warning, but it's maybe when this line gets to your area and you potentially could see a warning or at least some stormy activity. It's moving at about 20 miles per hour. So to kind of give you an idea of when this is going to get to you, Ashland pretty soon, within the next 5 minutes or so, we could be looking at some of these storms in Gretna by about 2:56. As we get into Millard, 303, getting closer to the downtown Omaha area as we approach 3:30. In general, our highest storm threat kind of clears most of the Omaha metro as we approach the 4 o'clock hour. So that kind of holds with the timing that we were thinking earlier. But we're watching a very slow progress of this line in general moving east.
Yeah, and if anything, keep our fingers crossed. If it's a slow moving line, maybe we can wring out a little more rain out of it. That would be great. I'm zoomed in here on the north side of Lincoln. I know we're not technically carried on any over-the-air signals down there, but this storm, I'll switch back to the classic radar view. You can see how it's kind of starting to bow a little bit there, starting to hook a little bit. And if I switch over to the radar wind speeds, you can see that we have at least a little bit of red and green together. It's not the best. So we've had a lot of really contaminated looking radar scans, especially with the wind today. However, that's starting to add up to potentially a little more rotation with this storm. And I'll zoom out a little bit more, and you can see this would move right up almost paralleling I-80 into southwest parts of Sarpy County. So that's why chances are we're going to be staying with you on TV for a good portion of the next couple of hours, because that's why we have the tornado watch. We're moving into an environment. There's the tornado watch across the good portion of the First Alert 6 viewing area in eastern Nebraska and western Iowa. This goes until 7 o'clock. Very volatile environment where we could see some tornadoes, and potentially we've already seen some storms produce hail up to 2-inch size in parts of southern Washington County. And now, as this line fills in, you can see that one tornado warning just to the west of Beatrice, storm that's showing a little more rotation near Lincoln, and more storms that are producing mostly heavy rain, and at this point a little bit of hail near Missouri Valley. Let's go back into those storms real quick. And yeah, that storm's pulsing up again. So if you're in Missouri Valley, there's that purple area, and that hail core potentially 1.5-inch sized hail. And when we had that signature before, or at least that color on the hail indicator near the Kennard and Arlington area, we got reports of 2-inch hail. So I will say maybe ping pong ball sized hail heading toward Missouri Valley. So if you're around Missouri Valley, I-29, it's got about 5 minutes or so. Maybe get the car in the garage, get to, if you're at work and there's at least some sort of covered parking, pretty good idea to at least get the car under there. And this is going to continue to move off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So let's put a track on this. It's going right up toward Woodbine. So again, Missouri Valley, Calhoun, or Missouri Valley is probably going to be within the next 5 or 10 minutes or so. Logan by about 3:12, and eventually toward Woodbine by about 3:27. Yeah, that hail core is looking a lot more impressive there, heading right toward I-29. So yeah, Emily, if you can keep an eye on any Iowa cameras that are near I-29 and Missouri Valley, that's going to be going right over the interstate here pretty soon.
Unfortunately, we just have NDOT available to us.
My apologies.
I can see if we have anything up in that area.
Okay. Yeah, because this is going to be right over the border. Maybe a Blair camera could be pointed that way, something near Fort Calhoun, Blair. Because, yeah, I'm kind of curious what reports. And as always, as a reminder, if you have any storm reports, take us on social media, First Alert 6. You can send it to our you can email the newsroom. You can go on our website, go on our app, and you can send in reports that way. We love to hear what you're seeing with these storms as they move through, because it helps us get the message out to everyone kind of downstream from these storms as far as what they can expect as we go through the next couple of hours. So that storm heading into Missouri Valley has the best hail potential right now. We go back into the metro. I turn on the hail and a lot of it disappears. That's good news. Still could have some pea-sized hail north side of Elkhorn heading toward Bennington, kind of over Highway 36, Pawnee Road there in far northern parts of Douglas County. Let's zoom out a little bit more. I want to see that storm near Lincoln. Yeah, I'm gonna keep an eye on that one. Yeah, that's concerning. Let's zoom in here. Got the I-80 shield kind of right over that. So if I scrub back just a little bit, Yeah, we're not seeing, so this was about, it was 2:40, so that's about 10 minutes ago. You see the red and the green next to each other. That's what kind of caught my eye here, but we're not seeing that if I drag it up toward real time. So just a little bit of it there. Let me switch the source and see if that will clean it up a little bit. But this is the type of environment we're going to be dealing with here. Yeah, that doesn't really look much different. But this is the type of environment we're going to be dealing with here as we go through the next few hours. Is we have a front/dry line coming through. It's going to kick up these storms, and there's enough rotation in the atmosphere that they could produce some brief tornadoes. And this will be the one to watch as we go into the Omaha metro. There's another one, and we're seeing these storms just kind of pulse up and down. Let me zoom in here to far northwestern Sarpy County, so right over the Douglas-Sarpy line, kind of where the Elkhorn empties into the Platte there, western parts of Gretna. Not under a warning right now, but that could be the next little hail core that's developing. And yeah, we're seeing non-severe hail. When you have this white color here, it's probably about dime to penny-sized hail. That's still on the smaller side as far as severe hail is concerned, but nevertheless, that would be the one to watch move over parts of Gretna, eventually Chalco, Millard, and central, maybe the Boys Town area and parts of West Omaha. No official warning with that, but you can see how that moves right to the northwest there in the last couple of scans, and it's starting to intensify. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. Let's go big picture here. Let's see what we have for the entire viewing area. Yeah, just kind of connecting the dots with severe thunderstorm warnings from Denison, Missouri Valley, through the western parts of the Omaha metro, north of Lincoln, and that tornado warning near Beatrice. Let me get just a quick update on that one. National Weather Service really not showing much as far as reports go. The wind with this, not looking the best. Let me go see if I can pick up the other radar. No, that's good news. Let me be abundantly clear. Meteorologists, we investigate the storms. We look for different things. We never root for storms. So if it sounds like I'm coming off as excited, that's not it. I'm just trying to see what this storm is doing, because it's kind of in the middle of several different radar sites and heading toward, a populated area in Beatrice. It's the heart of Gage County. And we do have that tornado warning with this storm that goes until 3:15. Again, radar indicated it could be producing golf ball sized hail, and that's that hail core near Harbine, and that's going to move north, likely northwest of Beatrice, but Beatrice itself is still in this warning. Let's go back to the metro area.
It looks like there's a little part of the storm that's not in the warning. It's about to move into northwest Sarpy County that looks a little bit on the stronger side. We have my weather computer pulled up here, and you can see the hail core. This is usually about 5 minutes behind, but it's starting to approach that 1-inch range. And as we take a look at the radar picture, you can really see where that section of the storm is right here. So as that just continues to move northeast, might become a little bit more of a problem for the metro if that holds together. Certainly the largest hail close to the metro at the moment. Absolutely. So let's put it straight. I want to be abundantly clear. This is not under a warning right now, but Emily and I both agree that this is a piece of, or at least a storm to watch. So this is going to be moving kind of paralleling the south side of this severe thunderstorm warning. And this is the hail core as it stands, moving at about 30 miles an hour. So if it holds together, it would be in doubling up on Millard. Let's say the south side of Millard at about 310, the north side of Millard by about 312, Boys Town, so again, right over 132nd and Dodge, give or take. That's going to be about 315. Ralston by about 320, Irvington 326, and this kind of clips, I would say, it looks like the Epley area of Omaha, that's what's ticking here, by about 332. So over the next half hour to 40 minutes or so, this is where we could see maybe another warning get issued, but that has the best hail potential that we're seeing in the metro right now. You see, it doesn't look like much, but it is nevertheless moving into a volatile environment where we have ingredients where we could see these storms kind of blossom very rapidly. The rotation with this, I saw someone mention on chat that almost
No, I'm not seeing any type of rotation with this storm. And if you are a radar savvy person, I know a lot of people out here flipping through your radar. Maybe you're like me and one of the only apps you pay for is Radar Scope, and you're looking at this and you might think, oh, the red and the green right next to each other. A lot of the radar data that we're getting in is kind of dirty today. It's not the cleanest radar, not the cleanest environment that we have over us right now. So word of caution to kind of temper your expectations if you're doing your own investigation of these thunderstorms. I want to go back toward the Missouri Valley storm and that storm that's going through right now because it did have, I saw the hail signature kind of tick up with it again. And you can see right over Missouri Valley. Wow. Right over I-29, 2¼ size. So we're talking, this would be baseball-sized hail, almost tennis ball-sized hail, moving over I-29, kind of between Missouri Valley and Modale. Good news there if you're in one of those two cities that this hail core is likely missing you. Not the best if, say, you have some farmland over that area, but that. As Emily was mentioning, that's about one scan behind, and that hail core right now is moving over Calhoun and heading toward the Logan and Woodbine area. So let's put a track on here real quick. That hail core moving off to the northwest at about 35 miles an hour. Now let's drag this out of here. So that hail core, and again, with the potential for maybe up to baseball-sized hail now, is going to be near Calhoun and at 2:54, so that's right about now. Woodbine by about 3:15, and Dunlap, yeah, a place that saw some pretty damaging hail just about a week ago. Here's your first alert, 3:30. We could be seeing more big hail toward the Dunlap, the Ida area, Dow City as well. So keep a close eye on that storm if you are in those areas. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like a new one just got issued, so let's take a look at that one. Yeah, it's going to be, it's getting where we've reached that point in the line where it's like, okay, which one of these is the new one? Because we have so many different warnings that are getting issued. And that's for that one kind of connecting into Saunders and almost up to the Omaha Metro. So here's the newest severe thunderstorm warning. Put this down here so you can read it along with me. 3:45, and this includes parts of Cass, Lancaster, and Saunders County. It's northeast Lancaster, southeast Saunders, and just barely clips Cass County. For all intents and purposes, Cass County really not included in this warning, but it's labeled nonetheless. Observed 1.5-inch sized hail, so about $half sized hail with this storm as it moves off to the northwest. And yeah, it's pulsing back up again. Let's take this and move it back over here. And again, if we take this track and move it to the northwest at about 35 miles an hour, take it right to the edge of this warning, you can see it starts to get into the Omaha metro area. So here's your first alert to the next storm to watch if you are in the southwest metro. By 3:18, this hail core is going to be over Memphis. By about 3:30, give or take, is when we start to see it cross into Gretna. Some good news, if you know anyone who's driving along I-80, maybe trying to beat the storms getting in between Lincoln and Omaha, looks like this hail core, at least this one, is going to be staying north of I-80. But truly, I would say between about 3 and 5, if you don't have to drive this I-80 stretch, I wouldn't run the risk. I wouldn't want to take the gamble and maybe get my car hit by golf ball sized hail or maybe see a tornado spin up in the distance. That's the type of environment we have today where we're going to be dealing with potentially some big hail and some tornado spin ups if we can get the right environment. Let's go back to the metro, and we have this thunderstorm. All right, the hail. We have our storm trackers heading out there. The hail with this is not looking as big as it did before.
Coming in.
You do?
Out of 204th and Maple, pea-sized hail. So as you're saying, it's not very big.
Yeah. Hopefully, and remember, I hope that we see these storms kind of pulse down a little bit as they move into the metro. I'll zoom back out, put it on a loop, and you can kind of see how this has evolved over the last hour. I'm going to put this back to a half-hour loop here, make it a little bit cleaner. So this is a half-hour loop with this severe thunderstorm coming out of Saunders County into northwest Sarpy County right now, north of I-80, kind of getting into the Gretna area. You can see how it's pulsed up a little bit. It looked like right over the Platte/Elkhorn River where they converge there. That's where we had maybe the best chance of seeing some severe hail. We're not seeing, I go live here and zoom in, we're not seeing the widespread pink areas like we did before. So hopefully this is just down to maybe pea-sized hail at about Highway 6 and Q, just north of Gretna. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning, and they keep coming pretty fast here. But again, that hail core, to complete my thought, is going to be heading toward about Highway 275, so the center Pacific area out toward Millard here within the next 5 minutes. You aren't technically in the warning, but that's where we likely have the best chance of seeing a little bit of hail in the metro right now. Northwest Douglas, north central Douglas County still under that severe thunderstorm warning until this one goes until 3:15. And you can see we just have radar indicated 1-inch hail. And if we're not getting any reports of this as it goes over some pretty populated areas, great. All right, there's that new thunderstorm warning. I see that one just sitting right. It looks like exactly what they were doing before, where they're just kind of warning this entire line. So let's get some information on this. And this does include parts of Cass County. So here's that, Cass and Lancaster County. This goes until 4 o'clock. 1-inch hail and potentially 60-mile-an-hour winds.
This is moving at 40 miles per hour.
Okay, so we're starting to see these speed up a little bit. A lot of the storms initially 30 to 35. Now this is going 40. So I put a track on this. This is coming out of the Lincoln area and going to be heading toward the Platte River. So at 40 miles an hour, here are the arrival times. Again, this is 1-inch hail. It'll be getting over, it kind of coming out of Lincoln right now. Waverly by about 3:18, Alvo 3:24, Elmwood 3:30, and then getting toward Ashland by about 3:36. Weeping Water by 3:42. So that's where we have the latest arrival times of that hail. Honestly, Weeping Water, you're outside of this warning. I'll take you outside of the hail threat, at least with this storm, because if this is moving off to the northeast, it'll probably parallel this yellow line here and stay just off to your northwest. So northwest of Weeping Water, we do have that potential to see hail. All right. So that's the latest storm, and we still have this good news here. They reissued a severe thunderstorm warning in Gage County. So it doesn't look like they're going to reissue the tornado warning. Still, 1.5-inch size hail with that storm in Gage County. This will be something to watch if you're maybe around Plattsmouth, around Nebraska City, the Cass-Oto County areas. This is the storm to watch for you. It has 1.5-inch hail coming through Beatrice at the moment. This severe thunderstorm warning goes until 3:45. So here's the big picture. It's a little after 3 o'clock here. Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe here, meteorologist Emily Rollers with me in the Weather Center. We have Dave Zielinski on the desk right now in case we start getting any more reports across the Omaha Metro. We have our storm spotters out. It is going to be a busy afternoon. We've already seen several warnings issued, one confirmed tornado north of Little Sioux just about an hour ago. But for the moment, a lot of these storms are just producing kind of sporadic hail. But those hail reports have been as big as 2 inches. That's some damaging hail with this line that's developing. So this is a 1-hour loop with this line of storms. So you can see right now it's in central Douglas County. It's just kind of clearing about a half county an hour. So if you kind of extrapolate out here, we have maybe 2 more hours through the Omaha Metro. We have the potential to see these storms kind of shifting from the north to the south Metro. If you're watching us from Blair, if you're watching us from Fremont, Wahoo, Columbus, you're clear. The dry line is through. In fact, here I'll show you where I'll show you the temperatures that we have. Still 81 at Epley, 80 in Plattsmouth, 80 Nebraska City. This is the warmth that's going to be fueling these thunderstorms as they move into parts of southeast Nebraska and southwest Iowa. And the humidity, this is the key. Now that line is through Wahoo, Fremont, and Tacoma, but behind that, look at the dew points drop. Wow. Dew points in the 20s and 30s. Out ahead of that, yeah, southwest Iowa, you still have to be aware of the weather. Your first alert to what could be a pretty stormy evening across parts of far southeast Nebraska and southwest Iowa, because we still have dew points that are in the low to mid 60s. Let's go. Oh, I got to go back here. There we go. Now I'm on the trolley. Here's the Omaha Metro, and we have this severe thunderstorm warning. This is the most immediate one if you're watching us from Omaha. This severe thunderstorm warning goes until 3:15 for mainly northern parts of Douglas County, northern and central Douglas County, extreme southern Washington County as well. If I take this off and I put it on the hail mode, kind of focuses your attention. Really, some good news here. We're only seeing two. Here, I almost have to draw them in because they're coming in so faintly. I want you to be able to see that at home. Two little hail cores at the moment, and that might be pea-sized hail, maybe, at the absolute most. Great news there, but we're getting, again, toward coming home from school, maybe soccer practice, baseball practice this evening, golf leagues. You're not going to be going out within the next hour or so across pretty much all of the Omaha Metro. If you're down toward the Bellevue area, toward Plattsmouth, toward Glenwood, Iowa, you might be able to stay outside until about 4. But we have this line of storms that's going to it's going to continue coming through with sporadic thunderstorm warnings, lots of lightning, potential for hail, and even that potential for tornadoes. As a reminder, that tornado watch goes until 7 o'clock for eastern Nebraska and parts of western Iowa.
And Matt, if I can interrupt.
Go ahead.
We do have another concern developing with this line of storms kind of filling in, going over the same areas. That's going to be flash flooding. They just issued a mesoscale discussion talking about the risk for flooding. And we're going to have a continued kind of line of storms, almost a little bit of a training effect where they're on this little conveyor belt going over the same areas. And that's going to create the risk for some spots of flooding. Now, over the last hour, we have already seen some rainfall rates that have been pretty impressive, estimated on radar at maybe about an inch to slightly more than that. And we could have more rain falling over these same areas. As we take a look at our radar picture here and kind of put this into motion, you see over the last hour, there hasn't been a ton of progress to the east. So as those storms just continue to move in from the southwest, they're going to kind of dump rain over many of the same areas. So that is going to be another hazard in addition to that hail threat and that wind threat and that risk for a tornado. You don't want to get caught in flash flooding. So any areas that typically flood, they're likely going to be a problem spot with this. And if you can, it's just best to avoid travel. Even when we're not looking at a flooding risk, when we have those heavy downpours coming in, that can create risk for hydroplaning, also loss of visibility, pretty dangerous driving conditions here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Thank you so much for that, Emily. And to piggyback off of that, something I was thinking about as I was driving through downtown a couple nights ago, there's so much construction around Omaha. I know it's a punchline around this area pretty much across the entire Midwest that we have winter and we have construction season. With that construction, especially with everything that's dug up, water can go into different places that you probably haven't seen it pool before. So a word of caution, if you are around a construction area, if you drive past construction coming home from work and you plan on driving that same way this afternoon, just be on guard that you might think, oh, this area never floods. Construction is the wild card in all that. And we're going to be seeing some pretty heavy rainfall rates where, yes, it could collect water pretty quickly. Senior Chief Meteorologist Rusty Lord just said P to a few dime-sized hail reports at 132nd and Maple. So again, that's this storm that's kind of crossing out of. Oh, there's the updated warning. So let's get that warning information here real quick. But it seems like we're kind of losing the hail potential with this, and some great news there as this continues to move toward more populated areas. New severe thunderstorm warning. This goes until 3:15. Again, just a continuation. They're trimming off the back end of it. 1-inch hail possible, wind speeds up to 60 miles an hour. And as Emily just mentioned, some pretty heavy rainfall possible with this storm. Switching to that hail mode again, it's right over the Irvington Bend there, around 680. That's where I would say is the best chance. This white area here, I'll circle it for you. This white area right around Irvington, that's where we have the best chance in Douglas County right now of seeing maybe some pea-sized hail. Let's take a look at this, see what the radar is picking up here. Yeah, pea-sized, dime-sized hail, and if it's coming down pretty heavily, you could see maybe a couple hailstones accumulate in your garden, accumulate on the deck, maybe accumulate on the roads briefly, but we're not seeing just a little bit of that pink core continuing to move off to the north and east. This is kind of going to be going right over the Washington-Douglas County line. If I can zoom in just a little bit more, maybe I'll pick up on a few of these cities. Over Highway 75, kind of rural areas. We see Dutch Hall Road, Highway 75, 72nd and Dutch Hall Road is where you have the hail potential right now. So this is north of the Country Club area as well. Calhoun Road is going to be snaking up there toward the Missouri River Valley. That's where we have, that kind of grayish area. That's the potential for maybe pea to dime-sized hail across parts of the Omaha Metro. Giving it a big picture here, it's again, just a little after 3 o'clock where we have these storms continuing to move across the Omaha Metro. Parts of northwest Iowa has been seeing probably some of the strongest storms right now. You can see one of them moving out of Missouri Valley toward Denison, another cluster of storms coming out of Lincoln heading toward the Omaha Metro, and then one more down toward the Beatrice area that still has that thunderstorm warning. I heard someone take a deep breath in my ear. We got something for me? All right.
Yeah, I just pulled up that cam if we want to take that.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's 144th and Dodge. You can see the heavy rain starting to into parts of the Omaha Metro. And this is exactly what Emily was talking about with the rainfall rates getting pretty heavy right now, that you can see some puddles developing on the road. I'm not seeing, even though you see those brighter, they almost looks like snowflakes on the camera. You might be thinking, oh my gosh, it's picking up hail. No, these pictures, or at least the lenses, kind of exaggerate some of the bigger raindrops that we see out in front of it. So unless we get a few more reports, I would expect most of that to be just some big raindrops falling over 144th and Dodge. Maybe there's a sporadic pea-sized hail report in there as well. If we come back out here to the Weather Center, you can kind of see this hail area. This is what we were just looking at. There's 144th and Dodge right about here, looking off to the west. So mostly rain, maybe a little bit of pea-sized hail. If you're watching us from 168th and Dodge, 156th, 144th, 132nd, this will move probably right down Dodge and eventually north of Dodge within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Probably a couple good rumbles of thunder. And I'll put the lightning on here real quick. Yeah, rumbles of thunder, definitely. Maybe some pea-sized hail and some heavy rainfall. But the Weather Service, as I kind of scan reports here, still not seeing much outside of that pea-sized hail report with this storm as it moved over the Omaha Metro. That's fantastic. I'd absolutely love to see it stay that way as we go through the next couple of hours. Because we do have the tornado watch, I'll always, every once in a while, check the radar wind speeds, and didn't look like much on radar, doesn't look like much on the radar wind velocities as well. Back off to the southwest. This one's still looking a little bit meaner. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. That does include parts of it looks like they reissued that metro storm. So let me take a look at this real quick. This is the one that you should keep an eye on in the South Metro. See these blue areas kind of on the southeast side of Lincoln. Let me do a better square than that. Southeast side of Lincoln, the blue is usually our indicator where we could see up to 1 inch size hail on the radar, and that's what we're seeing kind of moving up I-80 as we go through the next probably hour or so. And I'll put a track on this one off to the northeast. These storms, again, moving at about 40 miles an hour. That was this storm coming out of Lancaster County. So this is getting out of the severe thunderstorm warning, but this is where we have the potential hail core. Waverly by about 3:20, so just in about the next 5 or 10 minutes. Ashland and Greenwood before 3:30 and 3:45 respectively. Louisville by about 3:49, and that'd be getting toward the Gretna area. So that's your first alert to parts of the southwest metro, seeing that hail core getting close to them by about 3:50, 4 o'clock. And we still have more of those storms back off to the southwest. So this is the new This is the new thunderstorm warning that they just, oh, pardon me, didn't grab the right one. Let's zoom out here. Get back off to our north and east. This is the new one that they just issued. There we go. Like I said, we're getting to that point where it's boxes on boxes on boxes on the radar. So if it takes me a little bit to peck and hunt for it, I apologize. But here's that one. Harrison, Pottawatomie County. So far southern Harrison County, northwest Pottawatomie County. This is going over 880, kind of between Minden, Beebeetown as well. 1 inch hail possible with this storm. This warning goes until 4 o'clock. 60-mile-an-hour winds also possible with this storm. Get back over here. And again, these storms are moving to the northwest at about 35 to 40 miles an hour. So I'll do this probably about 35 miles an hour to the end of that warning. So again, this is the far northern, northeast parts of the metro area, depending on how loosely you want to call it. 320, Honey Creek, 335, Beebeetown, and then 352 toward the Persia area, kind of crossing 880, I-80, that interchange there near Minden, probably by about 345. So as a reminder, if you don't need to, I get that people have places to go, coming home from work, you have to run errands. I get it. If you don't need to be outside driving around in the next couple of hours around the Omaha Metro, that'd probably be best practice here as we see these storms move through. Let's get off to parts of northwest Iowa. So I want to zoom in. This is the line of storms that did produce, if I take this off real quick, the storm reports. They're the storm reports of tornadoes just north of Little Sioux, Iowa. That's why we jumped on air just a little after 2 o'clock. But going back to the radar, we still have several severe thunderstorm warnings here. And again, lots of different boxes to pick from. But Denison, this severe thunderstorm warning in Crawford County, that goes until 1 o'clock. 1 inch hail possible, 60-mile-an-hour wind, or 1.25 inch hail, pardon me. So about $half sized hail there. And then we have another one down to the south. Grab that one. That includes parts of Harrison, Monona, and Shelby County. And this is the one that's going to be going over an area, these are the two storms, I should say, going over an area that had a lot of hail damage last week. Those hailstones up to 2 inches toward Ida, Dow City, Dunlap. Unfortunately, it's kind of over the same area, so let's take a look at the hail potential there. Kind of two different cores here. One just about getting into Woodbine, that's over Highway 30. This one, hail potential about 1.3. So again, that $half sized hail there heading toward Woodbine. And then if I get off to the northwest, thankfully, it looks like Dunlap's going to be, hopefully, spared the worst of the hail out of this, but you'll still see some small hail up toward Dow City. This would be heading toward the Denison area. Maybe, again, 1.25 inch sized hail, $half sized hail, moving toward Denison with these storms. And yes, they are producing a lot of rainfall just in the last hour. Now, keep in mind that the radar estimates, when you're dealing with hail, and especially big hail, they can kind of overestimate how much rain you're seeing. Nevertheless, it's possible that we're seeing as much as 2 inches of rain in the last hour. There's 1 to 2 inches of rain in the last hour. So very, very heavy rainfall with this. One of the reasons why we're telling you to kind of stay off the roads if you can. In fact, here's a view. We have a camera pulled up of I-80 in Waverly, and not a lot of cars out on the road there, but you see just a ton of water getting kicked up by the cars that are traveling through. So at the very least, if you're going to be driving on I-80 here in the next hour or so between Omaha and Lincoln, slow go. You're not going to be going 80 like everyone does on this stretch. Much slower speeds, because you're going to be dealing with potentially some rain sticking on the roads, and we have the potential to see at least a little bit of hail with this. Let's come back here. So that's what we're seeing out on the roads. Hail potential with this. So I-80 in Waverly, it's about right here. This is where we were just looking, give or take. And it's a lot of heavy rain, but potentially a little bit of hail coming through as well. The hail core with this one, and this is, again, the severe thunderstorm warning that includes parts of Cass County and extreme southeastern Saunders County. 1 inch hail possible with that storm right there, but also the very, very heavy rainfall coming in. 1 hour rain rates. And I'm not seeing much in the way of, or we are not seeing, I should say, especially as you get north of I-80. We didn't see a lot of hail with this storm. So that could be a true 1 to 1.5 inches of rain in an hour over the Waverly area, and it's still coming down pretty good. Just because I see this little kind of bend here in the storm, I want to look at the wind speeds real quick. No, it's not looking like too much. You got some brighter greens right here, something to watch. But one good thing I can tell you is that we're not seeing, even though we have, oh, pardon me, even though we have all these individual storms, kind of one line, Denison toward Missouri Valley into far northern parts of the Omaha Metro. We have another line from about the Gretna area toward Lincoln, and then we're developing another line down toward Beatrice. That's good. We want lines in this type of a scenario. That means potentially what we're seeing is this front/dry line. It's going to keep moving east going into the afternoon. It's becoming more of a wind maker. That would be ideal. It's when we get those little individual storms that kind of separate themselves from the rest of the line. That's where we have the tornado potential. We're really not seeing that right now. We have that one cluster north of Omaha, another one down to the southwest, and another one down toward Beatrice. I want to look at this Beatrice one really quick just because it did have a tornado warning with it. It did have the potential for up to ping pong ball sized hail, and now that warning's much less dire. Some great news there if you're toward Beatrice, toward Pickerel as well. That severe thunderstorm warning for mostly Gage County now until 3:45. That's for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's some good news there. Emily, you have anything new? Anything new from chat?
Good news is no reports, which is always a good thing, especially when we're talking about storms in the metro. But I want to take a look at this forecast model because it has a really good kind of timing as far as how things have been playing out so far, so we can kind of get you an idea of when things are going to be moving out. So this line of storms making, again, some pretty slow progress east. Everything on that line moving northeast. So once we hit about 5 p.m., looks like most of those storms should be out of the Omaha Metro. We're likely still going to have activity ongoing in Pottawatomie County through 5 p.m. We'll have storms ongoing south of the Metro at this point, jumping ahead to about 7. The last of those storms should be moving out the far southeastern corner of the viewing area with a much quieter picture for the rest of the night. Now, the good news is it's going to be intense while we have the storms, but once you are out to the west of this line as it continues to move east, you're done. You're done for the night. So it's going to be a quick round of heavy rain, hail, wind if you get the severe activity. But once you are out to the west of it, you're done. So Fremont is done. Wahoo, done with this line of storms. As we zoom into the metro, Elkhorn, you're right on the tail end of things. Bennington, just about done with everything as well. You're not done in Gretna, Millard, Ralston, La Vista, Papillion, Bellevue. We are waiting on this line to move through these areas. So it's going to be still active over the next hour and a half, 2 hours or so in the metro. At the very latest, I would say that's kind of the tail end of things in Pottawatomie County once we get to that 2-hour mark. But in the meantime, we're just kind of waiting for this to drift slowly east. And with that slow motion, we've been talking about that risk for flooding. That will be a concern as well. And around Gretna, things are just about to get really going as far as the heavier rain potential is concerned. And of course, with this warn storm coming in out of the Lincoln area, it's now impacting Waverly, coming over to Ashland as well. That'll be something we watch as that makes its way into portions of the southern metro into Sarpy County.
Yeah, to continue that thought, Emily, the Weather Service in chat here, they're saying that storm has weakened a little bit using their language. They have dime-sized hail reports in Ashland, but down toward the Waverly area, they do have quarter-sized hail reports. So there could be a little bit of a break where we don't officially have a warning across parts of Douglas and Sarpy County. There is a warning up toward Missouri Valley, the far northwest corner of Pottawatomie County. But I really think with all this lightning, with the purple cores there, I have a feeling we could be seeing another warning kind of moving across the Omaha Metro within the next maybe 15 or 20 minutes. So we'll keep a close eye on that one. And remember, if you're in the Gretna area, I'll zoom in and show you where the storm is going to be. Anywhere kind of along I-80 toward Gretna, I want to pop on maybe a couple more roads there. There's Highway 370. There's Highway 6/204th Street. So it looks like that's what we're going to see in kind of Highway 370 near Gretna. If you have any reports of what you're seeing in the storm, if you're seeing the dime-sized hail like they had just over the river in Ashland, if you're seeing maybe the quarter-sized hail like they have farther down toward Waverly, please let us know. Send pictures, video if you have them. We'd love to show them and let people know what we're going to be seeing with this storm as it moves across parts of the Omaha Metro. You can see lots of lightning with this thunderstorm. Earlier this afternoon, I had someone ask me, hey, got a golf meet at Johnny Goodman Championship Golf Course, south side of Omaha toward Ralston, La Vista. Got it at 3:30. I said, hold off on it. You might be able to see the line clear by that point. Unfortunately, doesn't look like the southeast metro is going to clear that. Northwest metro, yeah, absolutely. You'll be able to do, if you have Indian Creek Golf League, if you got a baseball game up toward Fremont, toward Arlington, you'll be good to go as long as things are dry. But if you're in Omaha, if you're in Council Bluffs, if you're down toward Bellevue, Plattsmouth, really anywhere in the south and east metro, still got to hold off on being outside until this line clears. But as Emily just showed us, it will likely be clearing out shortly after 5 o'clock, and then it'll be moving into parts of southwest Iowa. So if you're watching us from, say, Red Oak, if you're watching us from Shenandoah toward Atlantic, that's going to be kind of a mid to late evening thing, maybe 5 to 8 o'clock there in southwest Iowa, the Omaha Metro, under the gun, kind of in the immediate hour or two. The latest storm reports with this, let's see. We had one report of hail. Again, that's going to be just shy of 1 inch hail, actually, pea to nickel-sized hail, just about 15 minutes ago. In parts of Omaha or the Boys Town area, just north of Dodge, or around 132nd. So that's that storm that's moved off toward BB Town, toward parts of 880. Let's take a look at that one real quick. Zoom into that one. That did have, again, 1 inch hail reports. That Missouri Valley, this is the second storm with hail that's come close to you within the last hour or so. The hail potential with this, yeah, those purples and the dark blues are the ones where you kind of take a second look at it. It's been a rough go. I-80 has had the heavy rainfall and a couple hail reports around Waverly. I-29 between Council Bluffs, Missouri Valley, up toward Mondamon. Man, that's been a rough go this afternoon. Crossing over I-29 right now, just south of 880, we have 1.5 inch hail and potentially some bigger hailstones in there as well. So I'll zoom out. I'll put a track on that because this is going to be crossing over 880. This is kind of moving off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So we're going outside of the warning here. And if you're in, we're picking up Portsmouth and Panama there in parts of rural Harrison County. That's where again, you're not officially in that warning. You're just getting picked up on the track. But BB Town, got about another 5 to 10 minutes before that hail is over you. Persia, it's going to be getting pretty close by about 3:52. Again, that's 1 to 1.5 inch sized hail. And this is probably one of the healthier storms that we have seen. The winds with this, yeah, we're not seeing here. Let me go back to the northeast. That's catching my eye a little bit up toward Woodbine. Some of those brighter reds, again, toward the Woodbine area, toward Dunlap, 53 mile an hour. Let's see if I can pick up a different pixel here. No, it's about 50 to 55 mile an hour winds. Keep in mind, it's kind of higher up in the thunderstorm, but we could be seeing, yeah, it's exactly what we're seeing right now. A little bowing area right there, kind of between Woodbine and Dunlap. Those are some of the first kind of wind report, or at least wind indications I've seen with some of these storms over the last couple of hours. Even though we are forming into a line, we haven't seen it really take a nice linear shape, get those really strong winds coming in on the backside of it. We're thankful for that. Golf ball sized hail in Greenwood. All right, let's take a look at that, because that's going to be the one that's kind of moving toward southwest parts of the Omaha Metro.
And just a reminder, as some of the heavier rain approaches Millard, we do have a live picture of that with our storm tracker.
Oh, good. Excellent. Missouri Valley, that is, I believe that's, I don't have that, that picture's I think, old there. Let's take a look at the hail potential with this as it moves out. So we had a report, Greenwood there along I-80, waiting to see. This report came in just about a minute ago, but the radar's not really showing. Let me put it on a loop here and go over the last, make it over the last half hour. See if I can pick up on where we might have seen potentially golf ball sized hail in Greenwood. That's possible. It's kind of been pulsing up and down, so hopefully we can get another timing on when we had that report, because that's the storm that's going to be moving into southwest parts of the metro here pretty shortly. And yep, there's the new severe thunderstorm warning. So let's zoom back out here. Let's take a look at this, and this includes, oh, they're going all the way to the Missouri River with this. Okay. So here's the latest severe thunderstorm warning, and this includes Omaha proper. So listen up. This is what we're going to be dealing with in Douglas County, in Omaha here, as we go through the next hour or so, because this warning goes until 4:30. So this is going to include most of the afternoon commute, a good chunk of it here. 1.25 inch size hail, radar indicated 60-mile-an-hour winds. Hail potential right now, you can see it's just getting into about the Gretna area along I-80, and radar, again, it kind of lags a little bit. Maybe we got another report of hail. I'm just looking down here to chat, not seeing any new reports, but let's put a track on this. Let's see, Emily, do you have a speed on this one?
Let me pull that up.
Okay, so I want to make sure because this is getting into getting into time.
35 miles per hour.
Say it again, please. 35 miles an hour. Yeah, people really want to know the timing of this. 35 miles an hour. So there's the edge of the warning. So this is the new severe thunderstorm warning. It goes right across Douglas County. 3:40, that's when the hail core is going to be over Millard. So we'll be going to our storm spotter there. 3:47, over La Vista. 3:58, that is downtown Omaha. And 4:05, crossing the Missouri River and getting into Council Bluffs. So you can kind of time it out here. If you were planning on leaving work, maybe from downtown Omaha, you typically leave around 4 o'clock. I would say you're either leaving now or you're waiting until this storm passes. Those are your two options, but you kind of want to stay off the roads for the hail potential and the heavy rainfall potential. So you said I-80 in Waverly? East of Waverly. Lots of cars kind of pulled over there, and this is, here I'll kind of zoom in, I-80 east of Waverly. So that's exactly, if we can come back out to the map here, that's what we're looking at right here. That's the heavy rain. It's probably just departing where we had that camera. But again, I said this about 15 minutes ago, if you don't have to drive, you know, unless it's an emergency, I would not want to be driving I-80 between Lincoln and Omaha, probably between now and 4:30. So kind of hold off on making the trip back. If you're a commuter and you go back and forth between one and the other, wait until after 4:30. Wait until this line of heavy rain and hail passes, and it'll be much, much easier to get back home or get to where you need to go. But there are kind of two areas where we have the hail right now. It's that second hail, or the second one that just prompted the new warning in parts of Douglas County. So you can see there's Gretna, there's Highway 370 and I-80. Again, the hail potential with this, the blue area just shy of 1 inch hail. So I have a feeling that as this starts to move over Papillion, it'll be right near 370 and I-80 here within the next couple of minutes. We're going to start to get a lot of hail reports with this, so we can get a really good idea of exactly the type of storm we're going to be dealing with. But there are definitely lots of dark clouds, lots of heavy rain that are going to be moving in, lots of lightning as well. So if people kind of shoo off the lightning issues, could be kids outside of school right now, practice, bus stop. If you're a school administrator, if you're a parent, make sure kids are inside. I get that. Usually they're like, oh, I'm not going to get hit by lightning. I'm from the Wisconsin area. They had a lot of nasty, severe storms around Milwaukee over the last couple of weeks, and they actually had a lightning death. It does happen. It even happens in the middle of the country just with these afternoon severe thunderstorms that pop up. So please take lightning seriously. If you are outside, if you know someone who's outside, get them inside, because there's a lot of lightning that's going to be coming across the Omaha metro with these storms. And lightning is also another way of indicating where we have stronger updrafts inside the storm. So there's kind of two clusters here, one coming out of Lancaster County and another one that's right over Sarpy County right now, and that's where we have the hail potential. So that's what we're seeing in the Omaha metro. We're getting really close. Do we have a shot up from our storm spotter? Because this is getting close to the Millard area and should be having some pretty good eyes on that. Any reports from down there from anyone in the booth? Not yet? All right. Not yet? Okay.
Well, we do have a good picture coming in from 144th and Dodge. If we want to pull up that city cam again, I have it up on my computer here. Starting to see some rain pick up once again in this location. So as these storms kind of move through the metro, of course, the heavy rain going to be an impact. We're going to see some issues with visibility when we are under those heavy downpours. You might have issues driving in that, just like when we were looking at a picture of the interstate, saw those cars pulled over. If you can, just wait this out. Hail is going to be a concern. We've been talking about that developing hail core with this storm that's moving through the metro. So this is all something we're going to be watching here as we move a little bit closer to that peak commute time frame. Not a great recipe.
No, not at all. And hopefully we can keep the hail reports to a minimum. I would take a good soaking rain. I know everyone's yard would take a good soaking rain with this as it came through. But we're kind of zoomed in here. That picture right here, 144th and Dodge, kind of the boy in Boys Town there on the map. So we're starting to see the steady rain, 144th, 132nd, 120th, and then as it dips down under the interchange there around the Old Mill, you're going to be seeing that heavy rainfall coming in here within the next probably about 5 or 10 minutes or so, and potentially some hail.
And we do have an update from the National Weather Service on that. They're watching the updraft coming into southwest Omaha. It's intensifying, so that means an increased potential for downburst winds and some larger hail in the next 15 minutes.
Yeah, I saw that. Thank you so much for that, Emily. And that's what's going to be coming into the Papillion area. So if you're around Millard, Chalco, maybe up toward Boys Town, I would say you have the hail potential. And then this line, yeah, that line that's moving toward Ralston, La Vista, and Papillion, that's probably going to be your best chance to see maybe some gusty winds. Waiting to see that next radar scan with this, because we are not, that's showing 35, maybe 40 mile an hour wind gusts with that. But it does have a little bit of that bow to it right there. That could be, and especially when you have the clearing that comes in behind it, that could be an indicator of the winds going like that inside the thunderstorms. It kind of just punches down those downdraft winds that Emily was mentioning. That's what we could be looking at there across southern parts of this severe thunderstorm warning, which again goes for another 55 minutes. And chances are, if you don't get impacted by this storm in Sarpy County, there's another one down to the southwest. So it's going to be kind of a busy hour or so here in the Omaha metro. I will say, again, we always tell people that are in the path of the storms, let's tell the people that are behind the storms that you're in the all clear. Elkhorn, I would still say stay inside. You're still within kind of that 10-mile radius where you could be struck by lightning from these storms, but you're done with severe weather. You're done with our rain and hail potential. Fremont, Wahoo, down toward Lincoln as well, in the clear. But we still have these severe thunderstorm warnings just to the southwest of Omaha. Let's get the information here. We have one warning. Apparently, that one apparently, there we go. So this is severe thunderstorm warning for Cass County. So it's far northwestern Cass County, and you can see hail-sized, golf ball-sized hail with that storm, and that's observed. So that's the report that came through a little bit earlier with that storm. Let's see. I will get to that in just a second. I want to take a look at the hail potential with this, and thankfully we're starting to see that kind of weaken a little bit. So we're not seeing the golf ball size hail potential, at least on radar there. But you know where we are starting to see the hail tick up a little bit? Yep, heading toward Millard, heading toward Ralston and La Vista. Where's our city cam shot? Oh yeah, there we go. That's going to be, so we're looking back off Are we looking to the southwest with this? South-southwest, thank you so much. So we're looking right into that hail core that I was just showing you that's in the Millard area. We'll probably see a couple good flashes of lightning there, but the darker kind of bands that you're seeing, there's one area on the left that's not as dark. That's probably going to be where we have the gustier winds. The darker one that's kind of the right half of your horizon there on the screen, that's probably where we're seeing the heavy rainfall and the potential for a little bit of hail in Millard. So that's what we're looking at as we're coming back in. Yeah, we're seeing some lightning. And that's another good reminder. Remember, please be inside as these storms pass. Stay off the roads if you can. It's just for the next hour or so, just for the next hour as these storms pass through. And remember, we do have that potential for severe hail as well. So that's what we're seeing in the Omaha metro. There's a new warning that just got issued. If you're watching us from parts of northwest Iowa, I don't want to completely leave you all out of this as well. But I will mention there's that new, let's see, it's likely going to be the new warning there. Yeah, it goes until 4:45. They're really long on these warnings here coming out of Valley. 1.5 inch hail, and yeah, these are some of the places, as I mentioned, we're going to be going right over Ida, Dow City, Dunlap, Erling, Logan, Woodbine. So some areas that did have some pretty big hail not that long ago. Yeah, there are those. Look at 1, 2, 3, 4 little severe hail cores kind of north of I-80. So if you're in Denison down toward Woodbine, Missouri Valley, you're almost in the clear, but anywhere between Denison, Harlan, and Woodbine, you're going to be dealing with some big hail here on and off over the next hour or so. So we have Highway 370. Where's that? Highway 370 and 132nd Street. Yeah, very slow going there. You can see, yeah, that water's collecting. So the water's coming down pretty good there. And that's what we're going to be seeing a lot of this afternoon. We're going to be seeing a lot of very heavy rainfall, lots of water on roadways. And as I mentioned before, that all the construction we have around, there's going to be a lot of new water patterns and potentially some storm drains that are covered up. So we could be dealing with some more high water on roadways than we're used to. Yeah, I was just seeing this. This is from our city cam again, a little bit of a lowering. So this is one of those things that catches your eye. And this could be what the National Weather Service was talking about before, that updraft coming into southwest Omaha, downburst wind potential. Sometimes when you get those cool downburst winds, you get darker condensation. That's what we're seeing here. As I look at this, I am not seeing any kind of tight rotation at the moment. Now, so stay with this a little bit. I just want to take a little bit closer look at this on a different screen. No, it does not. These low clouds, I know it's kind of intimidating when you see scud like this, but unless you can actually see it rotating in the picture, which I'm not seeing I'm not seeing that in this shot. This is just kind of a benign, scary looking cloud, as we call them. But it is nevertheless something we are going to keep a close eye on as it moves into the Omaha metro. So that not always indicative of a tornado, even though that condensation coming down can be the first signs of maybe a little bit of rotation, a little bit of lowering. That's not what we're seeing right now. To give you some reassurance on that, let's look at the wind. And even if I zoom in here, again, we were looking down to the southwest from our city camera in downtown Omaha, and you would want to see if there was any rotation. Red and green would be right next to each other. And I'll even take a different source here on the radar real quick just to do my due diligence with the wind. And no, we're not seeing the red and the green next to each other. So what we're seeing on the city cam, if you want to pop that back up, if you're seeing this kind of scary looking cloud that's moving over Omaha, you see that little lowering, we're not seeing any rotation. And you can see it, how it's kind of detached. You can see some of the lighter clouds in between that darker lower cloud and the kind of cloud above it. That means it's not connected. If it was going to be some type of rotation, chances are those two clouds would be a little more connected, a little more cohesive. We're really not seeing that, but it could still be a little part of the thunderstorm that's producing some strong winds. It's being warned up to 60 miles an hour. Could be producing a little bit of hail. So let's come back here, get the latest on where that kind of leading edge of the heavy rainfall is. There's I-80, so it's right over Regency right now, kind of going over the West Side School District. If you're a West Side parent and the kids are at the high school or even the middle school, just tell them to stay inside for a little bit. Just ride this out. We could be looking at some very heavy rainfall. There's definitely some lightning with that. Some is an understatement. Plenty of lightning with that. Hail potential. Let's switch over. I haven't looked at the hail in a little bit because we were looking at that cloud. So we do have a hail core. That blue area right over 370 and I-80. Keep an eye on that camera that we had before on 370 and I-80 because we might be seeing a little bit of hail with that as it crosses over I-80. This would be heading toward Ralston, toward La Vista. Now I'll zoom in a little bit more so we can pop up where Highway 370 is. And well, there's Giles as well. I'll pop in a few more roads here on the map just so people can kind of get their bearings here. Giles, okay, that's popping up. 132nd. Oh, come on, let me click it. There's Berry Street as well. So if you recognize any of these names, kind of between 132nd, 108th, and Giles and I-80, that's where we have the hail right now. That could be maybe up to 1 1/4 inch, 1.5 inches. So just a little more than quarter, half dollar sized hail with that thunderstorm. And yeah, that's now kind of getting out ahead of that. The hail data kind of lags just a little bit. So if I'm going to zoom out a little more, I want to put a track on this one because that has had a little more staying power with the potential for hail. And again, these are moving off to the northeast. Really got to stretch here at about 35 miles an hour. So that means Ralston, let's see, a couple minutes away. 345, 346, that's when the hail is going to be over Ralston. Downtown Omaha, listen up. If you have a car maybe parked in the old market and you see, oh, hey, there's some covered spots still available in a parking garage, you got about 10 minutes to get that car inside before we see that hail move right over downtown Omaha. That's going to cross over to Crescent by 410, Honey Creek at 416, and then move up toward I-80 again in western Iowa at Underwood by 425. And one thing I'm seeing, again, Emily alluded to this before, just kind of like the training nature, like train cars on a track of these thunderstorms kind of going over the same areas, producing not only hail, but some heavy rainfall. That's also what we're going to be seeing, really, southwest parts of Sarpy County. Let's take a look at the 1-inch rain totals there. You see that little green dot, 1.5 inches in the last hour. There might be a little bit on the high side because we have the hail potential, but that's exactly the type of heavy rain that we're seeing with this storm. It's about to pass over. So, oh yeah, let's go back to that. So is this from our Blackstone camera then? First National, okay. So again, there's that kind of ominous looking cloud. And I know that, again, we're approaching the 2-year anniversary of the Elkhorn, the Bennington, the Blair tornado. And I know when we're talking about that, when we have storms coming into the metro, maybe around this time of the year, that you see something like that and you get a little bit nervous. So yes, it is a severe thunderstorm. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in Douglas County until 3:45. And we are not getting any reports of rotation or lowering with this. We're getting plenty of reports of gusty winds and hail and some heavy rainfall. In fact, I just saw 2 separate reports coming in. 144th between Harrison and I-80 flooded over the curb. So 144th near Harrison and I-80, kind of that place I was just looking at before. That's where we're seeing some very heavy rainfall. So 140, let's get this back up here. All right, so parts of Millard, Gretna, Ralston, La Vista, Papillion, chances are you're going to be seeing some water-covered roadways coming up pretty soon, and this is likely going to continue probably for the next hour or so. So I've said it plenty of times before, if you don't have to be on the roads in the Omaha Metro in the next hour or so, kind of hold off any errands until maybe 5 o'clock. Don't do that. Makes your life easier, makes our life easier as well, because we don't have to report on any cars getting stranded in heavy rain or water-covered roadways. So they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning and kind of continues with this storm as it goes out of Omaha proper. But there's the new warning. See it flashing here. This goes over the river into Pottawatomie County. So this is your Carter Lake, Council Bluffs up toward Underwood as well. Just kind of like knocking on the door toward Neola. That goes until 4:45. Inch and a half hail observed with this, along with 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's going to be very curious once this goes over Epley. It's kind of grazing the Epley area. Going to be very curious to see what the airport reports there as far as wind speeds go. But wow, it's, I can see that just going right over Blackstone. I'm thinking, what does it look like outside above our heads? Let's take a look outside once again. Yeah, we have that kind of spooky looking lowering, but I want to tell you again, low clouds don't always mean a dangerous or tornadic thunderstorm. It's low clouds. We're seeing some gusty winds come through here, definitely. Radar's not picking up on, we're not seeing the red and the green coming together, so we're not seeing any rotation. Could be seeing some wind gusts out ahead of that and some hail potential as well. There we go. There's a new radar scan. So right over I-80, I-680, going over, well, there's Pacific, there's Center, 60th and Center, eventually toward the Exarban area, South Omaha. You might get grazed by this as well, but if you're anywhere between, I would say, Dodge and 80, okay. So if you're anywhere between Dodge and I-80, that's where this hail core is going to be going through. And again, the hail potential is up to an inch, so it's still enough to do damage. We have our storm tracker, 40th and coming, so that heavy rain that's moving into parts of North Omaha right now, and potentially that hail core could be getting pretty close to that in the next 5 minutes or so. But you see just the rain beating down there at 40th and coming, and this is exactly what we're going to be seeing over the next probably half hour or so in Omaha proper. And this severe thunderstorm warning does continue until 4:30. We haven't gotten any new hail reports with this as it moved through. There's the city cam, and you can see just the sheet of rain that's coming through. This is still the same one that's pointed off to the southwest, correct? Oh, this is from us. Okay. This is the Blackstone Tower pointed off to the west, and yeah, that is. It's hard to kind of get your bearing because all you see is a sheet of rain, and we're going to lose this shot kind of imminently. So let's come back here. That's exactly what we're seeing. That is right here. That is that heavy rainfall coming in and potentially some hail as well. That hail core, I'll zoom back out and I'll put a track on this. This is the 1-inch hail core with this coming across the Omaha Metro. Again, it's going to be getting into downtown Omaha pretty quickly as it moves off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. So downtown Omaha, within the next 5 to 10 minutes or so, Epley by about 4:05. My best of luck to any cars that are parked out at the Epley lot in long-term parking. Underwood at 4:27, Beebeetown at 4:32. Again, that's the 1-inch hail core that's moving over Omaha. Let's do a quick reset here, just because we've been talking about the Omaha storm for just a little bit. It is 3:51 on Thursday afternoon. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe. Meteorologist Emily Roller is with me as well, kind of tag teaming this severe weather as it moves through Omaha. We've had already one report of a tornado north of Little Sioux, just a little bit before 2 o'clock. What we're seeing right now is just kind of two broken lines of storms. Cass and Otoe County, quiet at the moment, but we're not seeing those individual storms kind of take all the energy and rotate with themselves. That's some great news. To go live and put up the tornado watch, we still have that tornado watch that goes until 7 o'clock. So this is where we have the potential, at least the potential, of storms that could rotate. Even when we develop a line, the environment that we have, there still could be some rotation embedded within that line. At the moment, I'll tell you, if you are in western parts of Douglas County, if you're in Fremont, Wahoo, Lincoln, you're in the clear. You've been in the clear toward Columbus and Norfolk as well. If you are in southwest Iowa, Atlantic, Red Oak, Glenwood, down toward Shenandoah, Clarinda, your storms are about to ramp up, so you still have maybe a few hours to go. In the Omaha Metro specifically, we have the heavy rain coming over us at the moment. Let's take a look at that heavy rain again. This is near 40th and coming again. Yep. So again, we're north Omaha, and this is another thing that people try to do. I appreciate the effort of trying to get your car underneath the gas station overhang with the hail potential. But if you're kind of doing it last minute, you run into these types of situations. But you can see the lightning strikes in the distance, the heavy rainfall coming down. I'm not seeing as much in the way of hail with that, but the heavy rainfall, reminder, we're starting to see these storms move over Farnham Street, where it's tore up for 30 blocks, the old market area where we still have some construction.
And I do have a hail picture we can show if you want to see that.
Sure, absolutely. In addition to the heavy rain, we are seeing some hail. This is 108th and
Q.
108th and Q there. There's a name I recognize. About penny to dime-sized hail with that storm that moved over 108th and Q. And this is the one that's moving over pretty much downtown Omaha right now with potentially 1-inch hail, gusty winds, and some very heavy rainfall. Let's see. Pea-sized hail report at just down the street of the Buffett Cancer Center at UNMC. We have, let's see, someone reported, let me take a look at something real quick. I want to zoom out. Someone reported a funnel cloud. Now with this storm in Omaha, I want to make that clear, but down toward the Cass and the Cass and Sarpy County line, and we can still, especially when you get on the tail end of those lines, segments that we have, you can get little rotations. I'm not seeing that. I wanted to do my quick investigation with that as it moved through. But the hail potential with this, we're still seeing maybe a little bit in southwest parts of the metro down toward Gretna, but by and large, that's just going to be maybe some pea-sized hail moving over I-80 and 370. And again, that report of 144th and Harrison being flooded up to the curbs, and we still have very heavy rainfall coming down. The 1-inch rainfall totals with this, again, I'll just tap on these a couple places. 1.5 inches there in parts of the southwest metro, already 1 inch in the central part of the metro, 1/2 inch up toward the Fort Calhoun area. These are very, very efficient rainfall producers, and they're going to keep the roads pretty wet here within the next hour or so. But once we get past this, once we get through this storm, we'll be done in Omaha. So we'll be on your airways. We still have First Alert News at 4 coming up here and at 5 o'clock. So we're still going to be on your airways regardless, but it'll be very weather heavy probably for the next 20 to 30 minutes or so. Northeast of the metro. Let's get back up to parts of northwest Iowa. And yeah, there's still a few separate hail cores here. You can see every little blue circle here that potentially is over 1-inch hail that's falling from these thunderstorms. And if I zoom in here, just south of Denison, kind of between Denison and Harlan, yeah, Dow City, just moved through Dunlap, Erling as well. So that's where we have the potential. And you see these little kind of bowing areas here. Those are the areas where we can get some of those downdraft winds, kind of what we were seeing with that low-hanging cloud over about midtown Omaha. That's what they could be seeing here in parts of northwest Iowa. So just to put a finer pin on it as these move out of our viewing area, there is the severe thunderstorm warning for Carroll and Crawford County. So that just includes that storm that came through Denison. It's going to be moving toward the Carroll area. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail with that. That warning goes until 4:30. Let's see. Meteorologist Jared Langsford says hailing downtown. So yes, we're starting to see that hail in downtown Omaha. We have a video of hail from Elkhorn. Let's take a look at that. Oh yeah, do we have a time on this? Do we know when this came in? I'm guessing it came in within the last probably half hour or so. But this is the hail as it fell in Elkhorn. You can see lots of pea-sized hail. We're not seeing some big hailstones with that. And that's exactly what we want to see. That's great. Once we started seeing the sun come out this afternoon, Emily came in, and we were both like, oh gosh, the sun coming out with this type of environment, that's not the best news for storms, but we're not seeing them really grow explosively along this line. And kind of what we were watching is, okay, are they going to stay individual along the front, or are they going to do exactly what we're seeing here, grow quickly into a line? I would say the tornado threat is lower at this point. The tornado threat is lower if you are closer to I-80 in western Iowa. We still have a couple individual storms that are down to our southwest, and those I would probably say have a better tornado potential with this. You see this kind of signature where you have kind of like a Y shape inside the thunderstorm. That's a radar signature of a stronger storm and potentially one that could grow. So this is one with the severe thunderstorm warning here. Let me put the radar back up, get some information on this one. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 4:30 for parts of Gage, just barely clips Pawnee County and into Johnson County. So it's mainly Tecumseh over toward Vesta and Sterling. 1.5 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds with that. But this is one to watch because it is out alone. There's a tiny bit. Now remember, this is pretty high up in the thunderstorm and you're kind of shooting back through the thunderstorm. However, this just a little bit of red and green together. It gets a little bright. It's not a slam dunk area of rotation. It's just one of those, okay, we'll keep an eye on that. But you see how this is kind of all out and it's lonesome. And there's nothing, there's a couple of kind of feeder little thunderstorms out ahead of that. That is where we have probably the best chance of, if there's going to be a storm that produces a tornado, it's going to be that one. It's going to be that one in parts of southeast Nebraska. Sorry, bringing this back up because I want to see, we haven't taken a look at temperatures. I'll do this really quick and then I'll get back to the storm over parts of downtown Omaha right now. There's still a lot of energy down to our south. The temperatures that are in the upper 70s near 80 degrees and also with dew points that, wow, look at that. Wahoo's dew point crashed to 38. Wow. This is why if you're toward Nebraska City, Falls City, southwest Iowa, still have to be on guard for storms that could produce some potentially large hail, possibly even some isolated tornadoes as we go through this evening. If you're in the Omaha metro, just about 4 o'clock here, typical news time for us here at First Alert 6. We have the severe thunderstorm warning across parts of the Omaha metro. We have kind of two warnings here. One of them, kind of the southwest parts of the metro. This goes until 4:30, but honestly, the severe part of this, the one that prompted the warning, it's this hail core that's over downtown Omaha. I think they're going to probably let this ride a little bit longer just because there's another little hail core developing. That goes until 4:30, goes until likely, if it stays until 4:30, I'd be shocked because this is kind of on a weakening trend here across parts of the Omaha metro. If I switch over, yeah, there's the hail. We mentioned meteorologist Jared Langsford said there's hail in downtown Omaha. When we're seeing the white area here, yeah, 1/2 inch hail. Yeah, let's take a look at the view from our building toward downtown. So this is right down Farnham here, and you can still see that we can, if you squint really close, kind of make out the towers downtown. So that's the heavy rainfall that's over downtown Omaha right now, the potential for hail up to about 1/2 inch. We're not seeing the damaging hail where we had some reports of up to inch and a quarter size hail with the storm earlier. Right now, if you want to come back out to me, there you go, hail 1/2 inch showing up on radar. So that's what we're going to be dealing with mostly over the next 10 to 15 minutes or so. Just some hail right over downtown Omaha, getting into Council Bluffs. Another little hail core. It's probably have to wait for one more scan, but I see this area, yeah, right there, kind of heading toward Canesville Boulevard, north side of Council Bluffs. Maybe some gusty winds kind of getting out ahead of that. Not looking like so much. And the hail, again, when you have those whites and the grays, probably 1/2 inch or less. But we still have some heavy rainfall down to our southwest. But this is not looking, if we were talking severe hail, we'd be seeing more of these purples in parts of the southwest metro. And I know some of you out there are like, wait, there's a hook down toward Gretna. I'm not thinking, no, that's not looking like anything. It's just coincidental radar signature. So that's what, that's some good news there. So that means the hail potential in the Omaha metro as of right now, it is basically from downtown, from the airport into Council Bluffs, and then you get up toward 880, just north of Neola and Beebeetown. Let's zoom into that right now. Again, probably drive southwest if you've held off and you want to drive southwest on I-80 toward Lincoln from Omaha, you're not going to run into the hail, but you're going to run into some heavy rainfall. I-80 into Iowa? I still want to hold off driving toward Des Moines for another couple of hours because this hail core, that's moving over 880 right now. Neola, Beebeetown, that's 1.5-inch size hail. That's enough to put some dents in your car. So let's zoom out here real quick. Put a track on this one as it moves off to the north and east. Again, these storms are moving at about 35 miles an hour. Takes it right to the edge of that warning. So that includes Harlan. So this is for the hail core that's kind of exiting the northeast part of the metro, north of Council Bluffs. Beebeetown by about 407, Persia by 422. That's a city I've mentioned a few times. Harlan by about 445 with that latest hail core moving out of the Omaha metro. All right, let's take a look. We have some video from outside of our studio. This is what we're seeing right here, the Blackstone building. You can see some pea-sized hailstone, a lot of heavy rainfall. This is the line of storms that prompted the tornado watch that we're still under until 7 o'clock tonight, but this is really it. We're kind of honing in on the early to mid-afternoon for this potential in the Omaha metro, and thankfully what we're seeing is a lot of heavy rainfall and lots of orange barrels as well. 'Tis the season for both. And the edge of that line, you can see Douglas, Sarpy County, they canceled that warning, canceled it about a half hour early. So we are probably going to wind things up. So everyone in the booth, I want to give everyone here just kind of a heads up that will probably be transitioning toward news, I'll say at 4:10. Let's do that. Unless we see another big warning pop up or we get some confirmed reports of big hail or even a tornado, we'll transition to news starting at 4:10. But let's give the whole viewing area, this is what we're watching. Severe thunderstorm warnings just outside the Omaha metro, stretching up toward Harlan, Denison, and Carroll. We've had a lot of reports in that area of anywhere between 1 and 2-inch hail. We also had, if I zoom in here real quick, these were the only tornado reports we've had so far just north of Little Sioux. And those tornado reports came in about 1:45. So it was early on this afternoon. That was the only tornado report we've had so far. I would absolutely love to keep it that way. We have severe thunderstorm warnings down to our southwest as well. That includes Johnson, Pawnee, Gage County. If I zoom into these, I mentioned this just a little while ago. You see how these two are kind of on their own. It's not the line like we have coming through northeast of Omaha and into western Iowa. These are the storms that I'm going to be watching closely as we go through the next hour or two. These are the ones that could produce possibly any tornado spin-ups because there's lots of moisture, lots of energy out ahead of that, and these two are kind of on their own here. The hail potential with these, not seeing much. Maybe in southern Gage County, you see that little blue area? That's where we have potentially up to 1-inch sized hail. The wind speeds with this, and remember, you always have that disclaimer when we're looking really far away from the radar site. Not seeing much in the way of rotation. But we still have, I'll get the information on these storms. Come on now. Start tapping too much and the computer has to think a little bit more. Let's try third time's a charm. Okay, I'll do it this way then. Let's try this. There's the severe thunderstorm warning. That's working now. Excellent. It goes until 4:30 for especially Johnson County, I would say, right on the Johnson-Gage County line. So if you're in Tecumseh, you have the potential to see up to 1.5-inch sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds with this storm. We also have, let's give this a shot down here, see if I can tap that. There we go. 1-inch hail with that severe thunderstorm warning. That's south of Beatrice. If anyone's watching from the Beatrice, Gage County area, keep an eye on that one until about 4:30. Emily, have there been any additional reports from the Weather Service?
We have a few new reports coming in within the last few minutes. This is out of Carter Lake. Had a report of 1-inch hail at 4:04. We also, a little bit earlier at 4:02, had a report of 1.25-inch hail in La Vista, that's in Sarpy County. And then 4:01, a report of 1-inch hail, and that was in Omaha.
All right. Thank you so much for that, Emily. I have these reports put up on the map here. So there's one little cluster of hail reports that came in from the Millard, Chalco, Ralston area. Maybe Ralston's a little bit too far east. A couple more hail reports coming in from downtown Omaha. Grateful that we're not seeing widespread hail across the metro, but we still have a lot of very heavy rainfall. That last severe thunderstorm warning, it does include parts of Pottawatomie County. Got the information on that here. See if the Weather Service has updated that. Inch and a quarter. There's that inch and a quarter hail report from about Carter Lake. That's the pink hail core there. It's going right over I-80. So McClellan, Underwood, you're going to be seeing this the severe hail probably within the next 5 or 10 minutes or so, and potentially up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. The hail core with this, yeah, moving right over I-80. I'll zoom in. This is right over Council Bluffs. Highway 6, Canesville Boulevard, getting over to the east side of Council Bluffs. There's getting into Broadway as well. So Canesville and I-80, that hail core is going to be over you, probably 1-inch hail. If it's not over you now, it will be very, very shortly. And then it'll move on off to the north and east, up toward McClellan, up toward Underwood. And still some very, very heavy rainfall with this. Look at the 1-inch rain totals again. I have to zoom out a little bit. Again, the hail product, the rain product kind of lags a little bit because the radar has to think a little bit and then spit out that data. But this is the rain potential that we've seen now. Some of this might be a little high because, again, these are some areas that did have some hail reports. So 1 to 2 inch rainfall rates in the last hour down toward Gretna and Millard, right about 1.5 inches across parts of the West Side District, the Fair Acres area as well, and then you get up toward Council Bluffs. Still raining pretty hard, but radar estimating about 1 inch of rainfall there. All right, so I said 410. I just want to make sure I see Jacqueline's in place at the anchor desk. Booth, are you ready to transition back toward news? Emily, are you ready to transition back toward news?
We will just have to swap our weather computers and we're good to go.
Perfect. If I can toss back to Jacqueline, that's how we'll do it here. So again, I'll still be here as we go through the afternoon. Meteorologist Emily Roller is going to take over as we go through the 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock half hours. If there are any additional warnings in the Omaha Metro, or if we get any tornado warnings across parts of the viewing area, we will break in and bring you the latest there. But as of right now, we're starting to see these storms transition away from the Omaha Metro. We'll keep that information, the crawl, running at the bottom of your screen. But for now, I'll send it back over to Jacqueline, and we'll start First Alert 6 at 4.
Live from WOWT, this is our First Alert 6 weather day.
And good afternoon, everyone. Nick Weig here with you as we have gone back into our regular newscast on our main streaming channel and on First Alert 6. We're going to continue the severe weather coverage on our 24/7 weather channel as well as here on social media, as I know a lot of you are concerned about what's going on with the weather tonight. So we are going to stick with that here on streaming and on our 24/7 weather channel. So let's kick things off here. We're going to switch over to live First Alert radar and give you a rundown of what's going on. There you see a bevy of severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from northwest Iowa all the way down into the Beatrice area. We have seen numerous hail reports throughout the day. We've also received some very intense rainfall from the training of these thunderstorms. And unfortunately, we did get a confirmed damage report from the Little Sioux area from a tornado touchdown there. So far, no reports of any injuries. That is the good news there. We really want to thank everybody who's been sharing all of their pictures and video with us throughout this event, which is still ongoing. I want to show some of that to you right now. This was some video sent to us from the Dunlap area. This was from Matt Wickless, and obviously some very large hail there, certainly up to 1 inch in diameter, capable of producing damage, as you see some of the smaller leaves and tree limbs being snapped off by those hailstones. Again, this was in Dunlap earlier this afternoon. We also I apologize, this is sideways, but there, if you want to just tilt your head, or you can make out that is very intense hail that fell in La Vista earlier today. All right, let's go back now live to First Alert radar right now. There we go. And we will run down through these severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll take them from north to south. I think that might be the easiest way to go here. And so we'll start up north. And again, as new warnings are issued, you will see those on the bottom of the screen, as well as the currently active severe thunderstorm warnings as they continue. We've got a real hodgepodge of boxes here, so hopefully I can hit the correct ones, as there are some new ones replacing old ones. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Carroll and Crawford counties. This includes Denison, Manila, Manning, and Roselle. This is in effect until 4:30 this afternoon. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch diameter hail is possible. Severe thunderstorm warning for Harrison, Potawatomi, and Shelby counties, including Erling, Harlan, Persia, and Portsmouth. Again, 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail is possible with that storm. Now, east of the metro here, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Potawatomi County until 4:45. This is for 1.5-inch diameter hail, after we did have some 1-inch and greater reports in the metro area. This does include the cities of Council Bluffs, Minden, Neola, and Underwood. And again, this will remain in effect until 4:45. Moving down the chain, we've got a bit of a gap in the thunderstorms, but then as we move down towards Tecumseh, the warnings continue. And this is an area we're going to be keeping a very close watch for the potential of any tornadic development. But for right now, just thunderstorm warnings. This one for Gage, Johnson, and Pawnee counties until 4:30 this afternoon. 1.5-inch diameter hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds are possible. And then finally, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Gage and Jefferson, portions of those counties until 4:30. 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds are possible with this storm. All right, we're going to see if we can just reverse course here, and we will take a look at some of the hail cores that we're seeing in here. And we can see a pretty sizable one approaching the Tecumseh area. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Right now, we'll see what we're getting out of that. The maximum hail detection in that is 1.1 inches in diameter. Again, this is a loft, but certainly is possible that 1-inch diameter hail could or will soon reach the ground along Highway 136 west of Tecumseh. We'll move a little further back up here, closer to the metro, where we have some more significant hail cores. We've had the one, oh, that is not what I wanted. We've had the hail core that passed through the metro area, which has decreased a little bit, but we've seen these kind of regenerate after they drop a lot of hail. They'll weaken, and then they'll regain their intensity. Right now, just below 1-inch diameter hail. Further to the north, we'll take a look at these hail core northwest of Minden, detecting 1-inch diameter hail in that as well. And then as we make our way further to the north, where we have plenty more warnings, this is probably the strongest hail core we have right now in the Erling area. This one, 1.4 inches in diameter, the max hail size detected by radar. And so this one, right over Erling right now, and then heading in between Denison and Irwin, certainly has the most potent hail core that we're seeing right now. We have received a lot of storm reports, especially this has passed over more populated areas. If we zoom out here, you can see the bevy of hail reports, especially clustered along the Lincoln and Omaha metro areas and I-80. The most concerning so far that we've seen this afternoon were the tornado reports in the Little Sioux area. Numerous power lines were downed, roofs blown off of buildings. This was along 120th Street. Around 1:46 this afternoon as a tornado touched down in the Little Sioux area. So far, there are no reports of any injuries. Otherwise, just a lot of hail reports of various sizes. There has been some concern of hail up to the size of eggs. So far, I think 1.5 inch is one of the larger that we've seen so far. But that threat is going to continue as this continues to push off to the northeast through our area. Also with these storms is an awful lot of lightning as they're making their way out of the area, but very slowly overall. While the storms are moving to the northeast, the entire line has really been kind of crawling to the east. And so that's why this tornado watch remains in effect for the area until 7 o'clock this evening. It's likely we'll see some counties, especially Tacoma, Fremont, Wahoo, and Lincoln could see themselves taken out of this watch in the not too distant future. That would certainly be the hope. Again, for now, this tornado watch does remain in effect until 7 o'clock, and the real concern right now is on this area down here where the biggest instability lies, and these storms begin to creep over into a much more favorable environment of unstable air in that portion of the watch. Here's a wider view of the radar tonight as these storms continue to push off to the north and east. We continue to see redevelopment all along the line, development trying to get going ahead of the line as well. We'll have to keep an eye on that. And then as we zoom out, you can see severe thunderstorms also developing between Salina and Wichita. And this is basically the main show for the evening between northwest Iowa, eastern Nebraska, and central and eastern Kansas tonight. All right, let's go back now to live first alert radar. We're going to go ahead and take these storm reports off the screen. And we are going to take a closer look at what we're dealing with here. And one thing of concern, I'm going to go ahead and throw this in motion so we can get a better look at this. Is you see the storms roll through Omaha, and then we have a gap. And what we're watching is more development to the southwest of the metro. I don't think this is going to impact the entire metro area because the system in large part is beginning to push off faster to the east. And so hopefully that will begin to limit the risk tonight. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued for one of our northeastern counties. We'll get that information for you right now. And it should be popping up on the ticker on the bottom of your screen in just a moment. But this severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Calhoun, Carroll, Crawford, and Sac counties until 5:15 this evening. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for the risk of 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. There you see the hazards and that new severe thunderstorm warning on the bottom of your screen for Calhoun, Carroll, Crawford, and Sac counties until 5:15 this evening. So just about 55 minutes for this new severe thunderstorm warning. All right, let's go back out here and get a better look. And again, as we were talking about, we're seeing some storms out ahead of this line beginning to develop. And this is, I would think, something we're going to have to watch very closely, because if we get these isolated cells that can get ahead of the line and basically have all of the energy in the atmosphere for themselves, that is where we're going to have a bigger concern for additional tornadic development tonight. And that is something we're going to be keeping a close watch on. Right now, no indication of any significant rotation inside the storm system. But again, if these storms can maintain their intensity and continue to build, especially in front of the line, that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on. Right now, looking over at the Tecumseh area, a pretty potent thunderstorm there, and we'll continue to monitor that here through the evening. And the thunderstorm warnings just continue to pour in tonight as another new severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. This has been placed into effect for Potawatomi and Shelby counties until 5:15 this evening. 1.25-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Hail has been the primary threat from these storms all day long. Again, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for Potawatomi and Shelby counties. There you see at the bottom of the screen as well, until 5:15 this evening. All right, let's go ahead and back out now and take a look to our south at this rather potent storm approaching the Tecumseh area. We'll see if we can get more information on this, as we just lost our radar image. We'll get that fixed here. There we go. And we're going to have to keep a little bit of a watch on this, because it looks like there's some broad rotation in this storm. And we have seen this at times with these storm systems. This one's just a little bit more isolated than the ones that we've seen passing through the metro area. And so there's just this very broad area right here of rotation approaching the Tecumseh area that we have some concerns about. But again, very broad rotation right now. There you see a new scan, those wind speeds kind of picking up in both directions, so a little bit concerning. But this rotation is still broad right now, but could be an indicator of growing rotation inside this thunderstorm, approaching the Tecumseh area. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on this. In fact, I'm going to see if we can get a traffic cam back up on this. Okay, we're also keeping an eye on, just to give you a look at some of the other things we're looking at. This is a live look from I-80 at 60th Street here in Omaha, and you can kind of see how travel's moving through the area. So far, so good, as the immediate threat for hail has passed the metro area as traffic is beginning to pick up as we approach the 5 o'clock hour. But just a live look at Interstate 80 right now. So far, traffic moving along pretty well. All right, let's go back now to live first alert radar, and we're really keeping an eye on this Tecumseh storm. On radar, not looking as menacing for rotation, but still going to keep an eye on that. Also keeping an eye out for hail in this storm system, and there you see a very potent hail core inside of it. And that hail core has just triggered a brand new severe thunderstorm warning, almost right on cue. Let's get the information for you here. The severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Johnson, Nemaha, and Otoe counties until 5:15 this afternoon. There you see it now as triggering an alert on the bottom of your screen. Severe thunderstorm warning until 5:15, 60-mile-an-hour winds, but the main concern is going to be for some large hail, 1.5 inches in diameter, and we were just showing you that. Let's get that back up right now. A very potent hail core inside this new severe thunderstorm warning. Right now, radar detecting hail upwards of 1.7 inches aloft. That is concerning as this severe thunderstorm continues to make its way to the northeast. I'm going to check the speed on that because we've been getting some different speeds depending on where these storms are. This one is moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. And the main concern right now, 1.5 inch diameter hail or ping pong ball sized hail. So rather large, and certainly a concern if you're in the Tecumseh and Cook areas right now. Okay, let's go ahead and go back now to first alert radar. And well, before we do that, let's check the velocity here. Still seeing some concerning signs on the scans here. I'm going to zoom in a little tighter on that. Just west of Tecumseh, seeing a little bit of possible weak rotation aloft in this storm, but something we're certainly going to have to keep an eye out for. As this storm continues to move off to the northeast now at 50 miles per hour. But again, some broad rotation being detected in the Tecumseh area right now. And we will continue to keep an eye on that. Again, this is between the Vesta and Tecumseh areas, and we're going to zoom out here. This is where the newest severe thunderstorm warning is, and where we have a little bit of concern of some broad rotation there that I'm sure the National Weather Service is keeping an eye on. As we take a look at some of the newer warnings further to the north, still some pretty potent hail cores. Whoops, let's fix that. The strongest one here up in the Defiance area. This one also registering at about 1.7 inches in diameter, so possibly some ping pong ball sized hail falling in the Defiance area over in western Iowa. I don't believe we have any cameras in that area, but we will double check. No cameras in that area, but we do have some still cameras from the DOT. This is actually in the Denison area, which is just north of that hail core. And take a look at that image captured just a few moments ago. Very ominous clouds there looking towards the south from this camera. This is along Highway 59 in Denison in northwest Iowa. So a very concerning sign there. We'll go ahead and put the radar image back up here for you now and take a closer look at this. Also want to keep an eye on any possible rotation. No, doesn't look like that's going to be a problem for us. But again, very dark skies, extremely heavy rain. But with these still images, it's really hard to determine if there's actually any hail falling. But that hail core is quite large and certainly a concern in that area. Fortunately, this heavier hail core right now is north of Interstate 80. There are still some very heavy showers and thunderstorms in that area along the highway. And that is something that is going to be a problem for motorists, especially as that heavy rainfall is producing a lot of ponding on those roadways. Just scanning some of the other cameras here to see if we're getting any additional images from that area, and it doesn't look like much. Again, that hail core is much further to the north right now, closer to Denison and then south towards Defiance. That is where the primary hail core is right now with that storm in western Iowa. All right, let's zoom back out here now, and we will check out our other storms here down approaching the Nebraska City area. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning in the Beatrice area. These storms have had a history of producing tornado warnings, but no confirmed tornadoes as of yet. We do have some concerns with this storm passing over Tecumseh right now. And if we zoom in on that, a little bit of a concerning signature on radar. And then if we take a look at the velocity scans, we do see some gusts in there indicating some very broad rotation aloft, but nothing that indicates that a tornado is developing imminently. But again, the Weather Service will keep a very close eye on that as these storms can and will produce, and have produced rather, tornadoes in some isolated incidents. There you look at the scan, you can see kind of the evolution of that rotation as you see that red area develop over Vesta. Just indicating a little bit of outflow inside that portion of the storm, and just something to keep an eye on as it has been intensifying over the last several minutes. But right now, severe thunderstorm warning for Tecumseh and Cook as this storm that is capable primarily of producing large hail. In fact, it looks like it's gotten even stronger here in the last few minutes. 2.1 inch diameter hail. So the radar, at least aloft, is detecting hail larger than the size of an egg. And the concern is eventually the hail gets big enough that it just has to come down. And when there's not enough instability or turbulence aloft to keep those hailstones up, they're going to come down. And unfortunately, that could be happening in the Tecumseh area very shortly. We're going to see if we can find a camera down there. And unfortunately, we do not have any cameras in that area, so. We will just have to go on any reports from anybody joining us on YouTube, our website, or on our 24/7 streaming channel. Again, we are bringing you expanded coverage from what we provide you on air, as we are back in our newscast right now. And I want to thank everybody for joining us. We've been streaming now for about 4 hours, and thousands of you have been joining us, and we greatly appreciate it as we continue to track just round after round of severe thunderstorms firing up along this line, getting some really intense returns now on reflectivity in the Tecumseh area. And I imagine we're going to see more concerning signs with this hail core once a new scan makes its way in. Right now, the heaviest portion of the cell radar is detecting 2.2 inch diameter hail. This hail core is still getting stronger, and ultimately that hail will get so large that it will have to come down. So growing possibility in the greater Tecumseh area of hail upwards of the size of eggs, or at the very least ping pong ball sized hail, which is about 1.5 inch in diameter. Again, this is detecting the hail aloft. Eventually it will come down, and hopefully it doesn't come down on a populated area, because it has the capacity to do an awful lot of damage in a populated area as we're approaching that ping pong ball to even egg sized hail in the Tecumseh area right now. All right, let's back out the radar here. I do want to remind you, we do still have a tornado watch that remains in effect until 7 o'clock tonight. Not seeing any counties really being removed from this quite yet. I believe a handful of western counties may have been taken off of it, but as the storms continue to push off to the east, we should see some counties shaved off of this here over the next 30 to 60 minutes. The severe weather threat for the Omaha area is decreasing now as the more stable air is rushing in behind this line of severe thunderstorms. And let's go ahead and put this into motion on a wider view here, and you can see again those warnings that we're dealing with. And I just want to confirm, I believe now this, yeah, we have a very serious destructive severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for the Tecumseh area, a destructive. This is the highest level of a severe thunderstorm warning now in the Tecumseh area, so we really need to focus in on this area. This is a life-threatening situation. If you live in this area, you're likely going to get the EAS alert on your phone. This is now a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for the area you see there in orange. This is a very serious situation, and just looks like this just got upgraded. Let me get all of the information here up on the screen. Yes, this was just updated. This will be in effect for the next 45 minutes. This does include Johnson, Nemaha, and Otoe counties. This now for the risk of 2 3/4 inch diameter hail. This could impact the communities of Tecumseh, Talmadge, Syracuse, and Cook. Very, very, very serious storm now moving through that area as a significant hail core has developed. This was a storm we were keeping an eye on for any possible rotation, and we're also seeing growing signs of that. So this, I'd say it's safe to say we're looking at a developing supercell here as there's growing signs of broad rotation in this storm. No indication of a developing tornado. The main threat right now is hail, and a very significant hail core now passing over the Tecumseh area. 2.6 diameter hail being detected aloft by the radar. The Weather Service is concerned it could go even higher. So a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for this area for the next 45 minutes. We're going to switch real quickly here back to live radar. I want to get that information back on the screen because I want to be very clear. This is not your run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning. And if you live in this area or you happen to be in this area right now, your cell phone is going to go off because this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5:15 for Johnson, Nemaha, and Otoe counties for 2 3/4 inch diameter hail possible in this area. So this is, again, the most significant severe thunderstorm warning they can issue. This is something they've been doing the last few years so that people are alerted to very serious warnings that are capable of producing life-threatening conditions, and anyone caught outside in an area that sees hail upwards of 2.5 inches is at risk of serious injury. Obviously, beyond public safety, this has the capacity to do some very serious damage if it falls over a populated area. So a destructive severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect for portions of Johnson, Nemaha, and Otoe counties until 5:15 this afternoon. Going to keep an eye out to see if we can find any cameras. Unfortunately, there really are no traffic cameras anywhere near this severe thunderstorm. But if this holds together and approaches Nebraska City, we will have a better look at it when it reaches that area. But again, this is a very serious situation. The storm is moving off to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. Law enforcement has confirmed quarter-size hail west of Tecumseh, and now this, because of the radar scans, there is serious concern of some very large life-threatening hail embedded in this storm. So if you live south of Syracuse, portions of Syracuse, Cook, Julian, Tecumseh, Johnson, you probably got the alert on your phone. If anybody's watching us in this area on YouTube or Facebook, please let us know if you got the alert, because your phone should go off for a warning of this kind. A destructive severe thunderstorm warning that continues until 5:15 for the area you see flashing in orange, as we try and give you an idea of just how significant this situation is. We're working to get some additional information from down there, but obviously a significant situation for the area you see there, as a destructive severe thunderstorm warning is now in effect. And we'll get back to that in just a moment, but we do need to tell you about a new severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Iowa, and I don't think we're going to be able to get to that now. And as we've been telling you now for the last several minutes, we were concerned about some rotation on this thunderstorm, and it is now a tornado warning. A tornado warning has now been issued. You should see that on the bottom of the screen shortly. We'll get back in there. There you see southwest of Nebraska City, we now have a tornado warning, and then areas in orange are under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning as well. So some people in the Julian area over towards Tecumseh, you may have received 2 emergency alerts here recently, as you now have a tornado warning in effect until 5:30, still for the threat of 2 3/4 inch diameter hail. This is a radar indicated tornado right now. Oh. And we're going to switch over to our velocity scans and take a look. And yeah, you can clearly see the rotation there. Taking a look at the debris detection, nothing of immediate concern, but this is either a developing or radar indicated tornado. We're going to zoom in pretty tightly here. There you see Johnson just west of this area. And as we zoom back out, you're going to see, oh, we lost our radar again. I apologize for that. There we go. Let's switch back over to base velocity. There you see that area of rotation just west of Johnson, approaching the Talmadge area, passing just southeast of Cook. This excuse me, this was the area of rotation we were tracking for the last several minutes, and it is now tightened up in this area. And so the National Weather Service, between this new rotation and very large hail being detected, has gone ahead and issued now a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. And then for the area here where you see this notch, a tornado warning on top of that has now been issued. This is on reflectivity. You see this notch here. That is a good indicator of rotation in a developing supercell. And as we switch this over to base velocity, there you see that is right where the rotation is right now, north of Highway 136, approaching the Johnson area. So if you are in this area, you need to seek shelter immediately. A tornado warning has been issued for this area until 5:15 this afternoon. This does include the communities of Johnson, Julian, and Talmadge, as a possible developing tornado is in this area where you see the reds and greens coming together. This is a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 4 miles west of Johnson, 6 miles northeast of Tecumseh, moving to the northeast now at 40 miles per hour. So again, this is the area of concern. And unfortunately, it is not the only area of concern in this area. As we back out, we also are contending with a destructive severe thunderstorm warning with this same supercell capable of producing 2 3/4 inch hail for counties in the orange box you see there. This does include Cook. This does include the area south of Syracuse, Tecumseh, hopefully emerging from this. But this is certainly the most significant storm, at least on radar, that we've seen all afternoon. As we said, these storms are moving into a more favorable area. It's getting a little messy on radar around this storm, but it has kind of been rolling, even though it's along the line, it's kind of been by itself for the last hour or so and really been able to feed off that energy. So again, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect, destructive severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for areas in the orange box, tornado warning for the area in the red box. I do want to stress Calhoun, Carroll, Crawford, and Sac counties in western Iowa, you now have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 5:15. We'll try and keep up with that, but right now our main concern is with this new severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning affecting the areas now north and east of Tecumseh. This does include Syracuse. This also includes the Johnson, Cook, and Julian areas. This is, it is certainly looks like a tightening rotation on reflectivity at least. And we're seeing that notch in that southeast quadrant of the storm. As we switch back over to velocity, there you see that rotation tightening up. No indication right now of it getting stronger, but we're seeing stronger winds build in on one side of the storm. And hopefully this rotation will kind of outflow itself out. But for right now, this is of the most significant concern in our area of a possibly developing tornado inside a destructive severe thunderstorm. I cannot stress that enough. This is the hail core in this thunderstorm. This is a bit old of a scan, but this is what prompted the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. They were detecting hail inside the storm over 2 inches in diameter. At times it's been closer to 3 inches, and so that severe thunderstorm warning was issued because of the intensity of this hail core. So this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, and I believe that is still in effect. Yes, destructive severe thunderstorm warning still in effect until 5:15, and now we have this tornado warning for a radar indicated developing tornado in effect until 5:30 for Johnson, Nemaha, and Otoe counties. All right, we're going to switch back to reflectivity here. And again, we're watching this powerful hail core along and south of Cook. And then to the east, south of Talmadge, this is the main concern for a possible tornado. So if you're in the Talmadge area, if you're in the Johnson area, you need to be in your shelter now. You can take your phone, you can take your device, you can keep watching us on your stream, but you need to get in your safe place now. This developing tornado can develop at any time, and rotation is still very evident on radar right now. While we're focusing on that, we do want to keep you up to date on the new severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued for Mills and Montgomery counties until 5:30 this evening. This does include the communities of Emerson and Elliott. Right now, no significant threat for wind, but a rapidly developing hail core in this storm has prompted the severe thunderstorm warning, as this cell could have the potential of producing 1-inch diameter hail as it moves to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. Okay, we need to back out now and get down to our significant situation here unfolding in southeast Nebraska, where a tornado warning and a destructive severe thunderstorm warning are now in effect for the same storm. And very clear signs of rotation in this storm. No confirmation of a tornado. I'm going to see if we've got some new information on this. No, we do not have any new information about the potential for a tornado. However, in this wider area where you see the, I'll try and highlight it here, in this wider area, in this orange box, this is where a severe thunderstorm warning, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for the possibility of baseball-sized hail. There is a very strong hail core in this storm right now, and in the Johnson, Nemaha, and Otoe areas. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 5:15 this evening, and this is deeply concerning for anybody living in that area. If you're caught outside in hail this large, it is certainly life-threatening and at least capable of causing severe injury. So again, this is a very serious situation. I cannot stress that enough as this storm is moving through the area. There is that hail core we've been talking about, and very significant in size right now, as we did get a new scan, and right now 2.3 inch diameter hail is being reported by the radar. So very, very concerning sign right now as this continues to push off to the northeast at around 40 miles per hour. So there you see a destructive severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning now in effect as this powerful system moves south of Cook over to Talmadge. And is, let me zoom back in here so you can get some of the roadways here. Right now, that potential rotation is just west of Brock along Highway 67. You can see Highway 105 at the center of your screen. Just to the north is Talmadge. And as we switch over to velocity, that is not good. I keep wanting to, this is what we call our debris detection. And what could be possibly concerning, this is just a couple of pixels, but there's an indication there of a possible drop in the detection, and that could be the sign of, at the very least, a developing tornado. But if we go back to velocity, look at that exact same area, and there is the rotation. Just west of Brock, right along Highway 67, approaching County Road in Talmadge, S Road to the north, Highway 105. It is right along that highway right now. If you are anywhere in this area, you need to seek shelter immediately. This is a very significant signature on the radar right now. And if we rock this back, you can see how we were monitoring it way back here. We were telling you about the potential for some rotation in this storm as it passed Tecumseh, and you see right there, that is when it developed and quickly wrapped around, and that is where we're seeing that rotation right now. I do want to keep people in our western counties alert of new warnings in your area as the main line continues to push off to the east. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Audubon County. This does include the communities of Audubon, Exira, Oakfield, and Sharon. This is for primarily 60-mile-per-hour winds. Now, we did tell you about this if you joined us earlier this afternoon. This warning in effect now until 5:45. We were telling you as this line pushed off into Iowa, we were going to see the hail threat begin to subside, and we were going to begin to get concerned about hail, about strong damaging winds. And you can see right here where that warning has gone into effect, we're beginning to see what looks like a developing bow line along this line of severe thunderstorms. And so we're seeing several warnings now popping up, not for hail, but for wind. So western Iowa, the hail threat is still there, but it is beginning to subside as expected as the storms begin to accelerate and begin to produce more wind damage than hail damage. So that is something to keep an eye out for as these storms push further into Iowa. Right now, though, our focus continues to be this extremely powerful supercell. In between Cook and Auburn, we have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now in effect, as well as a tornado warning now in effect for this same system. This is certainly a rotating supercell. And, now we're seeing whites on the radar. That is extremely intense reflectivity. That has got to be, it couldn't be anything except for hail. And, oh my goodness. That 3.2 inch diameter hail the radar is detecting right now south of Cook, anywhere near Cook. Time's up. You need to get in your shelter now. We do still have that tornado warning. You see the tornado warning east and northeast of the hail core, where we also have some rapidly tightening rotation. There you see that rotation where the reds and greens are coming together. We're taking a look at different scans to kind of give you the best look at it. And it doesn't get much clearer than that. We do not have a confirmed report of a tornado, but a very concerning situation unfolding right now with this tornado warning. We do have an update from the National Weather Service. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Brock, or 11 miles northwest of Auburn, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This tornado warning does continue, but it also carries the risk of baseball-sized hail. It is right around the Talmadge and Brock areas right now. So a very serious potential of a developing tornado in that area. And if you just miss out on that, well, you're not in the clear, because we also have this significant hail core that has triggered a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. We have seen hail detection going above the 3-inch mark and now just below that. And so baseball-sized hail is now possible in the Cook areas. And I want to zoom in again very tightly on this so people in the area know where this is. It is heading right for Talmadge. Anybody in Talmadge, this is a very serious situation. You are in a tornado warning and a destructive thunderstorm warning. You are looking at the potential of a possible tornado, as well as 3-inch diameter hail. So a very serious situation unfolding right now as the storm is really tightening up. Right now the rotation is right in between Talmadge and Brock, and it is awfully tight. Not getting any clear indications yet on radar of a tornado producing damage or debris, but we're going to continue to monitor that right now. But very clear rotation on the radar right now, right along Highway 67 between Brock and Talmadge. So a very significant situation unfolding there. We're going to continue to stay with this storm, as this is certainly the most serious in our area. That could be doing a lot of widespread damage in this area. And you can see how it's kind of wrapping in on itself with that rotation. And not generally in the direction you would see it, but because of the motion of the storms, we're seeing it wrap around right around Highway 67. And boy, it's not often you get a signature that clear on radar. And it is certainly very possibly producing a tornado right now. If anybody is joining us in this area between Talmadge, Julian, and Brock, you need to be in your shelter right now. This is directly over the community of Brock, and I truly hope everyone is seeking shelter, because there's no telling right now whether there is in fact a tornado or not, but the radar is giving us very clear indications of what's going on in there. Again, beyond the potential tornado threat, we also have a massive hail threat here. More on that in just a moment. Okay, we do have more severe thunderstorm warnings being issued now. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. You'll see the alert on the bottom of your screen in just a moment. This new severe thunderstorm warning is for Gage, Johnson, Nemaha, and Pawnee counties until 5:45 this evening. This is for the threat of 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch diameter hail. So severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Gage, Johnson, Nemaha, and Pawnee counties until 5:45 this evening. Now, if we zoom out the radar here, we're going to show you this line just continues to build and build to the south as it's rolling through our area. And now we have a bit of a gap in the line, and that is where we've seen this powerful rotating supercell develop, impacting the Brock and the Brock and Talmadge areas. As it is pushing off to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. We are checking all of our available scans, and we are certainly seeing some very strong signs of rotation right over the Brock area. Anybody remotely close to this needs to be seeking shelter immediately. If there's any possibility that we can get any reports from down there, I know the National Weather Service is very closely monitoring this area. And obviously first responders, storm spotters are going to be out in this area. So we're going to keep an eye on all of that as this very strong rotation continues to push off to the northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. And then on top of that, we have this, a massive, massive hail core that's formed in this storm. And again, right now, the highest returns the radar is detecting is 2.7-inch diameter hail. We have seen this go as high as 3.2 inches. We're in the realm of baseball-sized hail now, folks. So a very serious situation. I think we're going to check in with First Alert meteorologist Emily Roller for an update on this storm system as well. Let's check in with her now.
Toward Brock. The potential for a tornado is the most dangerous thing, and Julian would be in the path next. So right over Brock, that's where we have that hook. That's where we have the spin on this storm that's been gradually moving northeast, and that's going to bring that risk of a tornado spin up to the area here really at any moment. We're not seeing the same incredibly bright shades showing up on our radar wind speeds as we were before, but it's still very defined rotation. And as that continues to move northeast, that threat for a tornado has not dissipated. Of course, the good thing is there's spotters on this. That means they have eyes on it. They're watching it. And if a tornado manages to develop, we're going to see it and we're going to know about it. So if you can, get into your basement, stay there, ride this warning out. That's the most dangerous storm that we have on the radar at the moment. Still a very defined hook on this. And it's part of a long line of thunderstorms that's been moving east through the area all afternoon. We've been here in the Weather Center tracking it. It's been bringing in the threat for large hail, damaging winds, as well as the potential, as we're seeing, for a tornado spin up. And that's what we're going to continue to watch here as that storm moves to the northeast. The good news is with the rest of these storms, it looks like some of these hail cores have become a little less impressive. We've been watching some of this out near Harlan up toward Carroll. And at this point, our largest hail that appears to have dropped to potentially around that 1-inch range on the radar estimated hail size. I don't want to forget about these storms that are moving through western Iowa, but Oakland, Harlan, Carroll, and then eventually pushing into Atlantic. This is going to be a situation where we have some strong wind potential and some intermittent large hail. Red Oak also picking up on that threat for some large hail here. For some of these storms down to the south, where they're a little bit more isolated, that's where we have that threat for more spin on these storms. They have that potential to maybe form a tornado, and that's what our big concern is for that storm out near Brock. They're starting to line up a little bit more and kind of converge, which may be good news for some of the tornado potential moving forward, maybe lowering that a little bit. But in the meantime, still have to keep an eye on this rotation here. The hook a little bit less defined as it moves out of Brock and toward Julian, but we still have some very clear signs of spin on our radar. This is our radar indicated wind speeds here, and this is where we have some signs of rotation showing up. So that's moving toward Julian now. That is going to potentially bring the threat for a tornado to your area. So,
and Emily, I do have on our NDOT camera, I do have a video from Julian, Highway 75. This is going to be very close to where that rotation is, if we can pull that up.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get that pulled up here.
So on the NDOT traffic cam. There we go. That again, this is pointed, there's a little bend coming north of Julian, and that's what you're seeing right here on Highway 75. And this is incredibly close to where this area of rotation is. So what we're seeing now, we're starting to see the rain come in. You can see the visibility dropping. And honestly, this will give us a great idea of what is actually happening underneath the storm. You can see the trees kind of starting to blow a little bit more. If this is going to be producing a tornado, chances are we'll be seeing it here in the next couple of minutes. I know whoever's operating the camera for NDOT has been clicking around and looking at different views, so it's possible it'll start jumping around on us here. But this is right now in Julian as that tornado warning storm moves into the city.
Yeah, still very clear signs of rotation showing up with our radar wind speeds. It doesn't seem to have weakened that much, so I would say still a very dangerous situation, one we have to keep a close eye on. We're going to watch this as it moves through Julian. Our radar picture, unfortunately, has been kind of going in and out, but as we zoom out and kind of look at the structure of this storm, the hook, at least, is a little bit less defined. Hopefully, we're seeing some signs of this falling apart in some way, but this rotation that we're still seeing on our radar wind speeds, that appears to still be on the stronger side. There's still some very clear signs here that we have some spin out toward Julian. So now this storm has moved just out to the east of Brock, at least the potential for a tornado spin up has, and now on its way into Julian and eventually up toward Paul. Looks like it might pass just down to the south of Paul. I want to zoom out, talk a little bit more about the hail on this storm, because that has been dangerous all on its own. Looks like that core just south of Talmadge with the largest hail potential. As we query this up, it looks like 1.5 inches, just slightly more than that, showing up on our radar estimated hail size. And that hail core continuing to move northeast. So that's going to bring the threat for some large hail to some of these same areas that are looking at the tornado risk. Around Brock, it looks like the largest hail likely passes off to your north. Talmadge likely picking up on some pretty large hail at the moment. And if this holds together, would move all the way up toward Paul. So again,
Emily?
Dangerous storm.
There's a new tornado warning. If we want to take Max 2 really quick, and this is an observed tornado. This is kind of on the edge of our coverage area. This is getting more toward Des Moines, but this is right along the Audubon-Carroll County line, and this is an observed tornado for a tornado warning that goes until 5:45. Again, this is right near Manning. The warning with this, they say, as I pull it up here, confirmed tornado located near Gray, 9 miles northwest of Audubon, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So some quick investigating with this storm. There's the rotation right there. I'll kind of zoom in, just really get as close as we can, because there's some smaller cities here. Not a lot of populated area, which is fantastic. But this is near Highway 71, near Gray in Audubon County. Observed tornado with this storm. And if I'm guessing where the rotation is, and again, we're kind of high up in the storm, that is the rotation, and that's where we're going to see that's where the tornado is. So looking at the radar and kind of zooming out, I'll put a track on this really quick. This is going to be moving mostly over rural areas, but this is southern Carroll County and extreme northern Audubon County, right along the county line. So Dedham, by 5:34. Not a lot of counties or not a lot of cities in this area, but I got to mention we do have an observed tornado right along the Audubon and Carroll County line. Emily?
And we do have a new update on the storm we've been tracking to the south. They've continued that tornado warning, and there has been a possible wall cloud that's been spotted on the county line between Talmadge and Julian. So that would be kind of step one in what we see in potentially a tornado forming, some of that lowering coming out of this storm. So still some strong rotation here, and because of that, they have continued that tornado warning still as radar indicated. So hasn't been observed, but they have spotted that wall cloud. It includes Fremont and Otoe counties. This is going to run until 5:45. So they've extended this for another 40 minutes. So Julian, very close to that center of rotation at the moment. you can see when we pull up our radar wind speeds right here, this is what we're watching. And it's those greens and reds coming together right near Julian and Paul. This continues to move northeast, bringing that risk for a potential tornado spin up with it. So this is one of our more dangerous storms that we've been tracking. Of course, Matt was talking about that observed tornado that we have moving out of the viewing area. It's on its way out. It's right on the fringe. This one we're going to keep eyes on. We have spotters, of course, on the ground there. We've heard from the National Weather Service that they're watching this, and they have spotted that developing wall cloud. So again, tornado potential still very much there, and we're still seeing that spin showing up, looks like right over Highway 75 between Paul and Julian. So very dangerous situation still here as we continue to track this storm. And that warning, again, going to run for the next 40 minutes as it starts to move into portions of Iowa. So other cities that are included in this warning as we go back to our warning box here, Hamburg, Riverton, and Sydney. You need to be in your basement waiting this one out. Very strong storm, a lot of hail with it. There's some big signs of rotation still here and that threat for a developing wall cloud. And that's going to keep us very concerned with that potential for a tornado spinning up here within the next few minutes potentially. This is one that we still have to watch. Still, it's looking a little messy on the radar picture, but the rotation very, very clear when we look at our radar wind speeds right here, just off to the north of Julian. So this is one that we have to keep a very close eye on here as we move forward here within the next 40 minutes through the life of that tornado warning. Along a very long line of strong storms, they have been producing large hail, strong winds, and a lot of these have had some spin on them. So it is one that we have to watch with that threat for more rotation as we move through the evening, more hail and more strong winds. And this is one of the larger hail producing storms on the map as well. Looks like the hail has started to come back up with that other tornado warnings that we've been watching off to the north in western Iowa between Manning and Audubon. Looks like we have some larger hail starting to pop back up with that storm as well. 1 3/4 inch size hail. Taking that wider view and zooming back in down to the south. Does look like we're starting to lose some of that larger hail with that storm out near Talmadge and Julian. That's where the hail core is, right in between those two towns. And we're still watching for the threat for some large hail. It's not as big as it was before. This was previously close to baseball size hail. And now it's down to about 1.25 inches just above that with that threat for some large hail continuing northeast. Really going to be the thing that we keep an eye on. That tornado potential. Still a lot of spin on this storm. Still some very clear signs of rotation that we have to watch. And again, out near Julian and eventually moving to the northeast, this is where we have, again, some clear signs on our radar wind speeds that we're still seeing a lot of spin. It doesn't look as put together on the radar picture, but when you go down to that wind level and you can see what's happening inside of the storm, we have these greens and reds right next to each other. Looks like right over portions of Highway 75 there in between Paul and Julian where we have the center of rotation. That's still a sign that we could see a tornado develop at any moment. And this is one of our most concerning storms on the map right now because of that. It does look like once it moves just out to the east of Julian, it would be moving into more rural areas, at least for a little bit. We do have that NDOT camera still up near Julian if we want to pull that back up. And you can see some of the rain picking up. Looks like it's blowing across the screen there. A lot of wind with this. A couple of trucks on the road, some semi-trucks there pulling things. Not going to be a spot that you want to be in at the moment. If you can, stay off the road. Get into cover. We have some people traveling, it looks like, in that direction. If you know of maybe a family, friend that might be traveling through here, typically drives in this area at this time of the day, let them know this is a really dangerous storm. Sometimes you may not get those warnings when you're driving, especially if you're not listening to the radio. They might not come over your phone. And this is a dangerous situation to be caught in. You do not want to be out in this storm driving. You want to be in a safe spot, kind of hunkered down, waiting this out. We still have a lot of spin on this. and there's still the potential for a tornado to spin up here. Have you noticed any new things coming in on chat?
Yeah, there's a new report. They're reporting, so that view that we had was from Julian, north of there on Highway 75, just about 10 miles north, closer to Paul, rotation observed. So that'll be something to keep an eye on toward Hamburg if this rotation holds together.
Yeah, just between Julian and Paul, that's where we have a lot of that spin, and then off to the north of Paul, you were saying?
Yes, right along Highway 75, so kind of north of that area in Julian we've been watching pretty closely.
All right, yeah, we can see that showing up here on our radar with the wind speeds where we have some of the greens and reds together at this point. There's a little bit of a hook in that area. That looks like where we have seen maybe some of that spin transition off to the north. Again, there's several spotters on this, so we're going to be keeping a close eye on it right over Highway 75 as well. So again, well-traveled area. You want to let someone know if they're in this area, it's not going to be safe to be out on the roads. Wait this out, get into your safe place. Take some time to just wait this storm out. There's a lot of hail with it. There's also that threat for spin and a rotation, maybe a tornado that could develop here. That's why there's a tornado warning in place again for that radar indicated rotation. This is going to run for the next 40 minutes. And at this point, still spinning pretty good. This storm still has a lot of good rotation holding together. And as we take a look at the other cities that may be eventually impacted by this, Hamburg and Sydney also within this warned area. So as this continues to move kind of off to the northeast, that's going to be more of a concern moving forward as this pushes a little bit further into Iowa. So it's going to be one that we watch here in the short term, see how long this rotation can hold together. Taking a look at our live radar picture and then going back to our wider view, what we're watching is a strong line of thunderstorms, and that's been slowly just drifting out to the east. Matt, do we have any more information on that confirmed tornado in western Iowa?
No, I'll bring my map back up here if you want to take Max too. We still have that tornado warning right in the Audubon-Carroll County line. There was an observed tornado with this. If I zoom in here, back toward Gray. So right here is where we got that report of an observed tornado. We have not reported or not seen any additional reports from this. So if we got a report saying that, hey, we have eyes on this, there's a tornado, there are people out there, and we haven't had one in the last few minutes, but we still have that rotation, kind of that little notch there. If I drag this back in time, you can see how that kind of comes over Gray, comes over the Carroll County line. Now it's mainly in southern Carroll County toward the Dedham area. Pardon me if I'm not pronouncing that correctly, but getting into the edge of our viewing area in Carroll County, but that's getting into more the Des Moines area. But the National Weather Service in Des Moines says no additional reports with that since it's come through, which is really good to hear. They just put out another update here. So let me see. Yeah, they're going with radar indicated rotation now, and they're saying this is moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So if you're watching us from the Carroll area, watching our stream from the Carroll area, this is staying well to your south, but still has that little notch there with the potential for maybe a brief tornado spin up in southern Carroll County.
Yeah, definitely good news that no longer seeing a tornado on the ground. But what we still have to watch, again, it's the storm down to the south, still showing some clear signs of rotation south of Nebraska City. Near Julian, looks like the main tornado risk has now transitioned off to your northeast, and around Paul likely would be just east of you. This is starting to push over Highway 75, where we're seeing some of that spin still showing up on our radar wind speeds. As we kind of zoom out on this picture here, you still see some of the greens and reds mixing together. Still some signs that we have some rotation here. Our radar picture starting to look a little bit messier with this storm in general. There's still some spotters on here that haven't seen a tornado reach the ground, but they're watching it. They've observed some rotation. We've had several reports of rotation from within this area, including the formation of a wall cloud. So it is still one that we have to keep an eye on, even as that radar picture looks a little messier, a little less organized. However, again, we're still looking at the spin showing up with our radar wind speeds. This is what's happening in the storm. still some very clear signs that things are spinning, and this is just about to cross over into Iowa. It's going to be one that we watch closely here over the next few minutes just to see how things hold together. Again, it's been a dangerous situation, potential tornado development with this, and into Payne, into Hamburg. You're going to be up next with that threat for potential tornado to develop as this crosses over into Iowa. Still a lot of spin on this storm. We're still seeing some of those greens and reds right next to each other. Again, that's not good news when we're tracking the risk for a tornado. That's a clear sign that things are still rotating, still spinning, and we're still seeing that on our radar.
Emily, if we can go back to Max 2 and go to the northern storm, I want to show you what this is transitioning into as it moves into Iowa. There are new severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued for the far eastern edges of our viewing area. It includes parts of Carroll and Cass County. But you see the threat there. It says tornado possible. What we're going to see as we go through the remainder of this evening is a line of storms developing and moving out of our viewing area toward Des Moines. But these little notches that kind of spin up here, that's where we could have maybe a brief tornado. But this is more going to be transitioning into a straight line wind event as it moves closer toward Des Moines. But Carroll, you're seeing it right now down through Atlantic and maybe even through far southeastern Pottawatomie County. That's where we have the 2 new severe thunderstorm warnings. And we're going to keep seeing, and even in, if I drag this a little bit farther down to the south, you can see that we're kind of developing another little line here across parts of southeast Nebraska. We still have that tornado warning that Emily's been tracking moving through the Julian area heading toward Hamburg and Sidney, but there's going to be another line developing across parts of southeastern Nebraska, and the velocity's not looking too impressive with that, but you can still see that there are these little notches, little bows every once in a while in the line. The cursor's not working the best with the mouse, but those are the little notches that we could still see the potential. If you're watching us from Auburn toward Falls City and the Hamburg area, that's where we could still have maybe a couple brief spin-ups with this line. Emily?
Yeah, it hasn't quite started to bow out like that northern section has. So again, on this line, still that threat for a few tornado spin-ups, as you were mentioning. We still have that tornado warning in place. We're going to watch this one closely until we start to see some of that rotation begin to break up a little bit more. But in general, very dangerous section of this line of storms, and the one that's going to be most concerning for our viewing area moving forward. It's going to have a little bit more longevity compared to that northern section, which is on its way out now. We have that tornado warning in place. We also have several hail cores that we want to watch. And as we look south of Nebraska City, this one has started to kind of become weaker compared to earlier. It's still pretty big in terms of the hail potential, but it's no longer showing signs of maybe baseball size hail like it was before. South of Nebraska City, looking at radar indicated hail of about 1.5 inches. The more dangerous part of this storm, that's going to be the threat for a tornado spin-up as that storm continues to move northeast. We still have that tornado warning in place. As you look at our severe winds, we still have some pretty bright spots showing up. This is some signs that we have still quite a bit of wind coming in different directions in this storm. So that means some rotation. So we're seeing that kind of mixing in. Looks like right over the river here where we have some convergence in those winds. So again, a lot of spin still here. The potential for that to move over into the Hamburg area here shortly. Looks like it will stay south of Nebraska City. As we zoom in a little bit further, see if we can get a few more towns on the map. Paul and Julian in the clear at this point for the potential for a tornado spin-up that has now moved out to your east. But we're still looking at that threat for that to spin up at any moment. Still seeing some clear signs of rotation here with our radar wind speeds as that moves out to the northeast and eventually crosses over the river closer to the Hamburg area. So again, this is going to be one that we have to watch closely with that threat not only for large hail, but also tornado potential here as we move into the evening. Going back to our radar picture, I want to pull back up that query box here for our tornado warning, get you the latest on that. Again, it runs until 5:45, so another 25 minutes here. This is for Fremont and Otoe counties, Hamburg, Riverton, and Sydney within that tornado warning. So if you've gotten that alert to your phone, if you're within this warning box, you need to be in your basement. There's still some very clear signs. This is spinning and could produce a tornado. A lot of large hail with this storm as well. So it's not one that you want to be outside in. This is definitely a dangerous situation here as we continue to watch this line of storms gradually making that progress out to the east. And taking that wider picture here, very long line of storms that we've been tracking as this has been moving out to the east. So far, though, no new reports coming in that I have seen from the National Weather Service. Again, it has that history of strong rotation and severe hail, so they've maintained that warning as it's moving into Iowa. That's the reason given by the National Weather Service. But right now, with eyes on the storm, they have not seen any signs that it is currently producing a tornado. And the last report we had where it was showing some signs of maybe lowering with that wall cloud, that was a little ways ago. So we're going to keep an eye on this, continue to keep an eye on chats. But in the meantime, I think we can send things back over to the desk or to break if that's where we're headed in the 5 o'clock show.
Okay, while we go back to our newscast on First Alert 6, we're going to go ahead and join you back here as we continue to monitor this severe weather outbreak across the area. We're going to get our systems back up and running here. And I want to give you a look at just what we've been dealing with over the last several hours now. I'd say almost 6 hours now across the area since our first severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go ahead and take a look at live First Alert radar. And I've gone ahead and added all of the severe weather reports to the map here. And you can see there's an awful lot. A lot of hail reports, primarily hail reports, some scattered wind reports, and then unfortunately the tornado damage that was reported near Little Sioux, some building and tree damage and power line damage in that area. Fortunately, we have not yet heard of any injuries in that area. We do have our ongoing tornado warning now here down to the south. As you saw Emily and Matt talking about, the rotation that we saw earlier in this storm appears to have, at the very least, broadened quite a bit. I'd say it's certainly weakened too, but it's definitely broadened and is not really indicating an immediate threat of a tornado. But spotters have been closely watching this. They did see rotation in a wall cloud. No word on if there was actually a touchdown at any point. But again, the tornado warning does continue for this area right now. Let's see if we've got some updated information on that. Tornado warning will continue until 5:45. We have not received an update on this in the last 20 minutes, so hopefully we'll be getting one soon. We do still also have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for that same area. We did just get an update on. Severe thunderstorm located 3 miles northeast of Sydney, or 15 miles northeast of Nebraska City, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Primary threats are for 60-mile-an-hour winds and ping-pong-sized hail, or 1.5 inches in diameter. This thunderstorm is mainly over rural areas of Fremont and Otoe counties, including the Camp Catron, Waubonsee State Park, and Thurman. So anybody camping in those areas, a significant thunderstorm impacting that area right now. But hopefully the threat for a tornado is beginning to ease off with this particular storm. All right, let's switch back over to our live radar, and we're going to go ahead and zoom out here. We do have other severe thunderstorm warnings down to our south where we still have some more significant hail cores that have developed. Switch over to that scan right now. And there you see those hail cores that we're dealing with. One near the Pawnee City area, potential of ping pong ball sized hail with that one. And then further to the north, west of Auburn, we have another hail core also radar detecting a ping pong ball sized hail in that one as well. So still some significant hail cores We're hoping to get some indication here that we're going to see this begin to transition to more of a straight line wind event. But right now, we're not seeing that. And we are seeing, especially if you see northwest of Humboldt right now, certainly the indication of a developing or an intensifying hail core in that area of the thunderstorm. As we switch over to velocity, really all we're seeing now is some leading edge rotation. Now that is capable of producing a brief spin up, but the primary threat here is going to be strong damaging winds as we continue into the late afternoon and early evening hours. But right now those severe thunderstorm warnings do remain in effect for much of the area. In fact, let's go ahead and switch back to live radar, and we're going to zoom all the way out here. And we see the tornado warning that was in effect in the Carroll area has expired. And so our remaining tornado warning right now is in far southwest Iowa and southeast Nebraska. We'll zoom in on that here for you. Still signs of rotation, not as clear or evident as it was earlier, but still there. And as we talked about these storms having the potential of regenerating and kind of cycling on themselves, that can also happen with wind rotation. And so that's something that we will certainly be keeping a close eye on as we continue to move through the evening hours here. I want to thank everyone that's been joining us throughout the afternoon hours as we've been doing this now for getting close to 6 hours. We've really appreciated everybody's reports. A lot of you have been sharing your hail pictures and video with us. We greatly appreciate that as well. And we'll continue to keep this going as long as there is a severe weather threat here in our area. All right, let's switch back over to live First Alert radar and get an update on this storm. There you see as we zoom out, things getting a little bit more muddled on radar. If we put this in motion, you can see about an hour ago or so, right there, actually, we need to check something out here. Is this... Okay, this was a brief severe thunderstorm warning that was issued or sort of split off, it looks like. So that one is expiring here, as you see on the bottom of your screen, in just less than 2 minutes, that tornado warning for Otoe County. We're going to go ahead and switch back over to our radar. What I was talking about, and our radar doesn't want to load. That's unfortunate. There we go. Okay, so we were rolling the radar back here, and I wanted to show you how this all got started. We were showing you on live First Alert radar that we were getting indications of strengthening rotation, and the first sign we had was this notch here. This was around 442, and that was indicative of some strengthening rotation. And as we roll that back on velocity, you can see what we're talking about here. Right over the Brock area was where that rotation really tightened up, and this was when spotters were beginning to see a rotating wall cloud, and that is what prompted the tornado warning for this area that hopefully will be allowed to expire here shortly, because as we go to the current image now, we are still getting some broad rotation. Obviously, there's always going to be that concern that this is going to kind of cycle upon itself and reproduce a wall cloud or a lowering and possibly a tornado. So we will see what the National Weather Service does with this. Right now, it looks like they're more concerned with the ongoing threat for large hail. We'll switch back over to that, and still a rather pronounced hail core in this. Right now, radar detecting hail as large as 1.1 inches in diameter, so certainly capable of producing that 1-inch diameter hail that can cause damage to persons and property as this continues to move off to the northeast. What we are still concerned about with this storm, and all of the storms right now, they are still moving into a very favorable environment for tornadic development. And we are still seeing sporadic warnings throughout the area. In fact, if we take a look up in northern Iowa, we have another tornado warning for Kossuth County. And this is just a developing radar indicated warning, yes. So no confirmed tornado on that one. But if we zoom out and we go down the line here, we are seeing that transition that we've been talking about on the north side of this line in western Iowa. As it's beginning to exit our area, we're seeing these longer projected severe thunderstorm warnings as these storms begin to what we call bow out. And when they bow out, as you see right here, this is where the potential begins to transfer over to a straight line wind event over a large area and is still capable of producing an awful lot of damage in its wake. So for Iowa, especially as it begins to push out of our area, the greater threat is going to be strong damaging winds. On the south side of this line, there are still some concerns about rotation and the possible development of an isolated tornado. As we switch back over to velocity, again, still seeing that, but not very strongly wrapped right now. And so no immediate concern for a tornado. So as this severe thunderstorm warning, or excuse me, this tornado warning begins to wind down, at least so far, and it's not out of the area yet, but so far the Weather Service hasn't indicated that they're going to continue that. However, this storm is still severe, even if it's not considered capable of producing a tornado, and it is heading right for the Shenandoah area. So people in Shenandoah and the greater surrounding area there, you need to know that this storm has a long history of producing some very large hail, and it is headed your way. So you are next in line for this severe thunderstorm, and this will be a lot of gusty wind, a lot of heavy rain, and the potential for some large hail. We do still have that tornado warning that remains into effect, I believe, for another few minutes here. Yeah, for about another 12 minutes for Fremont County in southwest Iowa. But the primary threat appears to be right now the threat of ping pong ball sized hail. But we are still seeing some broad rotation in that storm, but certainly not as organized and not as strong as what we saw earlier this afternoon. But again, this is the area we're going to continue to monitor, as it is still producing broad rotation in this storm system. Again, while I have a minute here, I want to thank everybody that's been joining us for this severe weather event as it pushes through our area. If you do notice on the bottom of your screen, we are including some counties not in our viewing area, just as this pushes off to the east. But we will at least continue our coverage as long as our area is under threat. And for right now, we're hopeful that by the time we get to the 7 or 8 o'clock hour, this is going to be out of our area. Now, if you're still watching us in the Omaha metro area, the severe weather threat is over. That's the good news. If we switch back over to the radar here, still some very scattered showers out and about that may or may not be hitting the ground in the greater area, but the severe threat is over. We are still under a tornado watch until 7 o'clock. At this point, that is essentially out of an abundance of caution. Tornado watch until 7 o'clock. But the threat, especially Omaha and points east, is largely over at this time. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for portions of Atchison County. This does include Rockport, Tarkio, Watson, and Westboro. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 6:15 this evening for the threat of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and hail upwards of 1 inch in diameter. So as we zoom out here, we're right along I-29 and far northwest Missouri as this line is approaching. I want to zoom out a little bit here because we are seeing these extended warnings beginning to be issued, and hopefully that is a sign that we're shifting to a primarily strong damaging wind event. rather than the ongoing tornado threat. That tornado threat does still exist right now, but right now it appears right on cue. This is going to begin transitioning rather into a strong damaging wind event. So let's go ahead and see what has prompted this new warning. And really, it's for these approaching hail cores, still a little ways away from the radar right now, but still capable of producing some very large hail, especially northeast of Pawnee City, where radar is indicating 1.7-inch diameter hail aloft. That's greater than a ping pong ball sized, and so that is certainly capable of producing damage. And the National Weather Service has gone ahead and issued a new tornado warning. This is a new tornado warning for southwest Iowa that has just been issued for the Shenandoah area. This is in effect until 6:15 for Fremont and Page counties. A tornado warning in effect until 6:15. At 5:35, so just about a minute ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 3 miles southeast of Riverton, or 15 miles northwest of Tarkio, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Now, this storm does have a history of producing large hail. It has a history of producing rotation as well as wall clouds. No confirmed tornadoes from this storm that we're aware of, but a tornado warning now in effect until 6:15 for Fremont and Page County, and this does include the community of Shenandoah. I'm going to take a moment here and see if we can get if there are any DOT cams that happen to be in that area. And unfortunately, we do not have one in that area. We do have some still images. I'm just going to pull these up raw for you. This is on the west side of that Warren storm near Sydney. This is along I-29, where the bulk of that storm is just beginning to pass through right now, where there could be some large hail falling. But right now, traffic moving along probably quite slowly. As you see, there's some intense rainfall on the backside of this storm. But right now, no other cameras that we can find in this area that we can show you. But for right now, again, that tornado warning now in effect until 6:15 for Fremont and Page counties for the threat of 1-inch diameter hail and the possibility that this storm could produce a tornado. Let's go ahead and switch over to the velocity scans right now. And again, we told you we've been monitoring this rotation that has been persistent. It's just weakened and kind of broadened out. But the concern is that it could kind of cycle and then begin to tighten back up and produce a tornado. So if you're in the greater Shenandoah area, you need to seek shelter right now. By all accounts, there is no tornado on the ground right now, but this storm could very quickly develop a tornado. There is rotation aloft, and in that polygon, there is rotation that is taking place that could at any moment begin to strengthen and produce a tornado on the ground. So a tornado warning now in effect until 6:15 for the greater Shenandoah area. We did just get a new scan in, and I want to get a check on some of the winds that we're seeing in this. Right now, not getting any strong indicators of rotation. Winds probably between 25 and 40 miles an hour aloft, but there is rotation, and I imagine the one main concern the National Weather Service has is the tightness of this rotation in the Riverton and Farragut areas. So this is where, albeit weak, the rotation is tightening back up again, and we're going to have to monitor these scans as the tornado warning does continue to proceed off to the northeast here at about 40 miles per hour. Okay, so this is the rotation in the Riverton and Farragut area. Again, people in this area need to be seeking shelter, and people in Shenandoah need to be doing the same right now for this tornado warning. Now we go back into western Iowa right now. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for the Atlantic area in our viewing area. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning, like the others, beginning to take a shape because of strong damaging winds. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 6:45 for Adair, Audubon, Cass, and Guthrie counties until 6:45 this evening. Severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from 4 miles northwest of Bayard to 8 miles north of Adair to near Wyota to 4 miles east of Elliott, moving east at 40 miles per hour. This storm does have a history of producing large hail, and strong damaging winds are also possible with this storm. So that is the latest severe thunderstorm warning we have now. Okay, we do have an alert. You see that on the bottom of the screen. We have a confirmed tornado now. This is a confirmed tornado heading for Shenandoah. All right. Emergency management has confirmed a tornado on the ground east of Riverton, or 18 miles east of Nebraska City. This is moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. Okay, again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground, spotted by emergency management. There you see these kind of hooks on the leading edge. Let's switch over to velocity right now. And it's not really showing up well on radar. We're going to be coming on the air with First Alert 6 meteorologist Emily Roller in just a moment, and we will take her live when that happens. So just stand by for that. But again, this is the latest warning that we have. Real quickly, I want to zoom out here and just make sure that we're not missing any other new warnings, because we have a lot of warnings in the area right now, and that does not appear to be the case. The priority now is a confirmed tornado on the ground. This is headed for Shenandoah. Shenandoah is in the path of this tornado. This is, again, a confirmed tornado on the ground headed for Shenandoah. Right now, based on the rotation and the debris detection, which there really isn't much debris being detected, that's the good news so far, but I would suspect that possible tornado is in this area right now. So again, people in the Shenandoah area, the greater Shenandoah area, you need to seek shelter right now. There is the rotation on your screen west of Shenandoah producing a tornado right now. This is right along Highway 2 between Sidney and Shenandoah. This is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Now with more, here's First Alert 6's Emily Roller.
On a tornado warning. This is a confirmed tornado reported out near Riverton, and with this storm as it moves out to the northeast, there's some big concerns for this to eventually impact Farragut and Shenandoah. Shenandoah directly in the path of this storm. I want to zoom in and talk about where we saw that reported tornado. You can see it showing up on the map right here, right next to Riverton. This was not too long ago, and now our radar picture still showing some signs of rotation here and the potential for this tornado that has been reported on the ground to make its way into Shenandoah. Farragut also in the path of this storm. So you need to be in the basement. Wait this one out, get into your safe place. We had a confirmed tornado near Riverton. Now, as that continues to move northeast, that's going to bring in the concern for tornado to impact Farragut, Shenandoah, and if it holds together, Essex. Now, as we take a look at our severe winds, the spin on this is not very tight. We're not seeing super clear signs of very tight rotation on this storm, but with a reported tornado that was on the ground near Riverton, this is a dangerous situation. We still see some signs of spin right near Farragut, and this is where that would be moving next. So you need to be in the basement, waiting this storm out. Potentially very dangerous situation. Again, reported confirmed tornado on the ground earlier out near Riverton. Now we're going to watch this one. The strongest rotation seems to be currently located 1 to 2 miles northwest of Farragut, moving northeast. We can see this showing up here on our severe winds right now. Right here, we're watching for some of that spin, showing clear signs of that on our radar picture. That'll continue moving northeast, Shenandoah in the path of this storm. Again, this was a confirmed tornado on the ground out near Riverton not too long ago, just within the last couple of minutes, prompting this tornado warning to be issued. Now, as we take a look at the text on this warning here, this is going to run until 6:15. Fremont and Page counties in Iowa impacted by this. Again, an observed tornado. This was on the ground near Riverton. This is what prompted this to be issued. National Weather Service talking about another potential area of rotation developing about 3 miles southeast of Farragut. And this could be a situation where we have potentially a couple of tornado spin-ups within the same section of the storm. So there's a couple spots that we're watching very closely with this. Again, we have some rotation that we're keeping an eye on, both off to the north and off to the south of Farragut. Looks like this would be the secondary area that they're talking about right here. Our severe winds, as we take a look at them, again, it's not a very tight area of rotation, but it's certainly there. You can see that spin right here where we have the greens and reds showing up very close to each other, and then another area just off to the north of the city. So these two areas potentially very dangerous when we're talking about that threat for tornadoes to form. We are going to watch these very closely. We had, again, a confirmed tornado on the ground not too long ago out near Riverton, and we can pick up that report, kind of talk about the time frame on this. That was reported at 5:38, so within the last 10 minutes. Now this storm making progress out to the east, northeast, and that's going to bring that concern for a tornado with it. And of course, we have Chief Meteorologist Matt Surrey joining me in the Weather Center as we continue to track this confirmed tornado that was on the ground out near Riverton and now on its way towards Shenandoah. And of course, Farragut also in the path of this with two areas of potential rotation very close by. Looks like this one down to the south starting to hook out a little bit more, become maybe a little bit more prominent as this storm continues to move out to the east. Severe winds on this as we pull up our radar wind speeds, still showing an area of rotation north of Farragut and then down to the southeast as well. So both of these areas we have to keep an eye on as it continues to make progress out towards Shenandoah. So Shenandoah, if you are not yet in your safe place, get into your basement. If you have friends or family in that area, give them a call, let them know this is headed their way. Very dangerous storm, again, with that threat for a tornado that was reported not too long ago, within the last 10 minutes out near Riverton. Now that storm making that progress out to the northeast. Matt, do we have any new reports coming in out of National Weather Service chat?
No additional reports. Still, the last thing was that second area of rotation that's developing down to the south. But yeah, the main message here, anyone in Shenandoah out toward Essex as well, you got to be in your tornado shelter as this line comes through. You only got about 5 minutes until the areas of rotation get very close to Shenandoah.
Yeah, what's the speed on this warning?
This warning is going to, I believe it was 40 miles an hour. Oh, they just put out a whole bunch of cancellations for the tornado watch. But this is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour.
Okay, and we have the two areas of rotation. So I'm going to kind of recenter this so we can try and get a little bit of a time track on this for you. Let's talk about this one off to the north of Farragut, that kind of area of rotation that we're watching. If I can pull this out, 35 miles an hour into Essex by about 6:07. Looks like that warning cone doesn't include the Shenandoah area, so I'm going to try and clear that and maybe see a better idea of when it could be moving into Shenandoah. Let's pull this right through Shenandoah, see if we can get you to show up here on our time track. As we time that out, Shenandoah, 5:58, so within the next 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes, this area of rotation could be right over you. Again, this could bringing in the potential for a tornado. We have another area of rotation just down to the south. It's going to be a similar time frame into Essex by 6:07. So you have maybe 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes at the most of a heads up. You need to be in your shelter waiting this out. And if it holds together further than that, we'll just continue to track the time frame on this warning. But again, right now you see that white box around our tornado warning. That is because it is for a confirmed tornado, and that was down near Riverton about 15 minutes ago at this point. So we're still watching 2 areas of rotation here showing up on radar, and as this storm continues to move northeast, that brings the threat of a tornado into Shenandoah and into Essex. So zooming back in on this storm, you can see kind of that hook that's developing south of Shenandoah. That's one of the areas of rotation. The other one we can see a little bit better when we pull up our radar winds, and that would be just off to the north as we kind of recenter this. That would be coming very close to Shenandoah, maybe just going off to the north of Shenandoah by a small margin as that continues to move northeast. So Shenandoah, you're right in between potentially 2 areas of rotation as they continue to move northeast. So you need to wait this one out. Farragut, it seems like the rotation's starting to move away from you. So within, I would say, maybe the next 5, 10 minutes, you should be in the clear of a potential tornado in your area. But again, Shenandoah, this is one that we have to watch closely, and then eventually into Essex. Still that threat for a tornado to form in your area. As we look at our debris signature here, it doesn't look like I see anything showing up that's showing a clear sign of debris being picked up by a tornado on the ground. So our debris detection not showing anything clearly that we have a tornado on the ground, but we had, of course, a report of that little ways ago when this was out near Riverton. So now it's just continuing to make that progress out to the northeast. A lot of spin on these storms. There's 2 areas of rotation that we've been watching, and they are now coming very close to Shenandoah. So as we zoom in on here, kind of talk about some locations that may be impacted. The hook on this storm looks like it's right near portions of Highway 59 and Highway 2 here, maybe County Road 2. And as we take a look at our severe winds on this, can still see some spin right here. So just south of Shenandoah, another area of rotation. It's not as strong just off to the north, but with these storms, this has a history of creating a tornado, producing a tornado. So we need to keep a very close eye on the rotation moving forward. Again, very dangerous situation for Shenandoah with those 2 areas of rotation very close by. The southern one seems to be the one that is most concerning at the moment and closest to Shenandoah at the moment. It would also hold together and move into Bingham if that manages to hold together. So anyone within this warning box, you need to be seeking shelter in your storm shelter, in your basement, waiting for this storm to pass. Taking a look at our live radar picture, and as we zoom out, still a very strong storm here. Hail potential with this is going to be, it looks like, close to 1 inch, maybe slightly larger, coming in behind that tornado threat. So not only do we have that risk for a tornado to develop, also a risk for some hail coming along with this behind it. So you really want to wait this one out. Be in shelter. It's not one you want to be out driving in. This is part of a very dangerous line of storms that's been kind of holding together very well throughout the afternoon. As we take a look at our radar picture, kind of on that wider view, this is joined up with the northern section of that line, and it's become one continuous line of storms. A lot of risk for wind with the northern section of this, very strong winds, and as we move south, we see more of a threat for tornadoes and some large hail. And that's exactly what we're seeing out near Shenandoah, again, with this current tornado warning that's going to run here for a little while longer. So let's get a look at, again, the text on that warning, talk about the time frame here. This runs until 6:15, so we have another 20 minutes on this. Fremont and Page counties, Essex, Farragut, Shenandoah, you are within this current warning box. Farragut, I would say you're on the kind of tail end of that risk. I think that's starting to move more out to the east. So Shenandoah and Essex going to be the cities that we focus on as we move forward. Still a lot of sign of rotation here on this. We have a little bit of a hook still holding together. It looks like south of Shenandoah, and showing up on our radar picture here with those winds. Still some signs that we have some spin right over the Shenandoah area. So we're watching again for a couple areas of rotation on this. Shenandoah, Bingham, Essex, all included within this warning. Matt, do we have anything new coming in from the National Weather Service regarding this?
No, and I guess that's the best thing to say, Emily, is that we had that one report of a confirmed tornado with law enforcement, so they have eyes on this, but no new reports since that came in at 5:39. So we're going on 15 minutes as this is heading toward populated areas with no new reports. Good news, but remember, if you're under this warning, it did produce a tornado not that long ago. So please, please, please still stay in your storm shelter around the Shenandoah area.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on this one. Wait for it to pass through Shenandoah before we drop out of this and go back to programming. Of course, this is moving through a populated area with that risk of producing a tornado. We want to take it seriously. Ride this one out all the way through Shenandoah, see what happens as it moves through before we go back to programming. So we're going to stay on this for a little while longer. We likely have maybe about another 5-10 minutes of this before that storm and the rotation make their way out to the east of Shenandoah. That'd be headed toward Essex next. Bingham, likely pretty low population area, didn't make it into the warning text as far as impacted areas, but Shenandoah going to be the largest populated area impacted by this tornado warning. And again, this was a confirmed tornado on the ground not too long ago when this was out near Riverton. As we kind of zoom back out, Riverton showing up right here. There's Shenandoah, so it's been holding together with some of that rotation as it's made its way out to the northeast. So Shenandoah still underneath that tornado warning. Again, this is going to run for another 15 minutes or so and bring the threat for a tornado to move into the area. Now, we are getting close to the start of our 6 o'clock show. Matt, are you ready to kind of jump into the storm coverage here?
Yeah, absolutely. You can keep your show up there, and I'll just kind of walk in. Is that how we're going to do it?
That sounds good.
I like that. Thank you so much, meteorologist Emily Roller, taking over here as we head towards 6 o'clock. Again, we're staying on with this storm for as long as that's going through Shenandoah. It did have the confirmed tornado with it not that long ago, but as I just mentioned, we haven't had any additional reports of this producing a tornado ever since it got past about the Riverton and the Farragut area. Nevertheless, we still have that strong wind signature. And again, a couple different areas of rotation here. One kind of north of Shenandoah toward Essex, kind of get another one here. And that's what we're going to see as we go through the remainder of the next, couple of hours as this line pushes through southwest Iowa. It's going to keep, kind of ebbing and flowing with these little notches kicking up, and it could eventually, every once in a while, produce a brief tornado. And that's exactly what happened as this moved through the Shenandoah area. So there's the live radar, the typical radar mode. And even farther down to the south, again, this is kind of getting on the edge of our viewing area, but you can kind of see these little notches, the red and green, right next to each other into northwest Missouri. That's exactly what this line is doing as it's moving through Shenandoah. And it will continue to do it as it moves toward Essex. Red Oak, you're getting some very heavy rain right now, and I know you're pretty close to where this tornado warning is, but as of right now, you're still under the severe thunderstorm warning in the Red Oak area. This is really just north of Shenandoah and toward the I believe it's Imogen area, just north of there and around Essex as well. Imogen's outside the warning area. Coburg, Essex. Coburg, you're outside of the warning, but I would probably want to head down to the basement for the next maybe 10 or 15 minutes or so as this line passes through. It's coming through Shenandoah right now, so if you've been watching us from the Shenandoah area, yes, it might be getting pretty loud outside right now. Might be some strong winds coming through, because if we don't have a tornado, what we're seeing is this little bowing segment here, and that could mean some strong winds coming in the backside of the storm, and we can still get some pretty good severe wind gusts with that as it comes through. And apparently, I just lost the ability to, I'm checking to see, okay, for some reason that wouldn't clear. That's what happens as you're going on 4 hours of severe weather coverage. You're not quite sure what's happening. Here's the wind speeds once again as it's moving through the Shenandoah area. Good news, we're not seeing the bright reds, the bright greens right next to each other, but those notches, those become the concerning part. So right now there's one notch southwest of Shenandoah, kind of another brighter red area up toward Essex. So that's why anyone that's in this warning, you absolutely have to be in your tornado shelter. And with a lot of rain, really, really heavy rain with this storm coming through. Look at all the purples indicating not only heavy rain, possibly even some hail coming through. And yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing right here. Probably some 1 1/4 inch, so $half sized hail heading towards Shenandoah. You're not going to be able to see any type of rotation if you're in the city, potentially with this heavy rainfall. So take the warning seriously. It continues for about another 10 minutes or so. But as Emily mentioned, we're going to stay with it as it goes through the city of Shenandoah because we are concerned about that potential for rotation that we're really not seeing too much of. If I zoom out here, you'll probably see a little bit more off to our north and our south. There are these two big bowing lines. You have the severe thunderstorm warning as well. Outside of that, that does include Red Oak and places like Clarinda and including Malvern as well. That goes until 7 o'clock, but you can see inside this kind of big bowing line, it's that area around Shenandoah where we still have just a little bit of a hook, a little bit of a notch that's coming through. Now, one thing that's kind of limiting, at least with the newest radar scans, what we're seeing with kind of this bulge in the line right there south of Shenandoah. Hopefully this is transitioning to more of a damaging wind event here, and it's kind of done wrapping up as far as a tornado goes in Shenandoah. But yeah, this is something that you absolutely have to still be in your base for. Just about 5 minutes or so in the Shenandoah area. If you're in Essex, you probably want to be in there probably till about 6:10, and then it starts to move out of our coverage area, and we'll see what they do farther downstream toward the Clarinda area. But there's these little notches here in the line. That's where we could have any potential spin up here as this is moving through parts of southwest Iowa. Zooming back out even farther, if you're watching us down toward Falls City, toward Rockport, Tarkio, even up toward the Atlantic area, just becoming a big old line of storms. And likely what we're going to see is some pretty strong winds as they push through. Just have that one tornado warning. Again, the reason why we're still on with this, it did have an observed tornado with it just about 5:40. So going on about 20 minutes ago, there was a confirmed tornado with this, and we want to stay with it because it was going through Shenandoah, going through a city of thousands of people. We want to make sure that they have the latest information and that they're informed and they're staying safe from this storm that did produce a confirmed tornado very, very close to them. And right now, there's the new update. All right, so let's get the new warning here. And it's not blinking, so it's not a confirmed tornado, so that's some great news there. Here's the latest tornado warning. This is for Page County. It does include Essex. So again, if you've been watching us from Page County, around the Essex area, north of Shenandoah, that's where we have this rotation right now. You can see it got pretty bright here just in the last radar scan or so. So if you're in Shenandoah proper, if you live in the city of Shenandoah, you're in the clear. The rotation has moved away from you. Bingham, you still want to be, if you're along Highway 2 there, east of Shenandoah, you still want to be in your basement just a little bit longer. But it's up toward the Essex area where we still have a little bit of rotation here, and we have that potential for a tornado. So just to kind of put a bow on everything, the reason why we stayed with this storm for so long is because it had an observed tornado. They've since changed the wording on it. But this storm, as it moves into Page County, still could produce not only damaging winds, but maybe some brief spin-ups. And just as a reminder, if you live anywhere in southwest Iowa, even down toward the Falls City area, as this line continues to move east, we could still see these brief spin-ups on and off over the next hour or two. We'll keep cutting in. I'll take the reins if we get any more reports of confirmed tornadoes as this line moves through southwest Iowa, through far southeastern Nebraska, anywhere in our viewing area. But let's kind of reset here, take things over, and Brian and Aaron, we'll start the 6 o'clock news, and if you could give me about a minute off the top to change shows, I would greatly appreciate that.
Okay, Nick Weig back with you here in the Alert Center, where we are going to continue our extended coverage of this tornado warning. We do have a new tornado warning. This replaces the confirmed tornado warning. This is now just a radar indicated warning, but this is for the ongoing potential for a tornado to develop from this storm that just passed over the Shenandoah area in southwest Iowa. And we are continuing to monitor this for additional possible tornadic development. So there you see the area of rotation, and again, this is what we've been seeing all day, is this kind of cycling with these storms, where the rotation became stronger, then weaker, then stronger, then weaker, and every time it strengthens up, or in many cases, we have gotten reports of confirmed tornadoes on the ground. That's what happened west of Shenandoah. Hopefully, so far, it doesn't appear that a tornado impacted Shenandoah. Obviously, they're still dealing with hail and rain as well. In fact, let's switch over to the hail scan right now, and you see that hail core likely impacting the Shenandoah area right now. And this is what it looked like, or this is the latest scan from the radar. Still the potential of hail of more than 1 inch in diameter, 1 inch in diameter. That is passing over the Shenandoah area right now. So although they fortunately missed out on a tornado, they are not missing out on the hail. Okay, we have a new tornado warning that has just been issued. This is a new tornado warning that has been issued. I believe this is for northwest Missouri, in the very far southeast portion of our viewing area. Tornado warning for Atchison and Nottoway counties until 6:30 this evening. This is a radar indication of a possible tornado, again, for Atchison and Nottoway counties until 6:30 this evening. Moments ago, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Tarkio, moving east at 35 miles per hour. So this is just east of I-29 in northwest Missouri, but a tornado warning now in effect for Atchison and Nottoway counties until 6:30. Let's go ahead and take a look at this on the velocity scan and see what prompted the National Weather Service to make this call. And yeah, it's, you know, a funny thing is actually all kinds of rotation, because this is really starting to turn into a straight line wind event. And in a straight line wind event, you can often get some rotation on the leading edge. And it seems to be that's what this is transitioning to, because there's little pockets of rotation over Tarkio. But even south of this warning, you can see an area of building rotation right by Fairfax. So Fairfax, you're not part of this warning, but I think it would be safe to go ahead and head for your shelter right now, because there are indications of rotation over that area as well, just on the southwestern edge of this tornado warning. If not a warning, still some very strong winds are likely being produced inside these showers and thunderstorms, and there's also hail cores up and down the line with all of, take a look at all of these severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now, as tornadoes are now being reported down in the Manhattan, Kansas area, but from Fort Dodge all the way down to east of Beatrice, we have a line of severe thunderstorm warnings and a pair of tornado warnings embedded within that. So right now we do have those 2 tornado warnings in effect in our viewing area. And we're going to go ahead and make that 3 tornado warnings now in effect in our area. A new tornado warning for Montgomery and Page counties in southwest Iowa until 7:15 this evening. This does include the cities of Coburg, Hepburn, Stanton, and Villisca. This is the storm that just exited the Shenandoah area. So this is a new tornado warning until 7:15. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located along a line extending from 8 miles southwest of Red Oak to 2 miles east of Essex to 6 miles north of Coyne, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. Along with the threat of a possible tornado, quarter-sized hail is also expected in this area. So a tornado warning for Montgomery and Page counties now in effect until 7:15. We'll go ahead and take a look at the velocity scan on this particular storm. And yeah, we do see some regenerating rotation northeast of Shenandoah. So we'll go ahead and zoom in on this area. And there you see just east of Essex, south of Coburg, some tightening rotation a little bit there. As you see right there, that is where they are keeping an eye out for a possibly developing tornado just east of Essex. And this is moving to the northeast at 35 miles per hour. With any hope, this will go north of Hepburn and Villisca, but people in those areas south of Highway 34 need to be seeking shelter immediately. These storms can take turns at the last moment, and so that is why the tornado warning has been issued for Montgomery and Page counties until 7:15 this evening. Taking a quick look at the debris detection, not seeing anything in the air right now. That's good news, but still seeing that that rather potent rotation tightening up again as the storm moves east of Essex. And so that continues to be the story of the evening now, as we get these embedded areas of rotation along a very long line of strong wind and hail producing storms. I do want to remind you, we also have a tornado warning for portions of northwest Missouri now in effect, again for these other isolated areas of rotation that are popping up. And so these are the two areas that we're going to keep an eye out for right now. Just real briefly here, I want to zoom back out and take a look at areas of hail in our area, and we're seeing the hail cores really begin to subside quite a bit. That's the good news. That is what we expected to see as this storm system pushed off to the east. We expected that the hail threat would become diminished, and we would eventually see this begin to transition into a strong wind event for the area. Let's go ahead and check in with Matt Serwe, who has an update on this new tornado warning.
And this is south of Red Oak, near the Nyman area. Within the next couple of minutes, Villisca, you have about 15 minutes to get to your tornado safe spot. Quincy, it'd be by about 6:51 getting outside of the warning there. So again, that is now the second tornado warning that we've seen issued in the last couple of minutes. We do have that other one down toward Atchison and Nottoway counties in northwest Missouri. But to kind of wrap things up in Omaha, starting to see the sun come back out. It will be a nice evening across eastern Nebraska. We still have to deal with this line of severe storms in Iowa and Missouri. They're still producing tornado warnings. At this point, they are radar indicated. Brian and Aaron?
Okay, that's the latest from Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe as we come back here to live First Alert Radar with an update on those tornado warnings now in effect in southwest Iowa and northwest Missouri. I want to go ahead and give you a look at the loop here, and well, we need to zoom out actually. There we go. This is what I wanted to show you. The tornado watch has been canceled early, just by about an hour, for Omaha as well as much of Nebraska. Just southeastern Nebraska remains in this tornado watch, along with southwest Iowa, northwest Missouri. And then a new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for a small portion of our area in northwest Missouri and southwest Iowa. This thunderstorm watch will stay in effect until midnight. This does include most of central Iowa, northwest Missouri, and portions of southwest Iowa. So again, the tornado threat is beginning to ease up a bit. We do have a pair of tornado warnings for rotation. But again, this is kind of along the leading edge of these warned storms, and the leading edge of these storms can produce tornadoes. That can briefly happen, and so that is why we're still seeing those tornado warnings for those areas. But that threat is beginning to ease up, and the threat will slowly begin to transition into a strong wind event to our east. And the good news is, again, for the Omaha area, the severe weather threat is over. Things are much more comfortable out there right now and shaping up to be a pretty good weekend until we are going to end up with a pretty bleak Sunday with a lot of rain in the area. Okay, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued, and this is no surprise. There you see that tornado warning in northwest Missouri, and now a new severe thunderstorm warning surrounding it right now as this again becomes a growing strong wind event for areas east of Omaha, where this long line of severe thunderstorms continues to push through the area. So let's get the information for you here. Severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 7 o'clock for Atchison, Holt, and Nottoway counties. This is for the threat of 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 1-inch diameter hail. So again, the potential for hail is still there. We do still have those tornado warnings for the potential of a developing tornado, a brief tornado along the leading edge, but the threat is beginning to transition to a strong straight line wind event as this larger line begins to coalesce and begin bowing out. And the best way to show you that is we're going to zoom way out here and give you a look at what that means. And there you have it. And in fact, let's go out even further on this. There we go. So here's a wider view of this, and as we zoom out, this line is stretching all the way down into Kansas and Oklahoma. It's just beginning to develop there. But here from southern Minnesota, all the way up north of Minneapolis, stretching all the way through Iowa, Nebraska, into Kansas, this is beginning to coalesce into a very long line of wind-producing thunderstorms. And so now we're beginning to see this transition to some very long-duration severe thunderstorm warnings as it's pushing further into Iowa. And this will continue to push off to the east at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. But again, you're seeing two clear indicators of this becoming a significant straight line wind event over a large area. And we're going to go ahead and stop the radar. And we're getting a sharper line on the leading edge here. And it's kind of arcing a little bit, kind of bowing out there, especially down to the south. And so this is when we're beginning to transition to that widespread damaging wind event of winds upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour. So almost right on cue, as the tornado threat has begun to ease off, we have severe thunderstorm warnings taking over and a severe thunderstorm watch to our east for western and central Iowa now in effect until midnight. So we have been here for you through the entire growth and life cycle of this severe thunderstorm complex as we watched it develop from a few isolated thunderstorms all the way into some very large hail-producing storms as it approached the Omaha metro area. And then, unfortunately, we did have some tornadoes. I believe at least 2 or 3 have been confirmed so far. And we did have confirmed damage in the Little Sioux area to both buildings and power lines from a tornado that touched down in that area. Again, no indication yet of any injuries in that area. But as you can see now, the tornado watch is essentially over for Nebraska. One remaining county left in that tornado watch here in Nebraska. And in a short time, that tornado watch will expire and this new severe thunderstorm watch will take over until midnight for our far southeastern counties. And much of central Iowa as well. So if you have any folks living in Iowa, in the Des Moines area, the Waterloo, Cedar Rapids areas, going to be a bumpy night, but it will largely be a strong damaging wind event at this point. Can't rule out an isolated tornado. They do commonly happen along a leading edge of a wind-producing storm. But as you can see, a much different look to this storm system than just a couple of hours ago, as this has really coalesced into a strong wind-producing event. But the good news is for the metro area, that has moved beyond us, and we can enjoy a nice evening for now here in the metro area. But we are going to continue to monitor these severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as keep an eye on that pair of tornado warnings we have to the south. And we're going to go ahead and let's get back to those right now. I'm going to keep the storm reports off the screen because there's just too many of them at this point. And we're going to go ahead and go back down here. It looks like there's our, that is a new tornado warning, in fact. Let's go ahead and check that out. We do have a new tornado warning now. And yeah, you can see the notch. Haven't even checked out the velocity, but right there north of College Springs, there you see that notch that's indicative of a potential development area for a tornado to develop, rather. This tornado warning now in effect until 7 o'clock for Page County. This is a radar-indicated developing tornado. that was located near College Springs, or 7 miles southwest of Clarinda. This is moving off to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and switch over to our velocity scan right now and see what we've got here. And yeah, there you see not very strong rotation, but awfully tight rotation right there. North of College Springs. And so that, particularly College Springs, Clarinda, and then New Market, need to be prepared, and you need to be seeking shelter right now as this potential tornado-producing storm is now moving to your area. Let's see if we can get any cameras in that area. And I don't believe we have any in that area. No, we do not have any cameras in those areas. The closest one we have is east of this area, and it looks like that camera actually is down right now. So not getting many good looks at this in that area right now. But again, a new tornado warning has been issued for, I believe it's Page County, College Springs, Clarinda is included in this warning for a possibly developing tornado now in that area you see circled on your screen. And this will remain in effect now until 7 o'clock this evening. This is a pretty small tornado warning, but again, the primary threat with these storms is going to be strong damaging winds as they continue to push off to the east and northeast at about 35 to 45 miles per hour. There you see that notch there on the reflectivity scan that we've been talking about, with these essentially turning into leading edge rotation events. And so at this point, we're really looking at the possibility of a brief tornado touchdown with some rotation on the leading edge of these storms. But because they're beginning to push more easterly, because they're coalescing and beginning to what we call bow out, this is widely turning into a wind event. And so that's why the tornado watch that is in effect for areas east of Omaha has that's set to expire at 7 o'clock will be allowed to expire, and is being replaced to our east with a thunderstorm warning, as strong damaging winds now quickly becoming the primary threat. So there you have our 3 tornado warnings now in effect for portions of southwest Iowa and northwest Missouri. And we'll go ahead and switch over to velocity scan on this wider look. And really, this is all leading edge issues that we're dealing with. And you just get these pockets of rotation as these storms have begun transitioning into that bowing segment. And you can get a brief spin up and a tornado touchdown. That's what we saw earlier west of Shenandoah, as well as in the Little Sioux area, where unfortunately that touchdown did produce damage in that area. But hopefully this tornado threat will continue to ease off here over the next few minutes, but still a strong damaging wind threat will continue to our east for the rest of the evening, as that thunderstorm watch will be in effect for the southeastern portion of our viewing area until midnight tonight. Now it is in effect until midnight. However, these storms will be pushing out of the area over the next hour or two, and then the threat will be over in our viewing area as these storms will finally exit the area after a good 8 or 9 hours in our viewing area since they first developed around 11 o'clock this morning. I want to take another look at that storm to the south, as it's, again, as we've been seeing with these tornado warned storms, it's not strong rotation, but it occasionally does tighten up, and that would be indicative of a leading edge tornado, a brief spin up now here between Dawsonville and Elmo. And so this is just another one of those areas where we're seeing that tightened circulation that could be capable of producing a brief tornado. Now, whether it's a tornado at this point or it's strong damaging winds, it doesn't matter. You need to seek shelter. Both are capable of causing damage and injury to life and property, and so they need to be taken seriously. But again, these areas, these pockets of rotation along what is now the leading edge of these storms is what is prompting these tornado warnings in southwest Iowa and northwest Missouri. Again, I want to thank everybody. A lot of you have been sharing your pictures and video with us of all of the hail, the storm clouds, and just about everything in between. We are putting all of those up on our website, firstalert6.com. You can check those out right on the main page. Plenty of pictures and videos from today's event. And so far, fortunately, we have not heard of any injuries, so that is the good news. Unfortunately, we have heard of tornado damage in the Little Sioux area, and undoubtedly there has been a lot of hail damage across the area, as multiple areas reported upwards of ping pong ball sized hail, possibly larger in some areas, that likely produced a fair amount of damage to anybody or anything caught in its path. But right now, we're focused on these tornado warnings, these leading edge tornado warnings, where we are monitoring the possibility of a brief spin-up as these storms begin to transition to a strong wind threat. We'll switch back over to the radar image here, and you can see what we're talking about. As these little pockets of rotation are happening, the greater line is beginning that bowing look that we always see with strong wind-producing storms. And as they continue to push off the east, if you know anybody that's traveling along I-35 in Missouri or Iowa tonight, there is a pretty powerful storm system headed their way. And so they really need to keep advised of the radar in their area. And as this approaches, it might be a good time to take a break from the road, because as I speak from experience, and anybody knows traveling in thunderstorms or in snowstorms, I-35 is a really difficult one to travel because of just the terrain and the direction of the road. So I-35 is going to have some real problems over the next several hours, starting in the northern part of Iowa and then slowly making its way down through Iowa and into Missouri as these long lines continue to push through the Midwest. Looking further north here, we'll switch over to the Des Moines radar now, and you see to our north here, in the northeastern part of our viewing area, these storms have really weakened in terms of their intensity on radar, but where they're really beginning to pick up in intensity is the winds. And it's kind of hard to make out here on some of these scans, but we're really getting some intense winds along this, and that is why you're seeing these large thunderstorm warnings that are being issued. And again, it's just, let's go ahead and zoom out here a bit more. But, if we zoom out, you can already see it. And then we have these two large bowing segments here and here. And right in between where they meet, where they kind of interconnect on one another, that is where we're seeing the most rotation. That is where we're still seeing the tornado warnings being issued for a possible tornado. Continuing to coalesce into a very large wind-producing line of strong to severe thunderstorms that will continue to roll through the Midwest here the rest of the evening and overnight hours. And then further to our south, that is where the tornado threat has increased, and that is where it will continue the rest of the night, and before that portion of the storm then transition into a large wind-producing line of showers and thunderstorms. So we're seeing these play out just about exactly as advertised. So very well-warned and the forecast really verifying here, both in timing and location, where these storms wound up tonight. In our area and beyond. So very, very good news that there was plenty of alert for everybody in our area of what to expect today. Let's go back out now to live First Alert radar. There you see all of the warnings in effect, affecting many counties in the eastern part of our area, and still monitoring those not observed, radar indicated tornado warnings now in effect in southwest Iowa and northwest Missouri. I want to go back to the storm reports now. The last tornado report we received was in Riverton, west of Shenandoah. That was about 50 minutes ago, where there was a tornado confirmed by emergency management. No reports of any damage just yet. To the northeastern part of our viewing area, still getting several 1-inch hail reports as it passed through the Carroll area, the Aspinwall and Wiley areas in Iowa. And then further to the south, 1-inch hail reported in Watson, and also in west of Falls City in Humboldt, 1-inch hail report as these storms passed through. So again, hail was the real damage producer today. A handful of tornado touchdowns reported, and one at least confirmed having done some damage. But fortunately, this should be largely wrapping up in our area here over the next couple of hours. Now, if you're still watching us in the metro area, the threat is over. The tornado watch has been canceled for our area. It does continue for southwest Iowa and northwest Missouri until 7 o'clock, so about another 30 minutes. And then a severe thunderstorm watch takes over for our far eastern counties until midnight tonight. But the threat will be long gone by then, as this should all wrap up here in our viewing area over the next couple of hours. Let's go ahead and get an update here. And as you can see, it looks like all but one of our tornado warnings have either expired or been canceled. So let's go ahead and check in on, I believe, Page County is our last remaining tornado warning. And still seeing a little bit of a notch there south of Clarinda. And as we switch over to velocity, just a little bit of rotation there on the leading edge. And I think that's what we're going to continue to see. Just a potential for a brief spin up, but whether it's a tornado or whether it's wind, the threat is the same. And so if you are in these areas, not just the tornado warning, but the thunderstorm warnings, you need to seek shelter. We are beginning to see this transition from a hail-producing storm event to a wind-producing storm event. And so, you know, as we showed you, the storm reports almost exclusively hail with some scattered, isolated tornadoes as it pushed through Nebraska and Iowa. Now we're going to see that transition into a larger wind event, again with an ongoing threat of an isolated tornado. But fortunately, we have gotten through this event without any major significant damage events. Unfortunately, I imagine a lot of people suffering some hail damage to property and vehicles. And we did get some wind damage, unfortunately, from a tornado in the Little Sioux area this afternoon. But the good news is, slowly but surely, this is making its way out of our viewing area, and we can enjoy a rather comfortable evening tonight as we try and dry out from all of the rain that fell. We did have one flash flood warning that was issued, and I believe that is still in effect. Yes, it is. So we do still have a flash flood warning that is in effect for portions of Montgomery and Pottawatomie counties. This will remain in effect until 9 o'clock tonight after upwards of 2 to 3 inches of rain fell over a short period of time. And they were still expecting another 1 to 2 inches as these storms were training. But as we switch over to reflectivity here, you can see that the rain is finally pushing out of that area as these storms are beginning to move a little more quickly to the east. And so that should help allow the area, roadways and rivers to kind of ease off on their on the river levels and the water levels, and so hopefully that will continue to subside in those areas. And we have a new tornado warning in effect now. New tornado warning as they continue to track this area of rotation now over the Clarinda area. A new tornado warning has been issued for portions of Adams and Taylor County in southwest Iowa until 7:15 this evening. This does include the communities of Gravity, Holt, Newmarket, and Sharpsburg. 1-inch diameter hail is also possible, but a severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing a tornado was located over Clarinda right now, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. A possible tornado and quarter-sized hail are the primary threats from the storm. So tornado warning for Adams and Taylor counties until 7:15 this evening. Let's go ahead and switch back over to the velocity scan, and we'll see what we can make out here. We are kind of in between a couple of radar sites, so this is going to become increasingly difficult. But as you can see, still that rotation. And part of the reason I think that they're going to go ahead and issue this is this rotation has been weak but persistent. It did spin up at least one tornado, and as you can see, it may be weak, but it's still rather tight as it passes by the Clarinda area. I don't believe we got any confirmation of any tornadoes or funnel clouds in the Clarinda area, but we will have to make sure on that. But right now, that new tornado warning is in effect until 7:15 as this continues to push off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. All right, let's go ahead and switch back to reflectivity here as we keep an eye on these showers and thunderstorms producing a lot of hail, now beginning to produce a lot of wind, I guess the good news is that now as they're beginning to push a little faster to the east, they're going to be passing through these areas a little quicker than what we saw here in eastern Nebraska and western Iowa, as they were essentially training on themselves, and that's why we got such high rainfall totals out of these. But they are now beginning to transition to that wind event. In fact, let's go ahead and zoom back out here. And as we keep showing you, especially down here in southwest Iowa, northwest Missouri, this seems to be the more potent portion of this bowing structure right there. As you see it beginning to kind of stretch itself out, and that will be the focal point for some strong damaging winds as it continues to roll through Iowa and Missouri. But right now, again, the primary threat that we are keeping an eye on is this new tornado warning until 7:15 this evening. As there continues to be weak but consistent rotation in this cell that does have a history of producing a tornado west of Shenandoah just about an hour ago. And so this tornado warning has been extended, I believe, into Adams and Taylor County. Yes, Adams and Taylor County until 7:15 this evening. Switching back over to the velocity scan now, and again, this is now turned into a leading edge rotation. This is not an area where we normally see a dangerous tornado develop, but this is an area where we can still see brief spin-ups along a leading edge of a bowing structure. And so that is where we're seeing the rotation. And although it's weak, it can still produce a brief tornado capable of producing significant damage. So thus that tornado warning has been issued. Right now, just east of Clarinda, this is the concerning area of some tighter rotation along this leading edge, right along Highway 2, really riding along the highway there as these storms continue to push off to the north and east at about 40 miles per hour. So this tornado threat will continue for this area for about another 40 minutes or so as these storms continue to push off to the east. I do see some people asking about Shenandoah, Omaha as well. The threat for our Omaha, Bellevue, the greater metro area, it's over. We have passed into some much more stable, much more comfortable air here in the metro area. So the tornado watch has been canceled early for the Omaha area, and just includes our southwest Iowa counties now until the top of the hour. And then in the western and central Iowa, severe thunderstorm watch will take over until midnight. But the severe threat is over for the Omaha metro area. It is over for nearly all of Nebraska, with the exception of far southeastern Nebraska, and then southwest Iowa, northwest Missouri is where that threat exists right now, and where we continue to monitor these areas of rotation that still have the capacity of producing a brief tornado along the leading edge of these wind-producing storms. Now wind-producing storms, as the threat for large hail has subsided quite a bit from where it was earlier. Dozens and dozens of large hail reports across Iowa and Nebraska. Undoubtedly a lot of damage out there. Unfortunately for anybody caught outside in it, in their vehicles, or anybody traveling at the time, a lot of large hail certainly producing a lot of widespread damage. The only tornado damage we have received was in the Little Sioux area earlier this afternoon. Damage to buildings as well as downed power lines, but no reports of any injuries yet. And some other brief tornado touchdowns, but no reports of damage in those. We'll go ahead and switch back to the velocity scan here. There you see that that notch on the leading edge that has prompted the tornado warning as these storms continue to push off to the north and east. And you can see that the radar image is kind of changing on us. We are right in between a pair of radar sites, Omaha and Des Moines. And so we're going to see that, and that may be another reason why we're seeing these tornado warnings issued out of abundance of caution. These are about as far as you can get from the radar site and get reliable velocity data. So, you know, obviously, as some of these warnings are in the Omaha coverage area, some of them are in the Des Moines coverage area. Clearly, they're doing a good job of coordinating and determining when those new warnings need to be issued between the two forecast offices. So that tornado warning does include Taylor and Adams County and will continue until 7:15 this evening. Now, as for our previous tornado warnings, we do still have a tornado warning in effect for Montgomery and Page County until 7:15, including Hepburn and Villisca. This does include a threat for 1-inch diameter hail. And then Clarinda, you remain under a tornado warning for another 20 minutes. This is in Page County, and the primary threat here is strong damaging winds and a possible brief tornado. Let's go ahead and switch over to our hail detector. And again, we've seen the hail cores weaken quite a bit as this is transitioning into a wind event. Still a hail core there over Clarinda capable of producing hopefully just some small hail. And as we zoom out and look at some of our other thunderstorms, really the only problem spots are further to the south where this hasn't quite turned into a Boeing structure. So Falls City, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that hail core is likely on top of you right now as these do tend to trail behind, and still producing some indications of 1-inch diameter hail in the storm. So still the potential for some damaging hail, especially in the Falls City area, stretching up to Corning. But overall, we have seen these hail cores weaken significantly as this has quickly turned into a straight line damaging wind event as it pushes off to our east. We'll zoom back out here and you can see all of the warnings now in effect, stretching just about everywhere on the eastern side of our viewing area. Severe thunderstorm warnings all the way up to Fort Dodge, stretching all the way back to Creston. And then we have our tornado warnings clustered in here. And, you know, it's interesting because this is really the last area of turbulent rotation. And if you're just joining us, I keep drawing these lines, but as this becomes more of a wind event, you see these bowing lines here where they're beginning to bend outward. And you see them here and you see them here. And then right here in the middle where they're interacting with one another, that's where we're getting some of those conflicting winds and these brief spin-ups and rotations. And that is where we're seeing the tornado warnings continuing to be issued for the possibility of developing tornado. I see someone commenting on YouTube that they're in Clarinda. Yeah, the good news is Clarinda is now on the backside of this. Hopefully you didn't see any large hail or anything, but this is finally beginning to move out of the Clarinda area. So just a lot of rain and thunder for a while now, but these are exiting the area, and then things will be much calmer for the rest of the evening hours after this line moves through your area. Here's a closer look at those tornado-warned storms, again, moving out of the Clarinda area, moving, just exiting out of the Hepburn area. Very small hail cores now in this, so this is largely just some very intense rain and some hopefully just small hail now, not capable of producing any damage. The concern now is just as these two Boeing structures are really competing now in this area, they're producing this leading edge rotation that could produce some brief spin-ups, but again, we're really not seeing a lot of that anymore. But with this being in between a couple of radar sites, I think obviously there's a lot of caution to continue to monitor any rotation along this leading edge, as it does have a history of producing some brief tornadoes. So that tornado warning, the newest tornado warning for Taylor and Adams County, east of Clarinda, will continue for about another 30 minutes as we continue to move through the early evening hours. Switching back over to our radar scan, we're going to try and stick with Omaha here because it's a little bit better view. Some people just jumping in on the chat asking again about Clarinda. Clarinda still under severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning officially is in effect, but it is exiting your area right now. So you can still expect some strong showers and thunderstorms. You could still see some small hail in Clarinda, but the threat is beginning to push off to your east now. And once the rain is over, you're likely going to see some clearing off to your west before the sun sets, and it's going to be a very comfortable evening across the area tonight. Let's go ahead and check in with Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe for an update on tonight's severe weather.
We have more coming in this weekend. I'll show you how much more we can add to that coming up in my forecast. Brian.
Okay, that was a pretty brief update. So we'll go back to the first alert radar here as we continue to track these strong to severe thunderstorms pushing through our area, capable of producing a brief tornado. Large hail threat is continuing to subside with the exception of far southeastern Nebraska, northwest Missouri, and we are beginning to transition into more of a wind event across the area to our east as the storm system continues to push out. As we switch back to a wider view, taking a look at the last hour, and actually, let's go ahead and roll this back quite a bit more, and you can see the overall evolution of all of this as it moved through our area. So this is starting this morning, and you'll see some light showers popping up in the western part of our viewing area by mid-morning, and just very slowly gaining intensity this afternoon or this morning. And then we started seeing the warnings pop up right about here, and then these lines just kept pushing to the northeast, while not moving very quickly to the east. And so we just saw it continue to build, slowly intensify across the area, and now it is beginning to accelerate faster to the east, and you see it creating those bowing lines that you see there. And so that is what kind of the evolution of these storms, both this morning and this afternoon, that we have been watching here across our area. Back now to live first alert radar. And we're going to go back now to some of our warned storms here. Again, we have the new tornado warning for Taylor and Adams County until 7:15 this evening. Right now, the primary threat is for a brief tornado along this leading edge. We continue to monitor the velocity scans, but we're not really seeing much in the way of rotation at this point. Really not getting any indications of a tornado on the ground, just some leading edge rotation. And so they're issuing these warnings out of an abundance of caution. But we are also seeing this hail core still in the area, just exiting the Clarinda area, and still looks like it may be capable of producing some small hail, moderate-sized hail, as it continues to push off to the northeast at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. Kim over on YouTube says that the sirens are going off in Corning. Yeah, there's kind of this misnomer, and I think this was the case when we were all kids, Kim, that they are tornado sirens. They are not tornado sirens. Most communities now treat them as outdoor warning sirens. So if there's any weather conditions that would be dangerous to anybody outdoors, They are designed to go off to alert people who may not be paying attention to their phones, may be taking part in some outdoor activities, and may not know that a severe thunderstorm is headed their way. So generally, those are treated as outdoor warning sirens, so they don't just warn for tornadoes, they warn for any dangerous conditions to alert people outside that they need to seek shelter immediately. So obviously, a lot of communities have been sounding sirens today because of large hail and the threat for winds and tornadoes. But again, just because you hear a siren doesn't mean a tornado is on its way. But those are largely used for alerting people that are outdoors that may not be paying attention to the weather. Overall, these thunderstorms are beginning to really lose their definition, as they're not really as identifiable as an organized cell or supercell as they were earlier. Now they largely appear to be more of a long line of one thunderstorm, and in that case they begin to usually bow out, producing a strong damaging wind event as they continue to push off to the northeast and out of our area, fortunately. Let's go ahead and back out here, and you'll see as we zoom out to our viewing area just how close we are to get this pushing out of our area. As we switch over to a wider view here, you can see what we're dealing with. This is a long, long line of showers and thunderstorms stretching north of Minneapolis all the way through Iowa, down here into far southeastern Nebraska, down into Kansas, and eventually more development will take place down in Kansas and Oklahoma. That's where we're seeing more tornado warnings. That's where the greatest threat for tornadoes exists tonight, is in the Kansas area. In our area, we do still have a tornado warning in effect until 7:15 for Taylor and Adams County, but the overall tornado threat is rapidly declining. There's concern about some brief spin-ups on the leading edge of this Boeing line of wind-producing thunderstorms, but the real threat from this point on is really going to be from strong damaging winds. It could be in the form of a brief tornado, but more likely will be in the form of straight-line winds, especially on the leading edge of these thunderstorms now, as we've seen the hail cores begin to weaken and give way to these faster-moving storms that are beginning to produce stronger winds. So a wind threat now largely east of our area, and so that's why you did not see the tornado warning extended further into Iowa. Instead, they have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect until midnight tonight, and our tornado watch, which has already been canceled for the Omaha metro area. I want to stress that Omaha is no longer in a tornado watch, but anyone left in a tornado watch at this point, it is going to be over in about 7 minutes. So in about 7 minutes, we will see that tornado warning end, and we will just have our far southeastern counties in a severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. And although in effect until midnight, you are on the western edge of this watch. And so once these storms push through, that's it. We're done. And so as it continues to push to the east, the counties in our area under a severe thunderstorm watch will likely be removed in the next couple hours or so. But again, we've been with you all morning, all afternoon as this line first developed and pushed through, began to develop right on top of our area all afternoon long, just intensifying and intensifying. And we've been here with you online and on our 24/7 weather channel throughout all of it, both here at the Alert Center and in our Weather Center with meteorologist Emily Roller and Chief Meteorologist Matt Serwe. They are now handling our newscasts right now, which we are still doing our newscasts as the threat has moved out of the metro area. But we wanted to provide you extended coverage here on our streaming platforms and our 24/7 weather channel so that you can, if you're not in the metro area, you can stay advised on what's going on in the area. We have had tens of thousands of you joining us today. We really appreciate it. Really lets us know that people are enjoying what we're doing. We really want to provide you with the latest information when you need it and where you need it. And so that's why we like to provide this service, because whether it's Facebook or YouTube or you're watching on one of our apps, we want to make sure that we are available wherever you are. And this just makes it easier for you to go to a safe place and still have your phone or other device and stay abreast of the situation. In most cases, even if you lose power, cell phone towers will continue to work. And so having a cell phone where you can watch live streaming video is the best way to stay informed while keeping safe and seeking shelter. That's why we're doing this, because we know, obviously, television, when the power goes out, the television goes out. And we want to make sure that we're providing you an ongoing service when the weather warrants here across our area. So as we're approaching the 7 o'clock hour, we're going to see the tornado watch expire for our area. We will have a handful of counties under a severe thunderstorm watch until midnight, although that threat should be gone in a couple of hours. We have a number of thunderstorm warnings that are beginning to push out of our area, and then we do still have the tornado warning in effect for Taylor and Adams County until 7:15 this evening. We'll go ahead and switch over to live first alert radar here and get a better look at this. We're right in between the Omaha and Des Moines radar sites, so the resolution of the radar is not as good as we would like to see it normally. And as I just saw looks like we're getting an update on our tornado warning, that they are continuing the tornado warning, which will continue for just a little under 20 minutes now. This is ongoing radar indicated rotation. If we switch over to our velocity scan, we're really not seeing that anymore. But obviously out of an abundance of caution, because we are, as you see here, green to red. This is the Des Moines next red radar. This is the Omaha next red radar. And so if there is in fact rotation in here, it is very, very hard to see. We're not seeing it on the radar. I'm sure the National Weather Service isn't seeing it on the radar, but out of abundance of caution, because this particular storm does have a history of producing a tornado, we don't want this rotation to literally fly under the radar, because the further away you get from the radar, the higher that beam goes, and it's not able to detect rotation closer to the ground. And as these become wind-producing storms, they're not as surface-based, so there's not as strong of a column of rotation up and down the cell. So there could be a brief spin-up that the radar simply can't detect because it's too far away. And so they're relying on the information coming in from spotters. So even though there's no rotation on the radar, they may still be getting indication from spotters on the ground that there is still rotation on the leading edge, and that can always produce a brief spin-up of a tornado. So the tornado warning is going to continue here for another 19 minutes or so for Taylor and Adams County. And then, of course, we are scrolling all of the treasure trove of severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect in our area, as well as that flash flood warning now in effect for portions of, I believe it's Montgomery and Page County until 8:15 this evening. All right, we'll go ahead and switch back to the reflectivity scan here. And there you see the tornado warnings stretching from Clarinda, which is now out of the area of concern for the tornado warning, but still the potential for some moderately sized hail in that area. And we're seeing a little bit more linear shape to this thunderstorm. And again, I'm going to bounce in between two radar sites here. Yeah, we're really not really seeing those pronounced notches that we were seeing earlier. So I would, unless there's a report of something, I would be very surprised for this tornado warning to be extended further into Iowa, but it always remains a possibility. Okay, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for portions of northwest Nebraska and well, this may not include southeast Nebraska because I believe it is going to be exiting the area soon. But if we zoom out a little bit here, you're going to see that this is a large tornado warning as this, again, is beginning to transition into a straight line wind event. So this new tornado warning this entire thing right here for this, what is developing into a singular line, has now been issued. I'll get you the information here. This portion that is in effect for our viewing area is a severe thunderstorm warning for Andrew, Doniphan, Holt, and Nottoway counties until 7:45 this evening. Risk of strong damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour, and still a threat of some large hail upwards of 1 inch in diameter. This is the one area where we've continued to see a little bit of a hail core embedded in some of these thunderstorms. So let's take a look at that right now. And we do still have that one remaining hail core south of Mound City, right on basically the tri-state line there, and still detecting the potential of some hail upwards of 1 inch in diameter. Other than that, and some small hail in some other areas, the primary threat is beginning to transition to straight line winds upwards of 60 miles per hour. So that is going to be the primary threat as this continues to push out of our area and further into Missouri and Iowa. As we zoom back out here across the viewing area, there you see most of our area now in the clear. Our tornado watch has now expired. The tornado watch has now expired, and I don't believe they're going to be extending that, as this has pushed out of the area and is now impacting areas to our east. So there you see what we have right now. And that is not the correct, there we go. So there you see the tornado watch has now expired for all of Iowa and Nebraska. Tornado watch continues in northeastern Kansas, but a severe thunderstorm watch now replaces the tornado watch. That is in effect for portions of Iowa and Missouri until midnight tonight for the far eastern counties in our viewing area. Now, although that's in effect until midnight, the threat will largely be over in the next hour or so. As you can see, these storms now beginning to move a little at a quicker pace to the east, coalescing into that long bowing line. We do still have the one tornado warning in effect for Taylor and Adams County until 7:15 this evening, kind of in the center of those two bowing structures where we earlier saw a lot of notches and a lot of rotation. Not seeing a lot of that anymore. That's the good news. Really no rotation being detected on radar. I think this is just out of an abundance of caution. One, because this particular storm does have a history of producing a tornado, and two, spotters on the ground continue to see areas of rotation that radar is not picking up. So a tornado warning does continue. This is for the potential of a tornado to briefly develop. But again, right now, no tornado on the ground that we have been made aware of. And as this continues to push off to the north and east. So there you see on the bottom of your screen that tornado warning will expire here in about 13 minutes as these continue to push off to the northeast anywhere between 30 and 40 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and zoom back out here to a wider view as these are beginning to exit the area. This was the threat area for today, and I think that pretty much held its ground as just about everywhere in our area that was shaded in yellow there likely saw a warning at one time or another. Now, as we push into tomorrow, no severe risk for the area, and as we move into Saturday, we're going to see a risk return to the south of us, but not for our area. We will be monitoring the potential for some showers and thunderstorms for the far southern portion of our viewing area on Sunday, and there could be a strong thunderstorm or two at that. But the rest of the weekend, tomorrow and Saturday, look fantastic. Unfortunately, Sunday, severe weather or not, much of us are going to be experiencing a pretty cloudy and rainy day and cool day for much of the area on Sunday. Again, we're continuing to scroll all of the warnings and alerts in our area on the bottom of your screen. There you see that flash flood warning that remains in effect until 9:15 this evening for Montgomery and Pottawatomie counties in southwestern Iowa. We have a bevy of severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, including for Guthrie, Madison, Adair, Boone, Cass, Dallas, and Greene counties in Iowa. That thunderstorm warning will remain in effect here until 7:15 this evening, as you see there on the countdown clock. And then the rest of the, most of the other warnings have now pushed off east of our area, with the exception of, as you see on the screen there, northwest Missouri and far southeastern Nebraska. Falls City, possibly seeing some large hail. In fact, let me check here and see if we've had any updated reports, and it looks like we have. Falls City did report 1-inch diameter hail just about 20 minutes ago. But otherwise, we're seeing all of these hail reports fall behind the line, as just down here in southeastern Nebraska, that is really the last hail core that we're seeing in any of these severe thunderstorms. So these warnings are largely being issued now for strong damaging winds, as that is becoming the primary threat. And these strong damaging winds potential is on the leading edge of these thunderstorms. So as the storm approaches, if this is approaching your area, you're likely going to see something along the lines of a shelf cloud or a roll cloud, that what looks like a lowering, that some people think might be a wall cloud. It's not. This is a leading edge, and it's basically because of the dynamics of the strong wind gust on the leading edge of the storm, and that can produce some rotation. Again, that's why we still have that tornado warning in effect until 7:15. It can produce some rotation, but again, the main threat is those brief, strong, gusty winds capable of producing damage on the leading edge of these thunderstorms. Of course, earlier today, it was a far different story. We had scattered cells all over our area, and when they're more scattered like that, they tend to build their own hail cores and produce more upward development. And so we saw widespread hail reports of 1 inch or more across the area, and likely a lot of damage in areas hit by the heaviest stones. But fortunately, that hail threat has all but subsided, with the exception of the area east of Falls City, and now turning into a primarily wind-generating event. For anybody who might have family or friends, there is now a severe thunderstorm warning for the Des Moines metro area. A new severe thunderstorm warning that does include the Des Moines metro area. That includes I-80, I-235, I-35. So anybody traveling in that area, this entire line already hitting portions of I-35 in northern Iowa, and as we move through the next few hours, it's the further south you go, I-35 is going to be greatly impacted by this line. So if you know anybody out traveling in that area, they can expect to see some pretty strong wind gusts as these storms approach from the west. Going to come back down here now to the Falls City, Mound City area, where we're still getting a bit of a hail core on these storms. Let me check that here. And yeah, we still have that little more compact hail core approaching the Mound City area, and still maintaining its intensity. This is kind of the last gasp of the hail, hopefully, in our area. 1.4 inch diameter hail detected by radar in this storm. So easily some 1 inch hail falling in the greater Mound City area. And unfortunately, that is along the I-29 corridor. Anybody traveling in that area is unfortunately going to be driving right into some pretty large hail, capable of producing damage and some dings and dents to any vehicle out traveling in this thunderstorm. Again, we also keep an eye on the velocity, and there's some muddled areas of rotation throughout these storms. But again, we're just not seeing anything along the lines of organized rotation. We do still have our tornado warning here for Taylor and Adams County for just about 7 minutes, and still not seeing any rotation anywhere in the storm. But hopefully this will be the last of the tornado warnings in our area, and we'll just be left with these thunderstorm warnings for the eastern part of our area as this line continues to push out of our area. I can tell you here in downtown Omaha, the sun is back out. And in fact, I want to give you a look at what it looks like as we look east towards the storms. That is not what I thought it was going to be. Did we lose our, we did lose our camera here. Let me fix that real quick. Now we should see Blackstone Plaza here in downtown Omaha. As we are looking off to the east, there you see the storm clouds well to our east now from Omaha. And behind this camera, some strong sunshine as the sun is beginning to set, shining on the buildings there at Mutual of Omaha and the downtown district. So some bright sunshine now across the metro area with those dark storm clouds now past us to the east. As they continue to roll through Iowa and Missouri tonight. Back now live to First Alert Radar as we're continuing to track these showers and thunderstorms pushing through the eastern part of our viewing area. We do still have that tornado warning now in effect until 7:15, so about another 5 minutes for Taylor and Adams County in southwest Iowa. Not seeing any rotation on radar right now, but this portion of thunderstorms does have a history of producing a tornado, as well as some strong winds and some large hail. Storm spotters out there keeping a close eye on it, so we'll see what the National Weather Service in Des Moines does with this as it enters their area. But hopefully we will not see that tornado warning extended beyond 7:15. However, we do still have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for a large portion of Iowa now. Adair, Adams, Madison, Ringgold, Taylor County, Union County, a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect until 8:15. Several severe thunderstorm warnings stretching up and down western and central Iowa, northwest Missouri. Those do continue for the potential of strong damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour tonight as these storms continue to push to our east. And actually, as we zoom out here, we can see that thunderstorms developing ahead of the line. If you know anybody out east, here's hoping that may stabilize the atmosphere a little bit. I'm not sure if they're going to be that lucky, but hopefully as the sun sets and things potentially stabilize a little bit to our east, that we won't see any major damage impacts here in the upper Midwest. Where we were seeing that strong hail core down by the Falls City area, we are getting indications of stronger wind now as we are looking at the radar loop here. You watch that purple area develop and really begin to bow out to the east. If we switch over to live First Alert Radar, that is where we're likely going to begin seeing some indications of some stronger winds as it exits the warned area, and we will likely see a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for areas along and east of Maryville in our area, and then further south and east impacting Atchison, St. Joseph, and Union Star. Okay, let's go ahead and zoom back out here on live First Alert Radar. As you can see, the showers and thunderstorms have pushed well east of Nebraska and the metro area. The tornado watch has expired. We do still have pretty much anywhere in our viewing area under a severe thunderstorm watch is also under a severe thunderstorm warning right now as this long line of showers and thunderstorms continues to roll to the east. The hail cores have weakened or dissipated with the exception of in the Falls City area, and this is now becoming a straight line wind event to our east. We also do still have that flash flood warning in effect for Montgomery and Pottawatomie counties. That will run until 9:20, I believe. May just be a little bit of an unusual time. 9:20? Oh, just 9 o'clock. My apologies, I'm not counting that well. So that flash flood warning will continue until 9 o'clock tonight for Montgomery and Pottawatomie counties. Areas there were estimated to have received over 2 to 3 inches of rain over a short period of time. And I don't know if we got any confirmed flash flooding in that area. But there is some public parks and wildlife areas in that area. So if you're planning on going out because the storms have passed and the evening's looking nice, you do need to watch out for some flooded roads and water over the roadway. Always a danger. It does not take a lot of water to sweep away a vehicle. So in that flash flood warning area of Montgomery and Pottawatomie counties, please heed that. If you see any standing water over a roadway, it's best to just turn around. And we will hopefully see those water levels subside here before 9 o'clock as drier conditions and much more comfortable air is now moving into our area. And we keep occasionally losing our radar image here. It should bounce back here in just a moment. There it comes. All right, it is now 7:14, and we should see, there it is, 7:15. Our last tornado warning has now expired. So far, it does not appear that the National Weather Service in Des Moines is going to continue that tornado warning, and so we are now free for the first time in a while now of any tornado warnings. And now, as you can see, we just have this long line of severe thunderstorm warnings stretching east of our area, back into our southeastern counties, all the way down into Kansas. A very long line of showers and thunderstorms. It looks like we do have a new tornado warning that has been issued, but this is not for our area. But we'll go ahead and take a look at this because this does include the Des Moines metro, or just north of the Des Moines metro area. And you can see this is kind of the same pattern we were seeing here earlier tonight. We're seeing a bit of a spin up on the leading edge, and this one's certainly more pronounced. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at that. So there you see between Woodward, Madrid, Moran, and Gibbsville, again, you're seeing what looks like a bowing structure to these winds. But then as it gets kind of here, east of Woodward, you see kind of that circulation there. And so there could be a spin up of a tornado. I do believe this is just a radar indication. Yeah, this is just a radar indication of rotation. So the good news is no confirmed tornado on the ground there because this is a much more populated area. But obviously a lot of spotters in that area will be keeping an eye on that. For our area, however, all of the tornado warnings have now expired. There you see another tornado warning being issued. Again, this is east of our area, but we'll go ahead and take a look at that very quickly here. And this is a tornado warning for Dallas, Madison, and Warren counties until 7:45. And again, this is another radar indication of rotation on radar. And obviously, spotters in the area will be taking a very close look at that. All right, let's go back out now live to First Alert Radar and come back to our area here. And with the exception of those new tornado warnings in central Iowa, we just have these ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect for primarily in our area, far southwest Iowa into northwest Missouri, and now exiting far southeast Nebraska as these storms continue to push off to the east-northeast at 30 to 40 miles per hour. As we continue to watch this line move out of our area, we're going to keep the radar up here. We're going to go ahead and switch over to the Des Moines radar now to keep an eye on this line of severe thunderstorms and tornado warnings now pushing out of our area. We're going to go ahead and take a break here, but we will leave the ticker up and we will leave the radar up to give you an update on any new information. And if we get any new information on any of these thunderstorms, we will pass that along to you.
Live from WOWT, this is a First Alert 6 weather day.
And good evening, everyone. Nick Weig here with you in the First Alert Center as we are continuing to track the severe weather moving across our area this evening. Again, the tornado watch has expired for the Omaha Metro. Actually, the tornado watch has expired for everybody, but the severe weather threat is over for the Omaha Metro area and all of Nebraska. Our far eastern counties in western Iowa remain under a severe thunderstorm warning at various times, as you see them scrolling on the bottom of the screen, and a severe thunderstorm watch now in effect for areas of southwest Iowa and central Iowa until midnight tonight. One thing I do want to bring to your attention is we do have a new tornado warning, and this does affect the Des Moines metro area. This is a confirmed tornado warning. A law enforcement reported that a tornado was on the ground. So I want to take a quick look at that. If you know anybody living in the Des Moines area, the greater Des Moines area, you happen to be watching our stream because you want to know what's going on, I just want to bring this to your attention. This was a confirmed tornado on the ground. Let me get the information for you here. That confirmed tornado was reported over Slater, 9 miles south of Ames, moving northeast at 25 miles per hour. So this was a confirmed tornado on the ground south of Ames, prompting this warning for the next 25 minutes. I want to take a quick look at the velocity scan on this. Again, this is turning into a leading edge situation, so we get these isolated tornadoes, and unfortunately we're not really seeing anything on the rotation scan or the velocity scans because this is extremely close to the radar site in Johnston. Again, this was a confirmed tornado prompting this warning, and this does include the I-35 corridor between Ames and Des Moines. So if you know anybody in that area, or you happen to be listening to us in that area, you need to seek shelter immediately. We have continued to get an outpouring of photos and videos from our viewers, and we really, really appreciated it. I wanted to pass along some video that we did just get in.
100%.
Right now. Let me get the video, the audio down here. This was that tornado we told you about near Riverton, west of Shenandoah. This was that tornado touching down. This was sent to us by Noel Gandy, and he said that he saw this tornado touch down and move across the field and fortunately lift before it reached his house. But this was the tornado that prompted the warnings for the Shenandoah area earlier this evening that we brought you on air and online. As you can see there, that tornado hopefully not producing a lot of damage out in the fields, and hopefully no significant damage or injury, of course. But that was one of those brief spin-ups that we saw that did produce a tornado earlier tonight near Riverton. If there was any damage from that, the National Weather Service will surely go out and survey that area. But fortunately, it doesn't appear to be a large or strong tornado. But so fingers crossed that no damage was done by that tornado, again, near Riverton earlier tonight in southwest Iowa. All right. Back out live now to First Alert Radar. As we told you, that confirmed tornado on the ground just north of the Des Moines metro area approaching the I-35 corridor. I want to go back now to our area. If you're still watching us here in the metro area, weather's great now as the sun is slowly coming down, but we are done with the thunderstorms in the metro area and Nebraska. Storms are gone and have pushed off to the east. For our far eastern counties in western Iowa, that is where all of the severe thunderstorm warnings continue at this hour. We'll go through some of those here right now. Severe thunderstorm warning for Adams, Ringgold, Taylor, and Union County until 8:15, primarily for strong damaging winds and 1-inch diameter hail. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Andrew and Nottoway counties until 7:45. This does include the city of Maryville, again for 60-mile-an-hour winds and the potential of 1-inch diameter hail. Those are the only warnings left in our area right now. The rest of these are to our east, including the Des Moines metro area, as well as the Ames metro area where that confirmed tornado was reported just south of Ames. There are still some radar indicated tornado warnings in effect approaching the Des Moines metro area. That will have to be very closely watched as that is moving into a much more populated area right now. So anybody watching us in the Des Moines area, or do you know someone who's there, I know some people have been talking about that they're watching us in the Des Moines area, that they're hearing sirens. I do want to stress sirens do go off for more than just tornadoes. They're not exclusively tornado warning sirens. They're outdoor warning sirens to alert people who may not be paying attention to the weather that they need to seek shelter. So just because you hear a siren doesn't mean that there's a tornado headed your way. There could be strong winds. It can also be large hail as well. So as you see there on the bottom of the screen, we do have that confirmed tornado warning for Boone, Polk, and Story County until 8 o'clock tonight. So just under 20 minutes there you see on the countdown. So that is a confirmed tornado warning in effect for Boone, Polk, and Story County. The rest of the tornado warnings in the Des Moines metro area, those are for radar indicated rotation that may develop a tornado. As we've said, the hail threat has largely subsided at this point, and this is becoming a straight line wind event. But as often the case with these straight line events, you do often get some rotation on the leading edge of these thunderstorms, and that's what's occurring as this line has coalesced and moved east of our area. So that is what central Iowa is dealing with tonight. And we'll go ahead and keep that up here on our stream for a while, because I know a lot of you may be watching us. But at this point, with so many tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for central Iowa, I know that your local television stations are likely streaming this on their own because, as you see there, a new tornado warning just being issued for the Des Moines metro area right now. So because they're more familiar with the area, because they have the better cameras in the area, if you're in the Des Moines metro area, I do encourage you to turn to your local television station. I'm sure all of them are streaming like we are as well. But we will keep our stream up just to give you a look at the radar if you'd like to. But we can't get the information and we can't give you the visuals that they can. So I would strongly encourage you to turn to your local television station if you are in the Des Moines metro area right now. Obviously a great concern when you see any kind of warning for a heavily populated area like the Des Moines metro, just like here in Omaha where we saw widespread hail fall across the metro earlier today. Likely to see a lot of widespread wind, and unfortunately there could be a brief tornado somewhere in the Des Moines metro over the next hour. So we're going to continue to monitor that, but again, this has largely pushed out of our area right now. And again, I want to thank everybody who's been joining us throughout the afternoon and the evening hours. We've been doing this now for almost 8 hours straight between myself and the rest of the First Alert 6 weather team have been giving you information around the clock as this line of thunderstorms developed and pushed through our area. And we're going to continue to do this as the season continues on, because we know that this is critically important, especially when conditions don't warrant us to be on television. We want to still provide this service to you, and we will continue to do that. The best way to be alerted when we're doing our live streams is subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow our Facebook page. You can get notifications there when we go live. And if you ring the bell on our YouTube page, if you subscribe and hit that bell icon, you will get alerted on YouTube as well when we go live, not just for severe weather, but for breaking news and any other reports that we do live here on our First Alert 6 streaming platforms, as well as on our 24/7 weather channel and on our website. We do live coverage around the clock when news warrants and when weather warrants, and we will continue to do that in the days ahead. So I really want to thank the tens of thousands of you that have joined us throughout the day. We really appreciate it, and we especially appreciate those of you who've shared your pictures and videos with us. We've shown some of them here on the stream. We will show much more of them tonight on First Alert 6 at 10 o'clock, and you can see everything that you've sent in to us right now on our website, firstalert6.com. Just want to take a look at this new warning to give you some information. If you're still either joining us from the Des Moines metro area or you have friends or family in the Des Moines metro area, that tornado warning now in effect for Polk County, Madison, Dallas, and Warren counties until 8:30 this evening. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located over Jordan Creek Town Center, that's in West Des Moines, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is a radar indication of rotation, and this storm is moving off to the northeast. This will impact the Des Moines metro area. That includes Interstate 80, Interstate 235, Interstate 35, the entire Des Moines metro area now under a tornado warning. So if you have friends or family and you're concerned that they may not be paying attention to the weather, reach out to them, tell them they need to seek shelter immediately, because even though an isolated tornado may not impact them, there is still going to be a lot of strong damaging winds and possibly some hail as well in that area. So we're going to go ahead and leave the radar up, but the good news is the threat has all but subsided for our area. All watches here in Nebraska, including the metro area, have expired. Just the far eastern counties in our viewing area remain either under a severe, I think all of them are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that are under a severe thunderstorm watch until midnight tonight. So we're going to go ahead and keep the radar up here for the time being. If we get any other information to pass along to you, we will do that, but we will keep the radar up, and we will continue scrolling the latest alerts at the bottom of your screen. For now, we will do that, and until we have another update for you, this is Nick Weig at the Alert Center in Omaha.